Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our election night coverage. This is where it all goes down. It all goes down tonight. We have polls closing in about 15 minutes out of the state of Indiana and Kentucky, and we have a lot to get to, folks. So make sure you guys are ready. We've got a long stream to do tonight, and we're going to get our results. Our country's on the line, so we'll have to see what happens. Donald Trump entering this election, arguably the narrow favorite. He's never done that before, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens tonight. Definitely a lot of people casting their ballots today. We may even get high turnout. The question is, where is that record high turnout going to be coming from? That's really what it comes down to. So we're here. We got the score of the screen. Those are the 2020 results that we're going to use to compare these two. So that should be interesting. As the night goes on, we're going to be... where we're really going to be getting into a lot of data that we have, and I'm going to break it all down. It's going to come down to 270. We're also going to have our election map big board as well that we are going to be putting up. And that is also true on the YAP-MS. We're going to have our own map as well that we're going to be using to make sure that we can fill this out, to make sure we can make our own state calls as the night goes on. And hopefully we're going to see what happens with this result. We've got a lot of people in chat. Exit polls dropped. They're all over the place as usual. I would not recommend reading too much into exit polling data, whether it looks good for Trump, where they say Kamala's only up by 6 on abortion, or whether it looks a little iffy for Trump, for example, where they show him kind of waffling a little bit on the economy. It just doesn't really usually add up. The most accurate exit poll typically is AP Votecast, but I don't believe that they've put in quite a bit of the the results in there too. So we're going to get to all of this tonight. We have a lot of super chats. I may not be able to get to all of them, guys. Just a heads up, as the night goes on, it's going to be very hectic. We're going to have a lot more people. We're going to have a lot more super chats. So if you want it to be read later on in the night, it might be worth sending a more notable super chat. Otherwise, I might not notice it. I might not get to it. But it's up to you guys for sure. I appreciate every single person who supported the channel, not just this year, but over the years. And it's definitely led up to this moment. We had 2020, you had 2022, and a lot of people thought that 2024 was going to be a boring election. They were proven dead wrong. You have a country on the line. You have Donald Trump's legacy on the line. You have history on the line. Is he going to come back? Is he going to come back? Is this country going to desire change enough to elect Donald Trump? That's really what this comes down to. Or are people falling victim to the media narrative once again? And is that going to be the story of the night? What issues really are driving turnout? We are going to find out eventually. I'm not talking about the exit polls. The exit polls, whether they look great for you like they did for Republicans in 2022, whether they look maybe not so good for you, either way, they usually don't tend to be all that accurate. So it is important to... take analyzing the results tonight. So do keep all that in mind. I will be here for a long time. We've got a lot of results to get to. Already we have results out of Guam. Donald Trump flipped the state, or he almost flipped the state of Guam, which is not a state, it's a territory in their straw poll. It does not count to the 270 electoral votes. But there's also the straw poll that will be taking place in Puerto Rico as well. That's not going to impact the election. We will be getting our results at about 10 minutes from now. We're going to get our first results out of 2 states, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see. So we're not quite there yet. We're not quite there yet, but we'll see. Johnny Heartdog says, I voted today, took 2 with me who were not going to vote. See, that's how we win. That's how you win. Also, he's still very anxious, won't be doing super chats, but we'll be watching. I have to get up very early, so let's win this thing early. Well, I think it's going to be a call. It's going to be a little bit later than most people would like, but that's just the way it is on election nights, man, especially nowadays. Cyrus Jalali says, last election, I asked you to scale from 0 to 10 how quote-unquote cuck Trump is going to be. You said 3 out of 10, so here we are again. You think the same score? Well, he's got a much better team around him. So that's really what it comes down to. He's got a better team around him. If he goes and he wins, it's going to be a much better second term than the first term. I think everybody can agree. People who don't agree probably don't remember what the first term was like. You go from Mike Pence as your VP. Now you have J.D. Vance. And people are worrying about certain issues like the debt. Now you have somebody in there who's going to lead the Department of Government Efficiency in Elon Musk, who would just effectively be the one of the smartest men. He knows how to cut waste. He really, I believe, would be a really good addition to any presidential cabinet. So if Trump does win, there's a lot to really just look at and say, wow, this is going to be good. We're going to get some sort of change, even better change than before. And if not, well, I mean, you have the current administration. They're going to keep on doing what they're doing. Hopefully Republicans are going to be able to go out there and retake the Senate tonight. I'd be very surprised if they didn't. Obviously, if John Tester ends up losing, Republicans flip the Senate. You'd like to have Ohio. You'd like to flip as many seats as possible. Also, what is the House going to look like? What is the electoral landscape going to look like over the next 4 years? That's going to be determined by tonight. So we will see. We will see what happens. We got 7 minutes until poll closings. There's been a lot of data today that came out. Trump looks good for Trump because Republicans are showing up in droves in Arizona on Election Day, 2-1. Even in some counties like Pima, they're outvoting the Democrats. They're doing a great job holding the line in Nevada, it seems. And you had a lot of areas with very, very high turnout, including these white working class rural counties across the nation. And that's how Donald Trump wins, is if he goes out there and runs up the score with that demographic, because it is the plurality of the electorate. And you would have to believe that Kamala Harris is not really the best fit for that demographic, all things considered, compared to somebody like Scranton Joe Biden in 2020, who was the Democrat nominee back before he completely deteriorated mentally. Even though the signs were there, they had enough plausible deniability to the point where it really wasn't a big deal. Now it became a big deal. Donald Trump, he was supposed to be facing Joe Biden tonight, and now he's facing Kamala Harris, the VP that they basically installed. There's a lot of questions. Will people even view her if she does end up prevailing to be somebody who is legitimate? She was never legitimately nominated to be the candidate by a primary vote from the so-called Democratic Party. They say democracy's on the line. They're the ones committing coups. That's a little interesting. You don't like seeing something like that take place. But what can I say? What can I say? So we're waiting on results. We've got a few super chats. Really just cannot look at a lot of the exit polls and say that you can really extrapolate a lot from them, because they are all over the place. You could say it's great for Trump. You could say it's maybe not so great for Trump in some of these things. So we're not quite there yet, but we're going to have to wait and see, folks. We're going to have to wait and see. I've said it for 4 years, and that's going to be the story of the night as well. So we'll see. Make sure you guys like the stream. Make sure you guys subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Everybody is saying lag. I don't see lags. Okay, how's the? Is it lagging? I don't think it's lagging. I don't think it's lagging at all. Everyone's saying it was spinning. Okay, so it's up now. So, okay. For some people it is. For some people it's not. I don't know what's going on. I really don't know what's going on, guys. I don't know what's going on. It's people are saying it's fine. It's off and on. I don't know what's going on here. Hopefully, okay. It says we had a reconnection that was successful. Maybe we could up the bit rate a little bit and that would fix it. But yeah, we got to up the bit rate. We'll try to up it to 4,500. See if it fixes anything. It should. We have the Ethernet cable plugged in. So hopefully it will update. Hopefully it will work. Johnny Hartdog for 10 says, I'm staying away from the Gateway Pundit. I'm already a nervous wreck without them announcing every single fraud claim. Don't need bad news. Just want to see the results. Exactly. Chris Jones for 20. Thank you. John Waffle says, I know people who have voted for Trump today despite intimidation from the left-wing mob. Iranian Putin, thanks for the coverage and gifted 5 memberships. Klaber says, thank you for your coverage. Well, thank you. There's a lot of super chats, guys. A lot of super chats. So it seems like we're off the ground. It seems like we're rolling just fine as it stands today. We can look at the, just trying to get to the super chat so I can read them on the screen. Marcus says he voted for Montgomery County, Pennsylvania. It should be working. It should be working. I don't know why it's not working. I think it's back now. So either way, if I have to, because I'm using the Ethernet cable, you would think the Ethernet cable would prevent it from buffering. This can't be a thing that happens throughout the night. That would not be good. John C says exit results show Dan Campbell winning Michigan with 91%. Philip Nicholson for $50 says, you have a great broadcast. I'm here with you all night. Thank you. Jason Forsyth, thank you. Nick A says, I want Lichtman to be wrong. Everybody does. I even think some of the people on the left probably want him to be wrong because he's insufferable about it. Antonis Andriotis says, can you kick the Democrats out? I can't do that. I mean, look, there's a lot of people. If moderators are trolling, or moderators see trolling, then it's their job to take care of it, not mine. My job is to report the results. Victor G says, you got to wear your MAGA hat like in 20. Did we wear the MAGA hat in 2020? I have it right here. I don't know if it's going to be worn, but I do have it just for reference. For reference, it's with me just to let people know. No need to panic. It is what it is. But Chauncey Hart says both the CNN and AP Votecast exit polls look great for Trump. I know it's insignificant, but nice to see. Yeah, it's insignificant. But, I mean, it is true. Biden's approval is lower than it was in the midterms. I believe that's true. I believe that's true regardless if you want to put stock in the exit polls or not, which I believe you really shouldn't be putting. And we're, okay. This is a problem. This is a problem. Let's take it off the Ethernet. Maybe that's going to solve the problem. Maybe it will. But, okay. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But we're taking it off and we're seeing what happens. So far, it is good. Hopefully, it stays well. I know it's I can see when it's lagging. It shouldn't be lagging at all. He needs some milk. Says, at what point in the night do you think we'll start seeing indications for New Hampshire? I don't know. They'll pour votes in all night. We'll see where they're coming from, and we'll see what it ends up looking like. Mike Oxart says, tonight's the night. My final popular vote prediction is Trump by 0.7, 312 electoral votes when it's all said and done. Well, you would like to see that. You absolutely would. Paper City Gamer Jeff says, go vote if you didn't. And that's true. If you haven't voted yet, well, I don't know what to tell you. Get to the polls now. Hunter Wadley says, I took 4 new voters to the polls, all read down ballot. You love to see that. There's a lot of super chats. Okay, SoCal Loom says, why is Kanye deleting his Twitter? I don't know. I don't know why he does anything that he does. Crunchkey for 10 says, voted early 2 weeks ago in New Jersey. Hope we can get this done. Dixville, Notch, and Guam results are promising. Okay, and we have another problem. See, I don't know why it's doing this. I don't know what's going on. This is not usually how it operates. This is not usually how it works. It's just, it's the stream should be working. We have 0 lag the entire year when we're streaming, but the night that it actually matters, there's lag. It's ridiculous. I don't know what the hell's going on, but it's ridiculous. I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't continue throughout the night because that would not be good. Hopefully we don't have too much, but it is ridiculous. I don't know if it's the fact that YouTube is a lot of people that are trying to stream to it or what the deal is, but that can't happen. I think everybody agrees that can't happen. We can't be having any lag happening. And I think we have it's a service outage in the area, which is unfortunate too, because if we have a service outage when I'm streaming the results, you can't have that. Like that's the worst case scenario. They're really trying to hammer the stream, everything. JDL Elections Analysis is glad to be here tonight. Started to post my analysis this year. Forecasted Trump to get 313 electoral votes, GOP to get 57 Senate seats and 233 House seats. We'll see what happens, guys. But I will say, in terms of the polls, we have 2 polls that are closing, Indiana and Kentucky. First polls have closed. Are we going to get some results? We've really yet to see, but hopefully hopefully the internet throughout the stream is not going to be ridiculous. I hope that it's not. Hopefully we get some sort of fix. It is not my fault. That is a local problem. That is a local problem for me. Maybe not so much for you guys, but for me. Sarasota Rebel says, the lag significant here in Sarasota. God bless America. Yeah, the lag is unfortunate. I don't know what to tell you guys, but hopefully it doesn't continue. But it is on my end. They're not trying to take my stream down, at least that way. Franch Dressing X1 says, third Trump win in a row. Let's go. We got to get there. We're not there yet. We don't have, do we have any results? We don't even have any results. Mean Gene in Florida says, thanks for being there. Red Members of Jesus Family says, I've been following you since 2020. I have a number for the past 6 months or so. We're blessed to have you in truth on our side. Maybe it's not YouTube, but I appreciate the support. I appreciate the super chat. Spaz Spartan says he's a first-time voter in Arizona. A lot of people in chat. There's a lot of super chats, but we do have to get to results too, guys. But I appreciate everybody who sends in a super chat. But I'm not going to get to every single one that we have. But we have 6,000 people in the live chat, which is huge. We've got a lot of people here. And now it's apparently buffering. See, on my end, there's no lag now. There's no lag right now. Maybe there will be, maybe there won't be. I'm watching the stream here, so we'll see. I'm watching how many what the speed is. Right now we're doing just fine. We're doing just fine right now, but we're not quite there yet. We've got a long slow mode. Well, I think I have slow mode on. Do we have to make it even slower? I'll make it slower if we have to make it slower. We could even, I don't want to necessarily make it too slow, but if we go up to like 12 or like 15, like hopefully we can actually read the chat. I don't want people spamming, so maybe we will do that. But we don't have any results yet. We're waiting on some results. Hopefully we get some sort of exit polling data from AP Votecast that's actually like aggregated properly and in full. It doesn't really, like the NBC exit poll doesn't look that good for Trump. He's doing well among minority voters in it, but the white count at 49% favorable, I mean, I don't know if that's probably not going to hold unless there's a lot of like double haters factored in. Those things update throughout the night. I would not exactly encourage people to like jump the gun and say, wow, this is really good for Trump, or say, wow, this is really bad for Donald Trump, because the exit polls are the exit polls. We're going to get real results, and we're going to see what happens, guys, because, you know, the exit polls had Kerry winning, they had Hillary winning, they had Republicans doing really well in the midterms, and didn't really happen. Trevor Hintz is over under on how many days to declare a winner. Not sure exactly. Says Guam is much closer than expected. Yeah, I mean, I did expect it to get close. Ice Cream Junkie says Arizona hit 80% for Trump in the betting odds. Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising, just given the fact that Donald Trump is just running up the score. They say, oh, well, the turnout operation, it's not going to add up. We're not there yet. We don't have any data. But we're about to find out if that materialized or if that did not materialize pretty quickly here. But nevertheless, we are waiting on our first election results. And so far, not a lot of lag, but you don't want to jinx it. And you don't want to jinx the election results either. So Indiana, do we have any results in Indiana? We don't have any. Jim says, Cambria County voter here, paper ballot scanning machine broken. You had to slide it in a lockbox and could physically see the ballots in the door. That's interesting. Cambria, I believe, is a Republican county. We have results. We have our first results out of Sullivan County. Donald Trump in the lead in Indiana. He's at 71. He's got a 1,600 vote lead with 37% reporting. We can cross-check that and see, is he doing well? Again, it's the early vote. Usually the later returns are a little bit more favorable. 71-26. So far, there's a lot left. We don't know where that's coming in from. He's percentage-wise under, but still, that is very, very, very early on. That is way too early to really be indicative of anything other than the fact that Donald Trump is likely going to be holding the state of Indiana, which I think everybody saw coming. So we'll see. So this county, 37% of the county is in. We'll see what happens when it's fully in, but we don't have any more data right now. Kentucky, we have results. Where are the results in Kentucky? It doesn't show where they're coming in from, but Trump is at 81% of the vote in Kentucky, which is huge. That is a county, Laurel County, very, white working class heavy county. He's at 81%. 30% of the vote is in Laurel County if you want to cross-check Laurel. And I think that's the early vote, so it might lean a little bit more to the left. But Laurel County, 82.7% when 100% of the vote is reported, 19,000 vote lead, so 82%. He's a little bit under, but if that's early vote, he could catch up. Kenton County, these are the suburbs of Cincinnati. Trump or exurbs in the Kentucky side. Donald Trump in the early vote data that just got dumped in, 59-40 in Kenton. He was at 58%. So that's interesting. That's actually interesting to see in that county. Now, we don't know how the rest of it's going to shake out. We don't know where the areas are reporting in Kenton County, but you're talking about 59-40. It was 58-39. So he's holding steady in Kenton County, Kentucky. So we'll see what happens in the remaining of that vote. But if he improves, that could be a really good sign for Donald Trump. There's 30,000 votes that drop, but there's a lot more votes on the way. 70-some thousand votes were reported last cycle. So also watch the raw margins and see what's exactly going on there. But we're not quite there yet. We'll be checking in with the decision desk for updates as well on certain things throughout the night. There's plenty of time left. There's plenty of votes remaining across even these two states, and we're probably going to have to wait and see. But Trump already, this is very early. You don't know what type of votes these are. We don't know where in the county they're coming in from. One county he's slightly behind, the other county he's slightly ahead. So if anything, I don't know I don't really know how much of an indicator you can claim that it is. But Indiana, already there's more votes in Whitley County. Donald Trump at 72% of the vote or 71% of the vote in Whitley County. We're going to see what it was like in 2020 in Whitley County. What did he exactly hit? He hit 73. So a little bit behind, but again, we don't know what type of votes these are. We don't really know what type of votes these are. Quick Strike says your screen's out of focus. You have to make sure you refresh. I mean, sometimes it's the lag. People have to reset it. But, we're watching the results as it comes in right now. So if he had 60% the first drop in 2020, which county are you referencing there? Somebody said that. Somebody said it. I don't know. If you're talking about Kenton County, if he held steady, then that might be an underperformance. So it's very early on, very interesting to see what happens. But Scott Kelly says North Carolina for Orange Man, MAGA. Only the New York Times screen is blurry. Should I zoom in? Is that better? You guys can see that better? Reduce the bit rate. Now I have to reduce it. Maybe I do have to reduce the bit rate because maybe the bit rate wasn't the problem all along. I think it probably is just the internet service that we have down here that is causing this this lag. So hopefully we'll split the difference. We'll lower it to, I think, 3,500. So hopefully that works, and hopefully it makes things a little bit easier. Some people say there's no lag. We're waiting on more results out of Indiana and Kentucky, the first results to report in the 2024 presidential election between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. So we have a lot of results left, a very few amount of results in so far. We don't have that much to go off of right now, the state of Indiana and the state of Kentucky, and we'll be waiting the 9 o'clock drop. So apparently now we have more results in. So you look at Fayette County. Trump is at 75% of the vote in Fayette. What did he hit last cycle? In Fayette County, he hit 76. But again, these are the early votes. Is this going to be indicative of anything else? What are the later dumps going to be like? There's a lot of questions that we don't exactly know. But if this is a pattern that continues and those are his numbers at the end of the night, that's not that good for Donald Trump. But again, it's very early on. Du Bois County, he's at 68% in Du Bois. In Du Bois here, he was at 69. So again, it's a recurring pattern. But how are the later votes going to come in? I'm not entirely sure how it's going to shake out. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're going to have to wait and see. But we don't have very many results. We have results out of New Hampshire, Dixville Notch coming in for Donald Trump, more so than it usually ever has. He got 3 votes out of the 6 that were tallied. He got 0 during 2020. So we're waiting. But if this is an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing that we're seeing. So I have reduced the bit rate, everything. Again, guys, feel free to let me know if it's lagging. It's something that is not really in my control, but we're not quite there yet. We're waiting. We got 50 minutes until polls close out of out of 4 more states. But these results so far, we're waiting on more. It doesn't really tell us much, but watch the turnout, because if the turnout goes up but the percentage stays about the same or it even dips, that's really what you have to watch. So, for example, Fayette County, what is the end turnout going to be? It's a moving target, by the way, but Trump led the end result by 5,500 votes. Already with half the vote in, he leads by 30 or almost 3,000 votes. So if that continues, if he gains with the later dumps, he's hitting his margin target. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in some of these cities. Is the urban turnout, the black turnout, going to be high? What's it like in the suburbs? Is Donald Trump going to perform relatively well? So far in Kenton County, he's at 59%, which is not the worst in the what the worst in the world is right now. But then you have some of these other places that are like Laurel County at 81%, Kenton County at 59%. So those are the early dumps. We're going to have to wait and see how the rest of the results come in. But not really any signs of celebration so far. You have more signs of we need some patience, for example. We'll see what exactly happens. Is Donald Trump getting it seems like he's getting the turnout. Now, how did the remainder of the votes fall? That's another question. But the questions or concerns about turnout among a lot of these people in a lot of these places, your Whitley County, 4,100 vote lead in Whitley County. If that continues and expands in the remainder of what's left, he's going to have or match his 2020 numbers there, which is okay. Well, there's more lag. There's more lag. There's more lag. Maybe we have to lower. Do we have to lower the bit rate again? Because it seems like it's an internet problem. I have the Ethernet cable in. It is in. Some people have more lag than others. I don't know what's going on. Increased to 1080p 9 per second. Hopefully it fixes itself. I do apologize. This is not my fault necessarily. It's the internet's fault. It's the local internet's fault. But okay, some people say it's fine now. It just happens. It's just not receiving the video. It's a problem. Let's see. We have more super chats. Scott Kelly says, North Carolina for Orange Man. Tide says, do I feel better about the election now? Well, the fundamentals are in Trump's favor. The early results here, I mean, it's not telling us a lot. What do the remainder of those dumps look like? Because if Donald Trump falls below in what's left, he could, that could be a little bit of a problem. But we're not quite there yet to really make a lot of assumptions. And some of these more suburban counties like Kenton, he's at 59. Last cycle, he got, 58%. But how do the remainder of those vote dumps really go? What type of votes are in there? Those are other questions. So we have The Price is Right review says, love your hard work to give us the straight truth. Never stop being awesome. I'm an early voter. Managed to get 6 of my friends to vote today. There you go. Jason Lane says, this is the best time to have technical difficulties. Better get it ironed out now. That is true. It is better now than later. That's for sure. But we're not quite there yet. We have another county in Casey County. Trump is at 87% in Casey County. He's actually outperforming his totals last cycle with 40% of the vote in Casey County. Now, that's good for Donald Trump in Casey. So there's a county he's outrunning his totals. And I believe 2 of these counties here in southern Kentucky, or Laurel, he's underperforming by 1, but still it's only 30% of the vote in. But Casey County looking a little bit better for Donald Trump as the results go in. So we don't have any data out of a lot of these swing states just yet, but we're not quite there. We're not quite there yet. And hopefully the lag is not going to be ridiculous as the night goes on, and hopefully it sorts itself. It goes in, it goes out, it goes in, it goes out. It's tough. So again, you have mixed early results so far that just aren't telling us a lot. In Kentucky, it looks better for Trump than it did in 2020. In Indiana, it looks a little bit weaker for Trump. I don't know what exactly is driving that, but okay. Somebody said use Starlink. Yeah, that probably would work out. Julius Grover says, looks like I'll be spending the next few hours with you. Thank you for all the hard work, Trump 2024. Well, thank you. Nick Felstead says, tuning in here from Sydney, Australia. Lucky for us, it's 10 in the morning, so we'll have your live stream on while I'm at work. There you go. There you go. Providing the content. Providing the content. So either way, we're not hopefully going to lag that much. I restarted the stream. I don't know if that's going to do anything, but it is ridiculous what's the timing. But it is a local internet problem. It is not anything I'm doing wrong. Rodney Benfield for 10 says Jefferson County, Georgia has been close to Georgia state numbers previously, and there are massive Trump supporters massive Trump support from Hispanic and Black Americans this time. We'll see how it shakes out. We'll see what happens. But so far, not really all that indicative. I remember in 2020 when we were counting the votes. Somebody said I went mute. I don't know if I went mute. I think the stream just went mute or lagged. Hopefully the audio is doing well. But what I will say is that there were a lot of places where Donald Trump was underrunning his totals last cycle where he caught up in those counties. But Wells County's at 77. Indiana, Wells County, 77. So he's hitting his target here. Is turnout going to be higher? Well, you've got Trump leading currently as it stands right now by what looks to be 4,700 votes. And in Wells County, which again, did this county move? Wells moved to the right. Some of these counties like Whitley did move to the left, but Wells County moved a little bit to the right. So that's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out now. But turnout really is what it comes down to. Steuben County up here in the eastern portion, he's currently at 67%, and that's underperforming his 2020 totals. But again, what vote is left? Because if the early vote, so if they're saying it's early voting, that's probably good news. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on. But if they say it's early voting, okay. Now, I don't think it's the stream problem. I don't think it's the fact that we have a lot of people here, but I don't really know what's going on. This should not be happening whatsoever with the lag. But if it's going to go in and out, it's going to go in and out. I'm just trying to report what's going on, but there's just a lot of people. Taylor County's at 76% in Kentucky. Let's see where it comes in at here. Where was Taylor County? If we can find it right here, which was the end of it was, okay, hold on, 74.9. So he's at 76. So he's outperforming in these two counties in Kentucky. He's doing well so far in those places. So how is Indiana going to shake out? It just depends. Lawrence County is in 73% for Donald Trump in Lawrence County, Indiana. Lawrence County was 74. So if he does catch up in these counties, he would be outperforming when all the votes are counted. But we just have a lot of votes that have not fully reported. Knox County is in 71% for Donald Trump, 28% for Kamala Harris in Knox County. That county 72 to 25. So again, if Trump catches up in the later dumps, he'll outrun his totals in those places. But if not, he could be in a lot of trouble. We have really yet to see how it shakes out, but he's going to win the state of Indiana most likely. We're now, okay, so we lost it again, and now we're back. It's ridiculous. We lost it again, we're back. So again, thank you for the 20 weekend angler. Jonathan makes a Fox, Arizona joke. But we have no data out of any other states. It is about vote margin. That is also true. NBC exit polls have Trump up in Pennsylvania. But again, like I said, take the exit polls with a big grain of salt. We're not quite there yet. They change, they update as the election goes on. So we're going to find out pretty quickly how the night is going to go. So we have poll closings coming up in about 37 minutes. Florida, we're going to get our Florida dump. Donald Trump in Florida doing extraordinarily well in the state of Florida. He's running it up. Okay, Anderson County, very, very small dump. That might be all male. That's why Trump is only up by 9. I don't think that county is very competitive. Yeah, it's not competitive. That margin's not going to hold. Even if Trump doesn't have the best night, it's not going to hold. Obviously, that's just a couple hundred votes. So that's just not that big of a deal to analyze. But We're waiting on Boone County, Campbell County. These 3 counties here, there's a lot of votes. These are suburban places in Cincinnati. They moved left. You look at Kenton, it moved left by 6.7. If Donald Trump, if he holds his own in Kenton County as it stands now, that means he's not going to lose support in these like white working class exurbs as the night comes in. Somebody said in chat, look at Pennsylvania. There's nothing to look at in Pennsylvania. Polls have only closed out of 2 states. We're not quite there yet, but we're going to get there eventually. So it should be a fun night. It should be hopefully the stream manages to actually work for more than 5 minutes at a time. I apologize in advance, but we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Do we have any more results in? Somebody says check Allen County. Is Allen County in? It is in. 44% of the vote is in. That's Fort Wayne. Donald Trump in the lead, 52-47. Let's see what's going on here in Indiana. Yeah, it was about a 9-point win. Now it's down to, in the early vote, it's down to 5. If he gains in Allen County, that would definitely mean that he's going to gain overall. But there's a lot of votes left to be counted in the state of Indiana. Donald Trump is in the lead. He's going to win Indiana regardless. It's not a state that's competitive. It was lost by McCain in 2008. But now, as it stands today, Donald Trump is poised to take it. It's a safe red. 2008 was more of the anomaly, but Trump did a lot better there than Romney did. He's done better than past Republicans. It's a very rural state, very white working class state. And Ishmael Mage, thank you for 10. Andrew Mortensen says, let's go. I'll be here all night. Rep MAGA. Let's win this thing. Exactly. We'll see. We'll see what happens, guys. Poly market is holding strong. They're not overreacting to these early returns. I don't think people should. If those get up to 100%, we could be like, okay, let's see what's going on. If this is just the early vote out of these places in Indiana, then it's not really anything to worry about. But we're going to have to find out and wait and see, because these are early votes for sure, from what I can tell. And some counties, he's outrunning his 2020. Those are early votes. Apparently, Pike County, Indiana, that's one that's been cited from what I'm seeing. If we could get to Pike, Pike is somewhere. Let's see, where is Pike? Maybe Pike isn't updated here. Decision Desk might have it. Decision Desk probably does have it. Decision Desk will sometimes be faster, so we should probably have it on hand just for the sake of having it on hand. But Indiana, is Pike in? Pike is in. Trump is at 73. He's sort of running. Yeah, he's running in line. Doesn't seem like there's a very high third party split so far. So that's another interesting thing to watch. Which states is he going to do well in, gain votes in? All of that stuff is baked into the cake here. So we're going to wait and see. Obviously, Indiana, Kentucky, not competitive. Donald Trump up big, but we have to watch some of these margins and see how they shake out throughout the night. It's very, very early on. Bert the Avenger asked, how do I feel now compared to 2020? I don't really think that it's worth analyzing it, to be honest, from what I can tell. Say what? Thank you for the 20 as well. But yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting for sure. If we get the election day vote in and it looks good for Donald Trump in these places, he would outperform. But it just depends, guys. It really just depends. And we have a long, long way to go. But hopefully we get more votes in. Hopefully states will count more. Donald Trump is probably obviously going to win all these counties. Revolution says low Democrat turnout. Well, we're not there yet. All right, we got to get to the competitive states, the actual results, and Georgia, black turnout apparently in every exit poll dipped significantly. White turnout went up, and Trump is doing better among black voters in those exit polls. But again, it is very, very early on. It is definitely a piece to the puzzle. If Democrats are not really getting their base out, but they made a very big effort to reach out to these, Republicans, for example, what is the story of the night going to be? I think it's pretty clear. And it was lagging, and now we're back. So that wasn't a big lag. Hopefully they get smaller and smaller. If you guys think lowering the bit rate helps, let me know. I don't know if that helps. Some people say raise it. Some people say lower. Andrew Mortensen says, guess the Indiana margin, better or worse? It depends what happens in Hamilton County, honestly. Steve Hunt 96 says, thank you for all your hard work. Voted for Trump in Vegas, praying for the best tonight. Trump 2024 from Nevada. Let's see what happens, guys. The country's on the line. You have a chance to resurrect it, usher in a new golden age. Donald Trump on the comeback tour, the comeback story. What will the story of the night be? We're not quite there yet. We're going to find out. Agent Gabe says, Rep, my friend, thoughts in New Hampshire going red like some rumors say. Good luck today. Republicans unite. Well, we'll get there. I don't know about New Hampshire. I would be surprised, but it depends how it really just depends on how the Northeast at large does. Is Harris going to get these like Irish Catholic white voters who might be more secular to vote for her the way Biden did for him? Yeah, I'd probably lean towards no, but then there are these college-educated white voters who have spilled over from Boston into New Hampshire. The question is, do those people move left or not? But I appreciate the super chat. Nathan DeVry says, realistically, what would need to happen for Trump to win Virginia? He'd have to really somehow get like the Youngkin Northern Virginia margins. LinRx52 says, all the streams I've checked out are having the same data glitches. Net is swamped, really. I've never had this problem. I've never had the problem. Maybe it's not I don't think it's on my end. It could be the local internet. It's nothing to do with anything I'm doing. But let's see. Cyrus Jalali says, help right now. It did reconnect. Okay. And this is why we're not going to get the stream off the ground as fast as we probably should. Boston Elevator says, speed test the internet and use half the Mbps up 50 and up, use 25,000 as the bit rate. Speed test. I don't know if the bit rate would be. Okay, we're so far going, it's like 900 right now. So should it be 4,500? If it's only 900, I don't know what to do with that. But they say lower the bit rate to much less. Crypto Fire says, any thoughts on the Philadelphia 700,000 vote scam? Yeah, I don't think they're going to get to 700,000. That would be very surprising. So they say lower it to, 900 per second? It's at 3,500 kilobytes per second right now. So what should the bit rate be? If we want to have a stream without lag, what should the bit rate be? Because the internet is not allowing us to do that right now. Some people say 1,400 kilobytes per second. Okay. Let's try that. All right. Now we'll see if it works. We'll see if it works now. It might be more blurry, but let's try it. Hopefully it works. Big super chat. Kevin Inyart says, fantastic as always. Great channel. Always one of the best places to watch election returns. Well, thank you. We're going to break it down. Win or lose, we're breaking it down. We're going to give the analysis. Crypto Fire says, any thoughts on the Philadelphia 700? Oh, we did that one already. Okay, never mind. But people say blurry is better than lag every 2 seconds. I agree. Hopefully the screen is not that blurry. If it's too blurry, let me know. But blurry is better than lag, I believe. So, okay, people say it's not too blurry. So we have more results. Huntington County, Trump at 72% in the early vote in Huntington County. He's at 73 there. So again, how did the later dumps go? Because if he's underperforming, he's in Indiana, it might be a problem. But Kentucky, a lot of places, he's overperforming in rural Kentucky. We'll see if that continues. He's even overperforming in suburban Kentucky. Not in this county, but that's, again, 30% of the vote. How did the remainder of the votes shake out? That's another question we're going to have to answer. So someone said he watches my videos to hear me say Bucks County. Well, we'll see what happens in Bucks County. Hopefully something good, but we'll see. Someone said, why is Kamala catching up in Indiana? She's really not. It's just the fact that Fort Wayne reported, which is Republican, but it's more populated and it's less Republican. Chief Officer Says, will you cover the Senate and the House? Yeah, absolutely. There's just no competitive Senate or House races to get to right now. I mean, obviously there is in Indiana. Let's see. Jim Banks is at 63% so far. Trump is at 62%, so Banks is outrunning Donald Trump. And again, it kind of just depends on the race for sure. Certain states or Republicans down ballot will do better. We're going to watch what happens when Ohio first drops, because Bernie Moreno, that is a key Senate seat Republicans would like to flip. The polls have it close, but you'd like for Donald Trump to end up winning. Chief Officer says, oh, he did that one. Mean Gene says, when Biden and Biden-Harris internet, what happened to the universal, high-speed internet across the country that was foolproof, it would not fail? Like, what happened to that? Again, another promise that you hear these people come up with. And we should have additional broadband. You could say, well, that's for rural areas. They should have it everywhere. It should be operating on full cylinder if they want to actually try to make it out to be a good thing. John Waffle says, I find the margin, well, I'm not finding the margin concerning out of the states. I'm finding, again, in certain counties in Indiana, maybe it's a little bit of an indicator, but if this is the early vote, it's not necessarily a bad thing and does not tell us much. If you look at Poly Market right now, it's basically unchanged, which again, Poly Market it's the betting odds. It's not perfect. The Party Boy says, Trump saying on Truth that heavy law enforcement's on the way in Pennsylvania because there are reports of massive cheating. What's going on? I have no idea. I don't know. We'll get to Pennsylvania. There's less mail-in ballots this year, so it's not like it's the number one factor potentially. But we don't have any other results. Kentucky, I think, dropped some other votes, but none of these counties are all the way in as it stands today. So the bit rate, I don't think we haven't had lag yet since we changed it. Trevor Hint says RFK Jr. has more votes than the Libertarian candidate. Yeah, that's not surprising to me. It's not surprising. So the margin got cut even further. Where did those votes come in from? It doesn't even say. Okay, we have votes in out of Hamilton County. That's 65% of the vote reporting. Kamala Harris, if this is early voting in Hamilton County, which again, Donald Trump, I believe, won it by 6-7. So we'll see how the rest of it goes. But right now, Kamala Harris leading in Hamilton County. If that's the early vote, then that's not necessarily bad. If that's the election day vote or where the vote's coming in from, we also don't know. That's another question. But if they're just doing the early vote dumps in these counties, then, I mean, it doesn't seem like it depends how the rest of the votes come in Hamilton, basically. Because if Hamilton stays blue, that's going to be tough for Donald Trump, because you're talking about suburban and exurban Indianapolis, something that's kind of moved a little bit to the left. That's interesting, but still 65% of the vote compared to some of these other counties reporting a little bit less than that. Maybe it's an early vote thing. I don't know. We'll see. Decatur County, Trump is at 58% in Decatur County. Last cycle, he was at 78, 79. So again, I think that's small batches of mail from that county. So let's see. We have more votes in Kentucky, because Kentucky looks better than Indiana. Because if the margin we saw on like the Cincinnati exurbs is going to hold up, then the Hamilton margin probably won't, and vice versa, depending on what's outstanding there. So Kentucky, let's see what's going on here in Kentucky. Do we have anything else in Franklin County? This is a very light red county. If that's the early vote, again, not a problem. If it's not the early vote, then it could be a problem, but we'll see. This is very, very preliminary, but we're early on, guys. People that panic about the early results just are not they're not doing themselves any favors. That doesn't mean there's a need for complacency. Murphy Manor says, love your channel, keep up the good work, Trump 2024. Indeed. We have another county, White County, 68% in White County. White County last cycle was 91. So how the rest of the votes go, that's what's going to be telling. Tyler says, 4 more years, Trump 24. Let's get this done, y'all. Yeah, I mean, Indiana's not looking that good. Kentucky's looking better, but these are early votes. Again, if the rest of the votes are going to come in more red, then Donald Trump is going to be doing a little bit better in those respective places, but we're not quite there yet. But we've got a lot of results left to cover on this map, but I'm sure Twitter is going to be in panic mode right now, just based on this. But according to Decision Desk, Trump's on track to outperform in Indiana. But yeah, you have a lot of people that'll look at these returns. So that makes me feel a lot better about the results that we've seen so far. If that's what they're anticipating. I don't know what the early vote dump was in Hamilton County last cycle. But again, Indiana, so far 9% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a 43,000 vote lead. He's up big in Kentucky. We'll see if the margins hold in places like Franklin County. Drew Valeskis has just voted in Florida for Trump. Well, the polls close in 20 minutes out of Florida, and our stream is a little bit more off the ground than it was before, hopefully. So again, like I said, people need to not doom about certain things that they see. If he's going to outperform in Indiana, that means that, these Seltzer polls it's going to be inaccurate. Now, I don't know if that's going to hold. That might be a prediction, but everybody was panicking about the Iowa poll. That poll is not, it's already aged poorly because Trump is not losing Iowa if he's getting these numbers in the early voting in Indiana. So let's see. Back to Kentucky. Any other updates? Rowan County, 59%. I think that probably... Yeah, okay. He holds. He holds in Rowan. It is true that Harris... So there's very few third-party voters this cycle. So that's interesting. The question is, how are they going to break at the end of the day? And does this trend hold up in other states across the country? Because those two things are going to be very accurate in terms of determining what are the popular vote margins that we're going to be looking at. What's going on there. Trigonauts says, keep an eye on Rhode Island. Saw an early vote poll the other day with a 3% difference between the two. Could be nothing, but yeah, he's not going to be that close, but it could be closer. We're going to watch the margins in New England for sure as the night goes on. Mind Virus for 10 says, great work, Rep. Trump. Hopefully he has it. We'll see. Brenton Holbrook says, if yard signs are an indicator, even minorly Michigan will be red. Now, that was not a lag thing. More so... Okay, now we're back. We should be back. That was less of a lag thing than an internet problem. The internet was more spotty, from what I can tell. So the CNN exit poll is like 50-50. Not like it's indicative of much. But yeah, there's no need for anyone to sit back and like panic or worry or overly get excited, because I don't think either one of those things is necessarily helpful. I think both are very different. It's early voting, from what I can tell, and Decision Desk can keep me updated and give me updates, and I'm sure they will. But if Trump is running in line with like 2020 level percentages in counties and in certain parts, that's not necessarily a reason for concern. Also depends on what's the turnout in the urban centers, too. There's so many moving parts to this. Just depends on how it shakes out when it's all said and done. So Decision Desk says Trump is overperforming in both states according to their expectations. That's a good thing, especially in Kentucky. Kentucky, this is Appalachia. Some people pronounce it differently. A lot of white working class voters in Kentucky. And Donald Trump, that's been what's carried him to victory. Will they show up for him again? According to what we saw today, it seems like there was a very heavy turnout in a lot of places, including in the early voting. So it's like you have a big early vote showing matching the Dems, and then you should have another big showing. There's been this talk about cannibalization. You would rather be that party that usually banks the votes. You rather would be that party. That doesn't mean you take it for granted. The questioner says Indiana has a total abortion ban. That's interesting. It looks great. We'll see if there's a massive amount of defections over it. But Donald Trump is somebody who's played his cards relatively well on it. But maybe some of these deep red states, it could be an impact. But so far, I haven't seen any indicators that Texas is really at risk. And you think that Democrats, if abortion was going to be that driving factor, you think Texas would move. And you could say, well, Texas is more pro-life. But I mean, Indiana, there's a lot of evangelicals as well. You could make the case Indiana and Texas are about the same in terms of how pro-life they are. So we'll see. Lag is getting better, I hope. And again, I appreciate everyone who sends a super chat. I know I'm not going to be able to read all of them. Ice Cream Junkie asked about Michigan's union workers. Well, we're going to get to Michigan, and we'll talk about some of these counties. Macomb County, Monroe County, even parts of Wayne and Oakland. You have a big auto industry in this part of the state, southeastern Michigan, and even some of these other smaller counties. Like, that's what it's going to come down to with these union workers, and how is that going to play out? Now, Indiana, a little bit different, but this is the early vote. They're anticipating Trump to outrun his 2020 totals, according to Decision Desk, based off of what's there. So it's very early on. I would encourage people to not panic, not overly celebrate. People that are doing either one of those things early on, I feel like they're doing everyone a disservice, from what I can tell. So we don't have the exit polling data yet out of Fox. We'll see when we get there. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what plays out. We have more votes in. I think it was at Bartholomew County, 65% of the vote reporting in Bartholomew County. He's down a little bit. But again, if that's the early vote, we'll see how the rest of the vote comes in some of these places. And we will see. But there are counties that are shifting to Trump. We have another update, Floyd County, Kentucky. If we can get Floyd County, Kentucky here, it is shifted right by around 8 points. Floyd County, Kentucky, that's just 25% of the vote. But even in some of these places in Kentucky, Kentucky's looking a lot better. Decision Desk report, if it's true, which again, it's a moving target for sure. W. King says, should it be concerned these states haven't been? No, the states, they can't call them, and we can't call them until all the polls close. We know Trump is going to win Florida, probably. I'd be very surprised if he didn't. We could just end the stream then and there. But Florida, if Florida, the polls are going to close at 7, we're going to get results. But we can't call Florida for Trump until the polls close in the Panhandle. Same thing with Texas, because there's, a lot of the votes we'll get after 8 o'clock. That'll be interesting. Watch DFW, because if DFW, it's a little bit of an indicator for parts of Arizona. There are similarities to some of these counties, so we're gonna be going through it throughout the night. Throughout the night, we're gonna be going through it. But do apologize for any lagging. Davies County's at 80% for Trump and Indian. Okay. Guess we're back. We were lagging for half a second, guys. We were lagging for half a second, but we're back. So anyways, buffering, yeah, we're back. It's going to happen. The internet here is a little murky. They're working on fixing it. Gotten a text message from the local internet service provider. So again, like I said, guys, a lot of this is early voting in some of these places from what we understand. If these margins hold, then we got to wait for these counties to come in full. That's really what we have to really wait for. How does it shake out in these places? Taylor County's now at 77% for Donald Trump, and that county's like 77% reported. Let's see if he's matching his margin in Taylor, or is he a little bit below? If we could get to it, 74%. Donald Trump is at 77%, so he's doing a little bit better there when more votes are counted. So, guys, like I've said, you got to relax. You got to chill out. This is going to go down the wire. We're a very divided, polarized nation. If it was up to me, Trump would win everything. I get it. I am biased, yes, for people who don't know. Wow, Red Eagle Politics has a bias. I wear it on my sleeve. A lot of people pretend like they don't, and that's the problem. LinRX52 for 20 says bitrate at 3000 should be fine if you're streaming at 720p at 330 FPS. If you're streaming at higher than 1080p, you need to check YouTube's site for recommendations. Yeah, we're doing fine so far with the bitrate. It's better. It's not perfect, but it's better. Be a little blurry, but throughout the night, it probably could get a little bit better. Just like these results are getting a little bit better. Pulaski County, Trump is at 82% in Pulaski. What was he at there? He's overperforming in some of these counties in Kentucky. So anybody who's jumping to conclusions early on, either way, just relax. Greenup County's at 72 in Kentucky. What is he doing now? 71. So a little bit of an overperformance on the margin wise. That's what we're looking for here. So let's see. We don't have full CNN exit polls, I believe. We're going to get like the full exit polls. And like I said, you got to take them with a grain of salt. You really got to take them with a grain of salt. You can't overreact to them either way. But so far, it is showing that Donald Trump he's running in line. He's outperforming in some places. And now we should be back. Yeah, we're back, guys. Again, every time I mention it, We jinx it. Derek says, make America great again, make Australia great again. Richard says, you need moderators. I have moderators. We have one in the chat right now. So we'll go back here. What results are pouring in? Jay County, Trump at 74% in Jay County, Indiana. He was at 75. So Indiana's lagging a bit behind, but Kentucky, not so much. Nelson County, Kentucky, Trump is at 67% of the vote in Nelson. He is matching his totals last cycle. Montgomery County, so this is a little bit east of Lexington. He's at 69. Montgomery County, he's a little bit behind, but we'll see as the remainder of the votes come in. But we don't really have any counties fully in. I think the county that's mostly in, Taylor County, Trump is really outrunning his previous margin in Taylor County. And you look at the total votes cast, he's got a 5,000 vote lead in Taylor County, when last time he had a little bit of a 60, looks like a 6,400 vote lead. So there's more vote to come in. Probably you could make the case that margin will go up. It depends on what the turnout is there. Kentucky, definitely not a swing state. There's questions if turnout's going to hit 2020 levels or if it's going to lag a little bit behind. What does it look like for Democrats in the big areas? We have nothing in out of Louisville or Fayette County in Lexington. Your PCMD says, what happens at 1:30 a.m.? Also, some counties won't tally up. Well, they're going to count. They're going to start counting. We'll have an idea. Edward Turner for 20 says, if your lag increases, place your live image with a still shot. Impressive work you're doing. Well, I'm not going to put a picture of myself just like, on the screen. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know, guys. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully it gets a little bit better. But I don't want to jinx anything. So more counties are pouring in. Casey County, Trump's at 86% in Casey. He's running in line with his totals of the previous election cycle. Nelson County, I think we covered that one. Anderson County. Okay, so it was like very light red. Now Anderson's at 72. What was Anderson at last time? If we can get this. Anderson County, if we could. And Donald Trump is performing relatively well. So we'll see. We'll see how the night shakes out. It doesn't seem like we have any new updates in Indiana. Vigo County used to be the bellwether of the nation, but it's not a bellwether anymore. It is a county that is going to go for Donald Trump, even if he loses in a landslide, which I don't think is going to happen. But Gary Schmidt for 10, thank you for the super chat. Andrew Byers says, is it possible to pull up the Decision Desk election pulse by state? Okay, is that like the Needle? Are they doing the Needle now? Let's see. Yeah, they're giving Trump a 60% shot to win. We will look at it. We'll look at it. We can pull it up. We absolutely can pull it up. We'll leave this here, and then we'll go move this to... Yeah, we'll keep it here. I don't know if I see. Do we have... Yeah, we have a... okay, that's the chance to win the presidency. Do they have a margin chance? I don't see the margin chance in Indiana because it's obvious Trump's winning both, but somebody's mentioned the margin-wise portion of it. I don't see that. So, yeah, we'll watch the Needle for sure. We'll watch the Needle, but Trump is really... It's unmoved, folks. The Needle is unmoved from what I can tell. Lucas, for 1,000, I assume that's like $100 super chat in American, says, rooting for Trump from Argentina. We need strong leaders like him and Milei to stop the socialist globalist, just hoping he's not robbed like last time. Well, they actually know how to, so hopefully it's enough. We'll see. Gary Schmidt for 10. Kelly Patriot says, Kentucky uses paper ballots. Interesting. Videomaker says, hello. So either way, we're waiting. People have mentioned there's a little bit of lag, but it seems like we're back now. We have 8,000 live viewers. Like the stream down below. Hopefully it goes well in terms of not just the election, but also the stream. So he's up to it's 69% of the vote in Kentucky. We have 6 minutes until polls close in several states. Professor Donger says a judge in Pennsylvania issued an order giving Luzerne County an extra 90 minutes to vote. So courts seem to be helping to... Yeah, it's a red county. That's good news. You do love to see it. We're waiting on potential results out of several states. We're going to be getting those results pretty quickly here. Chief Officer says look at Rush County. Rush County, I believe, is in Indiana. if we can get to it. Maybe I could pull it up here. Rush, where's Rush? Okay, it's not interactive. Okay, well then screw that. Let's see. I don't know what's going on with the results right now. The results page is not allowing it to be interactive. What's going on here? You can't do that. Okay, now the results just won't show at all. That's unfortunate. Let's see. Okay. New York Times 2020. Let's see if it can go up on a different tab and show. Yeah, it just froze. New York Times just froze. It's not working. That's not my fault. It just literally froze. Okay, we can look at Decision Desk then, because they actually have it up. And I believe they might be a little bit ahead. Let's see if we could pull this up right here. Rush County's at 72% in Rush. 2020 in Rush County, what was he at? Let's see if we could see. 76. So again, Rush, it's again, slight underperformance, but that's early vote. That's been the story of the night in Indiana. So we have polls closing in 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. It seemed like, again, I don't know what the New York Times is doing. Again, you refresh it, nothing loads. It's not doing its job properly. That's its problem more so than mine. Again, I don't know what's going on, but they really just don't want this stream to get off the ground. They really don't want this stream to get off the ground. But so far, a lot of early vote that we see. CNN map. Let's see, CNN. We can get the CNN map. Really don't think CNN's is all that solid, but we're about to find out. Okay, well, it's pretty interactive. I'll give CNN credit. Seems interactive to me. You've got results that'll pop up here. Kind of. So he's up by 20 in Indiana. That's what he won the state by in 2016, but there's a lot of vote left to be counted. There's a lot of rural areas. There's also Indiana. There's also, or Indianapolis. There's also Gary. And a lot of that is the early vote, to keep that in mind. So the New York Times wants to be, I don't even know. But we have the rep map as well. The rep map is here on the screen, which, again, I think that we probably could make this the battle map where it looks better like this. When we fill out the map and call the states as they will come in, we're almost ready. We got 2 minutes to go before polls close out of various states. We've got Georgia. We've got Virginia, and Virginia's going to probably come in red. Georgia is going to come in fast this cycle. That's going to give us a very big hint at how this election's going to go on, because Donald Trump needs to win the state of Georgia if he wants to expand his pathway to victory. He could win without it. It's not likely, but he needs one of North Carolina or Georgia, or he's going to have to run the table. North Carolina is going to close soon. So New York Times is back, yeah. And again, they got rid of the needle because their writers decided to go on strike at the least opportune time. And it's not back for me for some reason. It is not interactive, and it's not even, I don't know, it's strange. That's strange. Say Hey Kids is looking for a miracle here in Nevada. Delt35 says, sending this to simply say thank you for your content. Great job and well-deserved. Well, thank you for your support. It helps the channel keep going. Helps it run. Appreciate it. So we have polls closing in 1 minute, guys, out of several states. We have not called any states yet, but we'll be able to. And guys, don't overanalyze the betting markets. They can be right, they can be wrong, but they're one of the most schizophrenic indicators for anything ever. Trump might gain as you see Florida come in, and then if another state comes in not doing all that well. So we'll see. New York Times is really not making things user-friendly for really anybody right now. I mean, you can't even zoom over the counties, but you can see the results. So I don't think it's a miracle in Nevada necessarily, as the last super chatter said. If Trump won it, I think the data would point towards a Donald Trump victory. The question is by how much, and it's going to be close either way. It's going to be close. So we'll see. But we got Indiana. We've got a lot of other states as well. I wish they had a map that would, I guess, be colored in a little bit more. But Florida, okay, it's 7 o'clock. We're going to get Florida. Kentucky, we can call. The Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk can call Kentucky and Indiana for Donald Trump. We could also call Vermont for Kamala Harris. Vermont will go to Kamala Harris. Plenty of other states we're not ready to call at this moment, but we can officially call several states as things stand today. So already Donald Trump leading in 2 states. Those will go in his column. Steve Hunts, thank you for the super chat. We can call those states for Donald Trump. Donald Trump will win both of those states without hesitation. As you can look at the big board here, he's at 19, she's at 3, but a lot of map left to fill in. They haven't, but let's see. CNN is just tough to use. I think Decision Desk is probably better at this stage in the game. But let's see. Nothing yet. It's updating. It's updating as it stands today. It's updating right now. So I mean, maybe if you wanna lower the zoom, it could be a little bit better. I just don't think it's that user friendly. How do you click off of this? How do you get back? Okay, is it that? Okay, there we go. Okay, we have results. Florida results are in. That's the early vote in Osceola County, and it's only a 3-point lead for Kamala Harris. And here we go. Here comes Florida. Here comes the cavalry. That is great news for Donald Trump. He lost the final vote in Osceola by 14, and that was a big improvement. So already, Donald Trump in a big county, you're looking at Osceola. That is early vote. It could even flip when it's all said and done. But that is a very, very, very good result for Donald Trump. And that's where a lot of Puerto Ricans live, too. If you're talking about Puerto Rico and that joke having an impact on this election, I just don't see it. I just don't see it at all. It is true that Kamala won the straw poll in Puerto Rico by a 65-22 margin. But keep in mind, Puerto Rico is indeed Puerto Rico. A lot of Puerto Ricans are liberal, but the stateside Puerto Ricans may be a little bit less so. So you have those results there. Apparently, Harris is... Now she's trailing. Trump's in the lead. Where is his lead coming from? We only have 1 county filled in. Where's the rest of Florida? We don't have the rest of Florida. Shout out to Sam Godwin for the super chat. Let's see. Okay, yeah, they just don't have the interactive map on New York Times up again. But CNN, yeah, CNN, rare victory for CNN. Mark Andrew Hamilton says, Pruser says Arizona might be an 8-10 plus electorate. Maricopa Republicans doubled today. I think Arizona wins by 10. He was up by... Okay, look, Arizona, I'll say this about it. Independents skew a little bit to the left. That could change the cycle, but also keep in mind there's a lot of these like McCain squishy type of Republicans. Like Harris probably does win 10% of them because they got TDS. But is it going to be enough in the grand scheme of things if there's too many Republicans when you have more low-propensity Republicans, less educated voters that benefits Trump? I don't know. But Georgia, nothing out of Georgia, nothing out of Virginia. We can call Vermont. We know which way Indiana's going to go. Kentucky, big win for Trump so far. We don't have, okay, we have a little bit in. That's early voting out of Lexington. Louisville as well. And Franklin's still going for Kamala, but it's very early on. We'll check in Florida, but Florida, okay, big numbers out of Florida. Lee County Charlotte County, Donald Trump is winning 65-34. Duval County's in. Okay, Duval is an indicator for Georgia, and Trump doesn't need to win Duval to win Georgia, but usually, and this is the early vote in Duval, the way Duval moves, Georgia moves. If Duval moves right, they say Georgia might move right, so we'll see. Somebody says Georgia vote is in on AP News. Let's see, I don't... Yeah, very little vote is in. It'll update. But that is, okay, now he's up by 17. That is insane. Now, there's a lot of votes that haven't reported yet. Orange County's not in. A lot of counties are not in. But Florida, going for Trump already, a 17% lead in the state of Florida. That is big for Donald Trump. He's going to, and that's 13% of the vote in, he's going to win Florida. Anybody who said that Florida was going to flip, I said they need their head examined, and I think they do need their head examined, to be fair. But let's see, we could refresh Decision Desk. Do they have any updates? Nothing out of Georgia. We don't need to keep every tab open, guys, but we can go back and forth. But Florida, that is big for Trump out of Florida. Duval County is within 1%. That's a good indicator for Georgia, a very good indicator for Georgia. So, again, Trump is leading the exit polls in Georgia, not like they mean everything. He's also, in some of them, he's looking good in Pennsylvania, too. But is NBC News, do they even have, like, their exit? And again, exit polls are not, 1 minute, they are an hour and 23 minutes until they put them in statewide. But Florida, 13% of the vote is in. That's good news for Trump. It is the early vote, as Andrew asked in chat. So, yeah. Volusia County, he's up by 19. What was Volusia last cycle? It was, a 14-point win. But again, it's going to probably get redder because the election day votes were redder. You talk about seniors, Sumter County, that's where the villages are. 91% of the vote is in. Trump is winning at 68-32. He won it, again, that's roughly in line with what he won it by last time. So not really a big improvement, but the election day vote probably does end up breaking his way. And some of these counties are more elastic than others. So Florida, I mean, it's apparent that Donald Trump is going to win the state of Florida at this point. So the New York Times is back? Really? They finally, okay, they are back. They have it at 30%, by the way, in Florida. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, guys. But Florida, where are those votes coming in? Broward County, he's at 39% in Broward. Broward, he's at 39. Really? That's crazy. He was at 34 in the end total. He's now at 39% in Broward County. He might even break 40 in Broward. Sarasota, he's up by 13 in Sarasota. Sarasota, last time he won by 10. So when you look at this, you can kind of see how it's shaking out in the state of Florida. It's looking to be very good for Donald Trump. He's going to probably easily win Florida. There's really no question I think anyone really had about Florida. But yeah, this is not good for Harris there. Georgia, very few votes are reported. Twiggs County reported half its ballots. Trump is up by 9. But again, they're counting the early votes first there. We know that it's going to get probably redder. Twiggs County, if we could even find it. Where is Twiggs? It's south of Macon. Yeah, 53-46. So he's already outrunning his total. Yeah, he's already outrunning in Twiggs. I don't know how the rest of the vote's going to come in, but that's good for Trump. If he's outrunning his totals, then he's doing what he needs to do in that respective county. So that's good for him. So Florida, he's leading Florida by 3 already. That's what he won it by last cycle. Miami-Dade is interesting. If he could flip Miami-Dade. What does West Palm do? What does Osceola do? Orange County, he's already at 41% in the early vote in Orange County. Last cycle, he was only at 38% in the final vote in Orange County. So already you're seeing big shifts to the right. Osceola County, that is huge in the state of Florida. Let's see, we have some of these other counties they're starting to pour in. Doesn't really seem like any of them are like all the way in Clay County outside of Jacksonville. Trump is up 69-31. Let's see what it was last time. In Clay, So he's up in that county too. So he's up everywhere. Florida, I mean, it's pretty much a done deal. Pinellas County in the early vote is close. He's probably going to flip that back. Let's see what happens. Mike Oxart says Nate Silver's going to be at 100. Yeah, I don't know why he made that bet about Florida. Like, you know that Florida's not going to go blue, or not going to even be with like in 8 or 9 points. And he's like, oh, well, Florida, I'll make the bet. Yeah, that's not all that good of a bet to make. Now, very few votes are in out of Georgia. Very few votes are in Virginia, South Carolina. CNN doesn't even have any votes in. Now, 7:30 Eastern will be very telling of what happens in Ohio. But also Rick Scott. Let's look at Rick Scott. Is Rick Scott struggling? He's performing 1% weaker than Trump right now. He's going to be fine. Democrats poured a lot of money into that race, and I've said it for a long time. It's fool's gold. It's really just fool's gold for them to focus on that. Now, I will say this about Florida. It's not representative of the country. It is in a vacuum. The question is, how much is Donald Trump winning the state of Florida by? Because if he wins it by double digits, that's huge, which I did predict him to do. Seems like he might get close to that, depending on how the votes end up breaking. There's nothing in out of the Panhandle. It's going to get a few points redder from the Panhandle alone. So someone said check Anna Paulina Luna. Well, she might be losing that early vote there. Oh, she's winning it. Okay, yeah, no, she's going to win. That's set in stone. She's going to win. Georgia's at 3%. Where are the other votes coming in from in Georgia? We've yet to see. Okay, we have votes in. Early voting in Douglas County, 66%. That's a 18,000 vote lead. What was Douglas in 2020? Douglas, it was 61-36. So that margin probably could narrow, but watch the total vote share margin, because last cycle it was a 17,000 vote lead. So far in the early vote, it's a 17,800 vote lead. Rockdale County, this is 76% of our Kamala Harris is up 76-24. 68% of the vote is in Rockdale County. So that was a 40-point differential. So how are the remainder of the votes going to come in? If they come in a little bit more Republican in a lot of these places, that could be very, very good news for Donald Trump. If they stay the same, might be a little bit of trouble there, just like we're seeing in some of these other places. Camden County, 77% of the vote is in Camden County. It was 64. Now, Trump has improved in this county already. So this is interesting. This one county, 91% for Donald Trump, and it was 90%. So he's getting up the margins here, but also look at the total turnout. He has a 5,000 vote lead already. He ended up with a 6,000 vote lead. So there's still votes outstanding. He's going to expand that margin for sure. Gordon County, he's up 81-18 in Gordon County. So we're getting the cavalry, and that's in line with what it was last cycle. So it comes down to what's the turnout in Fulton, DeKalb, what are the margins like when all the votes are in, all the votes are counted. Again, very early out of Fayette, that's not going to hold. The question is, what does the end result look like? We have yet to see. But a lot of these counties in Georgia, it's a little bit of a some of these counties Trump's outrunning, some of them Harris is outrunning, but that's mainly early vote. So we'll see. We'll go back. We have anything out of Virginia? We do. Virginia Beach, very early results, and Trump is up, but again, very early results. But Florida, Miami-Dade County is not in at all. Hillsborough might flip. Pinellas might flip. You're talking about county flips when it's all said and done. Most people wouldn't have seen coming. Duval might flip. Trump is now at 49.1 in Duval. It's been an indicator for Georgia. It could diverge this cycle. Like I said, it's a margin indicator, meaning if you improve in Duval, you improve in Georgia. Typically, Atlanta area. We definitely have a lot of red rural areas. McDuffie County, 67% of the vote in McDuffie County. That is a big improvement. That is if that holds, I mean, that is a big improvement. Greene County is up 67-33 in Greene. Again, that's a massive improvement for Trump. So if the election day votes in these counties move to the right, which I anticipate they will, the question is what happens in some of these other counties. And if that's the case, Donald Trump would be in good shape in the state of Georgia, depending on what happens in the Atlanta metro area. So We'll see. It's going back and forth, but he is Heard County, 86% of the vote. What did he get last time there? 83. So that's an improvement. Again, it's early, but that is an improvement for Donald Trump. Burke County, very early in Burke. Yeah, that's not going to hold. If that county does end up flipping, that would be a county flip for Kamala Harris, but it's unlikely to happen at the end of the day. So Florida, 44% of the vote is in. Nothing out of Miami-Dade or the Panhandle, and Donald Trump already leads by 5 in the state. So let's see. Someone said South Carolina. No, their polls. Do their polls even close? Right now it's blue. That's not going to hold. That's not going to hold. But let's see. So let's go back to Georgia. Rockdale County, Douglas County, these two counties. Again, those are likely early results. We'll see if it narrows as those counties come in. But they are, again, very, very liberal counties in the Atlanta metro. We don't have a lot of red rurals in, but those rurals are really looking good for Trump. And it depends. If this is all early voting, those rurals do look good for Donald Trump. So we'll see what happens in Metro Atlanta. Exit polls look good for Trump in Georgia, but the exit polls in Georgia, I mean, they're just exit polls. Anthony W. says CNN said the exit polls in Georgia showed independents are going for Trump by 11 compared to 2020 when they went for Biden by 9. We'll see what happens with these white voters and some of these places in the Atlanta, like exurbs, because that's where I feel like Trump could kind of get his margin back to take the state. But it is early and exit polls are very flawed. Now Trump is up in Florida. He now leads by 7. He leads by 7. I think every county is pretty much moving right. Monroe County, that went for Obama. Trump is winning it by 16. Collier County's at 65% of the vote. A little bit more ancestral Republican. He's improving still a little bit there. So Hillsborough and even Pinellas, these counties probably end up flipping. Sumter County's up big, 68-31. That's probably around where his margin was last time. Not a very elastic county. Tallahassee's in. He's at 37% in Leon. That's an improvement for him there. So all around, you're seeing Donald Trump improve in like every single county. Some counties are going to be more than others. St. Lucie's only up by 6, and he won it by 1-2. So that's still an improvement for him. Now, Miami. Oh, Miami-Dade is in. Trump is up by 11 in Miami-Dade. Oh, what is going on? It's a miracle in Miami. Donald Trump up by 11 in Miami-Dade County. That is big for Donald Trump right there. He's going to take that county by 100,000 votes. That is massive for Donald Trump. And statewide, his lead is now 7. That I would not have expected that. But you're talking about the Hispanic votes there. Again, it is in a vacuum. There's a lot of Cubans. There's not a lot of Cubans outside of Florida. But Georgia's the main focus. And so far, it doesn't really tell us a lot. The counties we have looked at that have meaningful amounts of votes in are looking very good for Donald Trump so far, aside from these counties in the Atlanta metro, which are still poised to get a lot redder when the remainder of those ballots do come in. Also watch the end result in the turnout battle, which is another thing. Union County, 85% of the vote is in. Trump up 81-19 in Georgia in that county. That is wow, 81. Well, it's about the same. So maybe not. Not yet. It could get redder. It probably will get redder as more votes come in. But we're waiting on some more counties to report. But already Georgia, Trump leads, but nothing out of Atlanta. But a lot of rural's not filled in either. That's going to be the story of the night. That's how the winner is dictated. But Miami-Dade is crazy. So we'll see. But Miami, that is insane. And again, Florida will get redder. There's nothing in from the Panhandle. A lot of these other counties are going to move right when votes are counted. You still have Polk County out in Florida. He probably does take Florida by over 10. And that's kind of just a testament to how Florida has moved right. It's not exactly a bellwether, but Miami-Dade, that is crazy. And a lot of young voters in Miami-Dade, will they move right? There's another question about that. We're a little bit uncertain about how younger voters are going to move. You know, is age depolarization going to kick in? What exactly is there yet? But Florida, Miami, I would not have thought Miami-Dade would go Republican by 11 points. Florida is gone for Democrats. They're not going to get it back. That's the dagger. in any hope Democrats have it, even like a statewide race in Florida. If you have Miami-Dade County going red by 11 points, that's just absurd. That's just insane. But you love to see it. You absolutely do. So Lucas says Georgia and Florida will not be close. Same with North Carolina, maybe Arizona. I'm worried for Michigan and Pennsylvania. New Jersey will be competitive. We'll see. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. But that is good news. A lot of good news for Donald Trump in Florida. Not like we didn't think he'd lose it. RZ410 says update the electoral count. Well, I'm not going to be able to call Florida. I know Florida's gone for Democrats. We're not going to be able to call it until the Panhandle polls close. We're operating by media standards. Some people might not like that, but I kind of think it kind of adds a more professional edge to the coverage and the content. But Georgia, right now, more votes are being counted. We're still waiting in more counties to report. We have nothing. Okay, we have Rockdale County. Nothing's really changed. Nothing's really moved. So Georgia's close. I think that it's going to be very indicative of what happens in the country in terms of the black turnout, which was not high today in Cleveland. It was not high in many places. So we go back to Indiana, where do we have any more counties that are like mostly counted all the way in type of stuff? Decatur County is all the way in. Trump is winning at 78-20. This could be indicative if that is true. Decatur County last time 78-20. So now it's 78-20. So no movement there. It's not really moving at all. Watch the final turnout. It was a 7,000 vote lead or win. Here it was just roughly about the same. So not really much change in the places when they fully, fill out all their votes there. For anybody panicking about Indiana, Boone County next to Indianapolis right now, 91% of the vote is in. Donald Trump currently, he's lagging a little bit behind in Boone. But I will say that, it's 19 points. Now it's down to 10. We'll see how the rest of the votes shake out. But, I mean, that is a very left-trending area. But I don't know if it's going to move left. It moved left by 11, maybe. But if that's the early vote that we have in Hamilton, the rest of the vote's probably going to be a little bit redder. So I wouldn't panic too much about what people are seeing in some of these places. But let's go to Cinematic Adventures. Says great work as usual. Thank you. Oh, update the electoral counts on this. Okay. You guys did good by reminding me about that. So Yapam has it's 19-3. So this, I believe, is for... Okay, there we go. Perfect. That looks good. That looks really good. So Georgia, still not a lot of votes there. Florida, more votes are going to come in as the night goes on. It's probably going to get even redder, especially with the Panhandle, the election day votes. Palm Beach County's within 5. That is not good for Democrats. We'll see I don't know if that's going to flip. Pinellas just flipped Republican. 73% of the vote is in Pinellas. That is a county flip for Donald Trump, assuming it holds, which I believe it's going to. So that's good for Donald Trump. I think Seminole County was another one that flipped back. I don't know where it is here. Let's see. Either way, it's not blue on the map. So that's kind of what we're focused on. But Miami-Dade, a lot of votes there. Republicans almost up 100,000 votes, and the Democrats in Miami-Dade. Now Donald Trump leads by 8%. So that margin keeps going up, and that Panhandle's outstanding. That might be a 10-point win in Florida for Donald Trump. That might be a 10-point win. South Carolina, we have counties in Kershaw County. Donald Trump leads by 25 in Kershaw. Let's see what it looks like on the map here. So he's already improving. I don't know if that's going to hold. I don't know what votes are counted first, but Chesterfield County 61-38. So he's going up. So maybe that's a sign of lower black turnout in those counties. Maybe it's a sign of Trump's base coming out in those counties. I'm not sure what it is. Virginia, we have a lot of votes now in Virginia, but they're very scattered. And it does seem, where are the votes coming in from for the Democrats? I don't think it's updated, but they are leading somehow. So it's going to update. I'm sure we'll check CNN. CNN has Virginia red, so they haven't updated the same counties. John Luca Berger says, what should the margin in Virginia be to show a good night for Donald Trump? If it's within like 7, that's like solid. But again, we're not going to know for a while, probably a few hours. So just relax and we'll go through it. So let's see. I missed Norfolk. Okay. Or however you pronounce it. Yeah, Kamala's getting her vote share from there. That's not surprising. Some of these counties, there's just very few votes in from these counties. There's not like a county that's all the way in. Prince George County is 45% in. Let's check in on Virginia. Let's see. Okay, so that's 58 to 40. So again, 57-43. We don't know if that's what type of vote that is coming in. Virginia usually has a red mirage, but this year it might not. But Florida, yeah, Donald Trump, 7-8 point lead right now in Florida. That is, it's over in Florida for the Democrats. It'd be shocking if they even held some of these counties as the rest of the votes come in. Irish Pizza Man said, great job the last few weeks and today. Well, I appreciate it. And like I said, guys, it's gonna be a long ride. Just be patient. A lot of votes that we haven't exactly gotten to count just yet. Okay, Virginia seemed to rebound. Okay, we did lag a little bit. We're back. We got 10,000 live viewers. So we're waiting on a lot of these places to report. Matthews County's at 77%. Last cycle, what was he at? 67. So I don't know if that's going to hold, but that would be huge. Virginia Beach, he's up by 15. If that holds, that's huge. Also, shout out to JPTR2A for $50 on the super chat. But this is a different Virginia because they didn't call it at poll closings like they did in 2020. Doesn't mean that it's going to be Hampshire. Trump is up in Belknap County with 14% of the vote in. He leads 59 to 40. And this is a state with not a lot of early voting. So he's improving. If that holds in Belknap County, which it might not, but that is an improvement in New Hampshire. So that's good. That's good in New Hampshire for Donald Trump in terms of those counties that are in. Cheshire County is like Vermont. He's not going to win that. He's actually lagging behind, but there's a little bit fewer votes counted there. So we'll see. But it's very early on in a lot of these states. Georgia, we don't have any big suburban Atlanta counties. And is Trump going to improve compared to 2020? That is the question. Decatur County, I don't know if we covered this one. Half the vote is in. Trump's up by 30 in Decatur County, Georgia. Last cycle, he was only up by 18. So it might be a rural black turnout issue that Democrats have across Georgia. If that holds, it's going to be harder for them to hold the state. Definitely Donald Trump, you talk about the path to 270. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and he needs to hold all the rest of the 2020 states, which is basically all but one Florida. But let's see, 57-43. Yeah, Georgia's looking good for Donald Trump. That I don't think people can disagree with in a lot of these rural counties. Trump now on Polymarket. It's unchanged. It's unchanged. He's at 74% in Georgia. Nevada, he's at 55. Arizona, 82. He still leads the Pennsylvania. So we're getting our results as they come in, guys. We're getting our results as they come in. Also, shout out to 5 Minute Geography for gifting the super chats. Let's see. Also, by the way, Decatur County for the people in super chat. That's not Decatur, Georgia, the city, like in Atlanta Metro. That is not the same Decatur. Ocketee County, 84% of the vote is in. 67-32 in Ocketee County. That's more than he won it by last time, and most of the votes are in. So there are these shifts in the rurals. The question is, how do the suburbs come in? What's the turnout in Fulton? What's the turnout in DeKalb, which the county was today, the whole day, there were no lines. There were no lines whatsoever. Decision desk called South Carolina for Trump. Yeah, I think that the Red Eagle Politics decision desk can call the state of South Carolina for Donald Trump. He's up 28-3. You don't want it to turn into the Atlanta Falcons, but we do know something about Georgia, and that is Donald Trump is not in a bad position there. So this is, not the best look, 28-3. It's cursed, but it's fine. Trump is our Tom Brady. Hopefully he can finish strong. We've yet to determine if he's going to or not. A lot of results that are Very contradictory. Also, 7:30, we can now change it. It's not 28-3. It's 32-3, because the state of West Virginia, we can call for Donald Trump. Donald Trump will win the state of West Virginia, and Republicans will flip the Senate race in the state of West Virginia, and more votes are going to be counted. But West Virginia flips, or it flips in the Senate. It holds in the Republican column in the Senate race. So there you go. Let's see. Every county so far from the Associated Press, Donald Trump has gained in every one in Kentucky, including the one in Indiana. So if that is true, he's improving. When the votes are counted, he's improving. That is good news for Donald Trump as the night goes on. Indiana, it's not necessarily as indicative of the rest of the Rust Belt. We'll see how some of these places in the suburbs go. Those are a lot of rural counties, but the rural turnout that we do see across the Midwest, it's there. The question is, how do these white working class voters in certain suburbs end up going? That's another question that we have yet to answer. So already, Miami-Dade, big for Donald Trump. Palm Beach County could flip. Donald Trump is one of those 267,000 votes. Duval flips to Donald Trump. That is big time for Donald Trump right there. Duval County. Duval is red. Now, will it stay red? I'm not sure, but probably. And there's more votes in. Trump's up by 9. He's flipped, I think. He's had to have flipped, Seminole County by now? I mean, that is, I don't know where it is, but a lot of votes left to count in Florida that are going to be really Republican, and Donald Trump is going to probably lead by 10 when it's all said and done, especially because the election day vote was crazy. Georgia, a lot of vote just dropped. Trump is up by 15, but again, a lot of it is rural. But some of these counties like Houston County, he's up by 13 in Houston County. If we could find it, if he won it by 12, 13, so he's holding strong in the early vote there. Bleckley County at 80. So that's more than he got last cycle. So that is good news in Georgia. The rurals look good for Trump. The suburbs, like these counties, I don't know what they're going to end up at. We know Rockdale County, Biden got 70% of the vote there. Right now, Harris is at 76, but that is likely going to fall. The question is, by how much does it fall? And then how do the suburbs and how does Atlanta come in? So we're getting some results. Ohio polls have closed. South Carolina polls have closed. Donald Trump with a 31-3 lead right now in the Electoral College. It's not going to stay that way, but let's see where the votes are in now. Concord, Merrimack County in New Hampshire, Kamala Harris leading by 19 in that part of New Hampshire. Where was it last time? It was at 10. So I don't know if it's going to stay there or maybe it's an improvement. Now, Strafford County flipped in New Hampshire as well. Now Harris leads it by 15. It was won by 15 by Biden. So no change there, but still very early on. Trump is not probably going to improve much in New Hampshire if he improves in it at all, but he did win the he tied in the midnight voting, which was good. So, yeah, West Virginia, we already see a Senate seat that flipped. Look at that flip color on the New York Times map. Hung Cow so far, he's only down 4. Let's see what Trump is down in the same vote counted. He's down 10. So Hung Cow is actually outperforming significantly right now, which is something I've said for a while. I kind of put my foot on the brake about it. But, he is a good fit for Virginia. I don't know if that's going to hold up. But let's see what Kelly Ayotte's doing up in New Hampshire. How is she out Trump? She is outrunning Trump by 5. So on net, she's outrunning him by like 10. She's probably going to win that race there. So nothing out of West Virginia. Ohio polls have closed. No votes are counted yet out of Ohio. We have nothing out of Ohio yet, but it's still early on in the night. So Virginia is back and forth and back and forth. We'll see what goes on in Virginia, but Cow is outrunning Trump, and it just got a little bit redder. I don't think any of these counties are close to all the way in yet. Let's see. Norfolk is 29%, and Harris is at 20. She's at 70% of the vote. Is that going to hold? Let's go to Norfolk, Virginia. Actually, it probably will, but that's down from Biden. So we'll see how the rest of the votes come in. We have more votes in out of Prince William. I think that's got to be like mail. 90-9 for Harris. And again, Prince William is a county. Again, that's not very many votes, but she did net 25,000 there. That's a big vote dump for her there early on. So maybe there's not going to be a red mirage. It could be a blue mirage out of some of these places in Virginia. So Florida, Trump leads by 9. Panhandle hasn't even closed yet. Miami-Dade holding strong for Donald Trump by 11. I mean, these counties just keep getting redder. Trump might take this state by 1 million votes when it's all said and done. Duval's going red. Hillsborough might go red. Some of these other counties are narrowing. Osceola's on the verge. A lot of Puerto Ricans there. They thought a joke told by some comedian would flip Florida. Yeah, that's not how it's working out tonight. Now, we're not done yet. It's not over. AP VoteCast exit polls show Trump up by 2.5 in North Carolina. Oh, North Carolina's polls have closed. We have our first results in. Where are they from? In North Carolina. Blue. It's going to be a blue mirage in North Carolina. Keep that in mind. It is very early on. So North Carolina, finally we get some results out of North Carolina. These are going to come in more blue. That's how it works. But Wake County in the early vote, Trump's at 27% in Wake County. What did he end up getting in the final total? Because usually it gets redder as it goes on. Wake County, he got 35%. So he's not lagging far behind in the research triangle. Durham, he's at 15 in the early vote. Orange, 24. He's at 13, but there's very few votes have been counted. But those votes are going to favor Democrats. People need to understand that it doesn't mean very much. It's very preliminary. This is just how North Carolina tends to count their ballots. It's just how they count. So it doesn't tell us much. But Trump will gain in the later vote dumps there. That we know for a fact. It's a blue mirage state, just like Florida. But there was no blue mirage this time because Donald Trump took the state by a sizable margin. Now here comes the blue mirage. Oh, this is a blue mirage in Virginia, I think we're seeing. But Fairfax County, Trump is at 30%. I don't know. That might be a red mirage county because what was Fairfax at last cycle? 28%. So if that stays at 30, that's an improvement from Donald Trump in Fairfax. So very early on, take it with a grain of salt. But we have results in Ohio. Donald Trump is up big in Ohio. That is Warren County. That is 54% of the vote. That's the early vote in Warren County. He's at 61%. So he probably improves in Warren County. If he improves in places like this, the Cincinnati exurbs, he's probably going to end up having a good night because the rurals, they get redder, but where it's won is kind of in the middle. How's Warren County doing? What's the final result there? Trump won it by 40,000 votes. He leads by around 18,000 right now, but there's a lot of votes left. How is Bernie Moreno doing in that vote dump out of Ohio? He's winning somehow. I don't know which other places have come in. They haven't put it in probably, but he's winning so far. But if he's, let's see, we're about to find out if he's lagging behind by a lot or not. So it's 57 for Trump. Moreno's only at 50, but that's 1%. See, it's just hard to tell. We probably have to wait a little bit until some more of these results come in. Because Trump, there's far more votes put in for Trump right now. Far more votes in for Trump, but they haven't put them all in yet. But we can look at Ohio. But, Democrats in the early vote didn't have the best showing for a while. They didn't have the best election day showing from the data that we've had out of places like Cleveland. We'll see what's about to happen. But this is vote in from Stark County, which, again, I think was an Obama-Trump county. Trump is already running at 53% in Stark County. Cuyahoga's in. Cuyahoga's only 23 votes are in, but Stark County, 39% is in. Donald Trump, he has a lead, but that lead is going to increase as the night goes on. That's how Ohio counts their votes. Like I've told people before, it's a blue mirage, but somehow Donald Trump is winning the totals right now. So Iridescence says, I like the way you said he's winning somehow. Yeah. North Carolina, again, 2% of the vote is in. Not a lot in out of North Carolina. Polls close in 20 minutes out of several states. We're going to get our first results in the Rust Belt out of Pennsylvania, Texas, many of these other places. So we'll have to wait and see how it all shakes out, how it goes down. So Decision Desk, I'd like to see if they could update the counties that are fully all the way in as they come in. But yeah, 3% of the vote is in. Trump is winning Stark County. That's, again, early voting. He's going to probably win it by more. Warren County, he's up big. That, again, usually Ohio starts off blue, and there still are a lot of blue areas that are going to come in. Let's see. Is there lag? Doesn't seem like it. So, again, yeah, North Carolina, people don't understand North Carolina if they're panicking about it, at least right now. There are no counties that are all the way, mainly mail-in voting, mainly early voting, and mainly blue areas reporting too. You have the Research Triangle. You have certain parts of the state that are more blue, Buncombe County as well. You have nothing out of a lot of these big red areas in the state, and you also just have a lot that's left off the table. But Georgia, we're still waiting on some counties in the Atlanta metro to drop. Very few out of 4 states. Bartow, Trump's at 75% in Bartow County. Let's see, Bartow last cycle, 74.6 was the total. Right now he's at 75. So like a very exurban county, kind of rural. Donald Trump is doing better with the early vote than his end totals in Georgia. That is good news for Trump there. That's very good news for Trump there. There's a lot we don't know out of Georgia. Now, because we don't know a lot. So let's see. Okay, we lost our stream. We got it back. Yeah, but I was saying that North Carolina, there's a lot we don't know, but it's not definitive or indicative. Ohio should be bluer right now than it usually. It should be bluer. Republicans did well in the early vote, but also you look and see what's going on with the, I guess you would say, with a lot of the blue areas, because they usually report first. They're not reporting right now. We'll see when they report. They probably will report soon. Let's check in on Bernie Moreno. Now it's at 2%. So certain counties, let's see, Stark County, it's 50 to 48. So he's lagging behind in Stark County by 5 points. So that's not bad. If that's the case, he's going to win. Moreno's going to win. It's going to hold. But there's a lot we don't know in Ohio. So let's see. Do we have anything? We have poll closings in 17 minutes out of several states. That should be exciting. So let's see. We'll go to... Let's see. No, it should be 32. We called for 32. But yeah, 15,000 people in the live chat, guys. Make sure you guys like and subscribe to the channel. But so far, it's looking to be like we just have to wait. But some of the results we have are good for Trump. Some of the results are like we don't know. And then some of those results come in and they're better for Trump. So we have really yet to see how it shakes out. As things go on tonight and beyond. Reagan 1980s has been watching you for years. You do an excellent job. Good to see smart young people in Republican politics. It's true. We need smart people. If Donald Trump wins, he's going to put Elon Musk in charge of the national debt. Should have done that a long time ago. Yeah, Mahoning County's in, and again, Kamala Harris leads it. That probably is not going to hold. If that were to hold and she were to flip it back, which is unlikely, then that's really bad news for Trump. But I don't think it's likely. It's the mirage, and it's 43% in. Ohio gets redder as the night typically goes on. We'll be able to call Florida at 8 o'clock, but right now we can't really call it. Again, nothing out of North Carolina. These are very preliminary mail dumps in mainly blue areas that are dictating that margin, and even in some of them like Wake County, it's not even looking all that awful for Trump. But it's, again, very, very, very early on. Georgia, we are still waiting on a big, like a Cobb or a Gwinnett to drop, or even a Fulton or DeKalb to drop their results. Hall County, Trump's at 73 in Georgia. Last time he only got 70. So he is improving in rural Georgia. That is good news for Donald Trump. So... Someone said Palm Beach is close to flipping. You're right. Oh, it's razor thin. That might flip. Trump deserves his home county this time. You know, he deserves it. Let's see it happen. Oh, Seminole County's actually blue right now, but it's probably going to flip. Duval flipped, probably going to hold Republican. But it is indicative of Georgia. And so far in these rural or like, mid-sized counties outside of Atlanta, Trump is really running up the score. And I didn't even think there was enough room for him to do so. So, maybe that's just because of the fact that, it's not like what do you call it? It's just it's a turnout drop off than a Trump like gaining. It's a little bit of both, to be fair. It's a little bit of both. But we still have a lot of votes left. Virginia, Prince William, see that narrowed. Prince William's now, Trump's at 35. So he was down at 9%. He's at 35 now. Loudoun County, 63% of the vote is in. He's at 38% in Loudoun County. That is a county that has moved drastically to the left. I don't know if that's going to hold, but if that holds, that's an improvement for Trump in Loudoun County. And if Loudoun County improves for him, that is huge. He's improving in Fairfax as well. And like I said, it's early. They've had a red mirage. Sometimes it's like maybe a blue mirage in some counties. But okay, someone said Hamilton flipped. That's good news for Trump. Now, and Boone got redder too, and the percentage stayed the same. So that's even better news for Trump. So we're waiting, guys. We are waiting. But nothing out of Indianapolis. Gary will be an indicator too. How is black turnout, Hispanic turnout doing? Obviously, Florida's Florida, but we've really yet to determine. We'll get some tidbits hopefully from the decision desk. This one county in western South Carolina, Trump's at 74 with a lot of the votes counted. What was it last time? 73. So he is holding his own in the South. People were concerned the abortion the other way could be a problem for Trump. But so far, not necessarily. So check Monongalia County, West Virginia. Did that flip? Or West Virginia, did it flip? No, it's red. Okay. Yeah, that county, if there was going to be a county in West Virginia that goes blue, it's this one. So if that holds Republican, that's good for Trump. It's a college town. Could mean he's doing well with younger voters. We'll see how it goes. It's not indicative of the state for sure. So do keep that in mind. But, yeah, Georgia, Florida, still holding strong as it is. So we're 12 minutes away from results in a lot of key states. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. But yeah, guys, don't panic at North Carolina. If that's like 32% in, you get to panic. You don't get to panic right now. You don't get to panic. Now Trump is up in Ohio by 16, which again, it's the early vote. Let's check the comparisons in Putnam County. He's at 83% in Putnam in Ohio. He's improving. These are white working class areas. And again, that's the early vote. Auglaize County, 77, 80%. So a little bit lagging behind there. But again, it is the early vote, guys. Don't panic too much. Let's check Kentucky. He's at 63% in Boone, so this is kind of slightly indicative. So he's running a little bit behind, but the votes are not all in. Campbell County, all the votes are in, and that does seem to be a shift in the left column. But is there that many votes? It seems like there's a lot of that. Can't be right. That's got to be an error because they're missing half the county. It's not at 95%. So. Chauncey Hart says, look at the betting odds. They're sky. Probably because of Florida and maybe Georgia. I wouldn't put too much stock into poly market right now, but Trump, you'd rather have it be looking good than looking bad. I mean, he's at 81% in Georgia, 99% in Florida. North Carolina still holding strong. But if Georgia goes red, you would think North Carolina does too. And if North Carolina votes to the left of Georgia, I've said it for a while, it's still going to go Republican. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. We have a lot of votes left to count. But just all in all, we're not there yet. Apex Caliber says, shout out Project Virginia for turnout. Win. Well, hopefully they do win. Yeah, it's an interesting evening to say the least, and not in a bad way. There's just a lot that we're getting thrown at it all at once, and not a lot of it's bad. Banks County, Trump's at 89% in Georgia. Let's go down here. What did he get last time? 88. So he's running in line. He's either running in line or ahead. It all comes down to the suburbs. How do they break? Do black voters in them drop off, which makes them redder? What are the dynamics here? Because the rurals are phenomenal for Trump. I wouldn't read too much into the Chatham County results because it's early. Christian says, how concerned are you about shenanigans? I'm not worried about it right now. We'll worry about it if the time comes, though. Florida, oh yeah, he's up by 10. Safe, red, Florida, no panhandle in. That is big for Donald Trump. Right there out of the state of Florida. Loudoun County, yeah, I mean, it depends, because Loudoun, he's at 40. That can't be all the votes. There's no way that's all the votes. If that's all the votes, I mean, see, there was about 210,000 votes there last time. This is 200. That might be it. If that's it in Loudoun, that is, are you kidding me? If that's the end result in Loudoun, that is big for Donald Trump. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but if that's the end result in Loudoun County, I mean, folks, that is big for Trump. I'm not saying it would be enough to like win Virginia, but that's like your white suburban area. You know, it's kind of a little different from what we've seen in places like Indiana, but they're not done counting in a lot of these places too. Hamilton's not done counting. But if he turns a corner in Loudoun, that is a big improvement for him. I don't know if it's all the way in, though. I mean, I'm being very, very cautious about... See, it's now down to 91. But there's very few votes left. They'd all have to break, and they might all break Democrat. But I don't know. I don't know what it's going to be looking like. Virginia Beach is still holding strong for Trump. He won it in 2016, lost it in 2020. Big military presence in Virginia Beach. If he flips that back, that would be big. Ohio's now at 7% counted. Mahoning is stagnant. Let's check in on Bernie Moreno, though, because let's see how he's doing in Mahoning County, because that's like your white working class stronghold. Brown's only running ahead by like 7 or 8 in Mahoning. That's not good for Brown. Warren County's going for Moreno by a little bit less than it's going for Trump by. All around, it's going to be very difficult for Democrats to win the Senate or to even have any pull in the Senate because, yeah, you have Murkowski, whatever. But the Senate, if that holds in Ohio, I think Brown is going down, which, again, it's early. But Brown, okay, Osceola. Did Osceola flip? It did, Osceola. I mean, the Puerto Rican stuff, they thought that would hurt Trump in Florida. That did not hurt him there. And keep in mind, Puerto Rican voters in Pennsylvania have always voted similarly to those in Florida. They're a little bit more liberal in New York City. But this whole like non-controversy, they try to milk it. I don't know if that's going to really move that needle much, but we'll see. But Virginia, yeah, Loudoun, again, it depends. Mark Manreds for 50 says, Red Eagle said it, miracle in Miami. It's true. It's a miracle. We need a miracle in Maricopa, a miracle in Montgomery, a miracle in Macomb and Monroe, a miracle in Milwaukee. There's a lot more miracles you need. Oh, Hillsboro's gone. Wait, really? No. And now the stream's back. So, sorry guys, like I said, it's an internet service problem. It's not going to stop me from doing what I have to do tonight. Clayton County, Harris is up 85-14 in Clayton. That's a very black heavy area. And it's 80, and that was the early vote. 85-14 is not a big improvement from 85-14. That is the same. And that county moved, I believe that county moved, how much did it move to the left? I can't even find it here. I can't even find it here. Where is it? Where is Clayton? Okay, it's right under Fulton. It's just not showing up. It's missing. There's no arrow. Did it not move? Maybe, I mean, we'll see. Vinyl Guy 54 says Kamala has over 100,000 votes in North Carolina. That's not surprising. This is early vote data, and where is it coming from? Oh, Mecklenburg. Okay, guys, we should be back. But Trump in Mecklenburg County, he's only at he's at 29%. He only got 31 in the final. So already, I don't know how many votes are going to be counted there, but he's not doing poorly. Virginia's within 10. Now Loudoun's back up to 95%. Okay, Loudoun, they put more votes in, or it's still at 95% in Loudoun County. If that holds up, that's not good news for Kamala Harris. She's not doing well in even like the college-educated white suburbs that helped Joe Biden. That's an 8-point swing to Donald Trump. An 8-point swing. And that's not entirely in a vacuum either. Like, I don't think, Virginia's at 94% Harris on Poly Market for obvious reasons. But the Loudoun County stuff, Oklahoma's only, what? Oklahoma, there's 23%. You can buy Harris or Trump for 77 in Oklahoma. I don't even know why they did that. But let's see. Toledo, early vote, Trump's at 36 in Toledo. What did he get last time in Toledo? 40. So he's going to go up for sure. Just based on how Ohio reports their votes, I'm not seeing anything to worry about yet in Ohio. But like Florida, it's an 11-point lead before the panhandle closes. And we have 3 minutes before we can call it. Jonathan Cox says, time for some payback, Grover Cleveland too, but let's wait a minute. All right. And shout out to Dimitri V for 20. But look, that looks good. We want to play it with a little bit of caution, but the data that I'm seeing so far is so far looking decent for Trump in the places that matter. But let's go back here. I'm trying to find it's a non-existent county here. They just didn't input the shift. Okay, never mind. Maybe I could find it on my own end. But yeah, the fact it's at its 2020 margin with the early vote is good news for Trump. We talk about the black turnout. Harris did not, if that's the case, do enough to energize that demographic if she truly is going to go down in Georgia, which is 24% in. Trump has a big lead. There's nothing from Atlanta. Don't jump to conclusions there. And see, Trump is gaining. Look at Alexander County. 80% of the vote is in Alexander County in North Carolina. He's at 80%, and he's at 80%. So the early vote in North Carolina in the red counties, he's matching it. So, again, Loudoun County. Wow. If that holds, which it might not. But that is big, because you're talking about the Philly suburbs. You're talking about Montgomery. She's not going to get those totals. I don't know if it's true. It might be in a vacuum because of the whole transgender insanity. That might be what's driving it. And then you have Columbus, 30 or 29% of the vote is in Franklin, or he's getting 29% in Franklin County, which, again, if you go to Franklin here, he was at 33 in the final, so he's going to likely improve in Columbus. A lot of younger voters there. But other than that, Ohio is not going blue. Like I said, Ohio is a blue mirage, and then it goes from blue to red to blue to red, and Trump is going to pull ahead as the night goes on, if he doesn't something seriously wrong. But, I'll tell you guys if there's a warning sign. So we're 1 minute away from polls closing, the biggest polling closing dump in the country. We have a lot of states that are going to be closing their polls, including the battlegrounds of Pennsylvania and Michigan, but also a lot of states on the East Coast. So it's 8 o'clock in about, I believe, a minute. The polls are going to close, and things are going to get a lot more interesting. Apex Caliber says, let's win back the state of Washington and Jefferson. I don't think the margins are there, but those suburban margins, we heard suburban turnouts up. Well, if Loudoun's margin stays the same, it wasn't really to the benefit of Kamala Harris. And the modeler that we know, and I've cited on the channel before, he had the state within 5. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but the numbers that we're seeing, it could be a state that votes to the right of where it did in 2020, despite its recent leftward turn. So it's 8 o'clock. We can officially make a state projection. Donald Trump has won the state of Florida, and it's 30 electoral votes. 30 electoral vote prize for Donald Trump. That is a big prize he can add into his column. The state of Florida, his home, a bit more than what that comes in at, which is in line with my exact prediction. There's other states here. We can call Washington, D.C. for Kamala Harris. We can call that. I believe that we can call, we're kind of going to wait for some of these state calls. We can call Alabama and Mississippi for Donald Trump. He wins Alabama. He wins Mississippi. 15 electoral votes between those two. We can call Maryland for Kamala Harris. She'll win Maryland. I believe she will win Massachusetts as well. We can make that call put those states in her column. I believe Maine's polls have closed, and Texas votes are in. Dallas County in the early vote, Trump is at 38% in Dallas County. So don't fret about blue Texas. He's doing much better in Dallas. Oh, wow, look at that. That's where we held that focus group in Dallas when you had all these people. We talked to 8 minority individuals, and they were all undecided because that was what we were targeting, but they were really all leaning Trump. And I don't know if that's going to be indicative or if that's going to hold, but that's 51% of the vote. Denton County, 92% of Denton County's in, and Donald Trump is at 56% in Denton County. That is a rightward shift from 2020. The suburbs are coming out tonight for Donald Trump in Texas. That is not something a lot of people had on their bingo cards tonight, but still, Dallas is in. That's why it is this way. But Republicans, Trump supporters showed out in Texas. They said, not this time. Kamala Harris, you're fired, at least in Texas, in these parts of Texas, compared to 2020. So a lot of vote left to count. It's blue. It's not going to stay blue. Don't panic. Don't freak out. Look at North Carolina, guys. These counties, Surrey County, Wilkes County, Trump is getting in the high 70s in those two. In the early vote in North Carolina, he got in the high 70s at the end result in North Carolina. So you look at where the votes are coming in. In North Carolina, Donald Trump is doing well in certain places. So you're seeing this across the board. Texas, we're going to get more results in. Dallas County, again, Trump 38% in the early vote in Dallas. That is not good for Kamala Harris, and maybe it's a part of this young vote. And people talk about this age depolarization. Is it real? Because you look at the villages in Florida, again, it moved right, but not by much, and then you look at some of these other places. But we have Atlanta in. Fulton County early vote is in. Trump is at 28 in Fulton. He's outrunning it. He's gaining in Fulton. He's gaining in Fulton County. In the early vote, he's gaining in Atlanta. They indicted him in Atlanta. He's gaining in Atlanta. Again, it could be more white areas that are in. Okay, 57% of the vote is in Fulton County. She only leads Fulton County by about 130,000 votes. And yeah, that is big for Donald Trump if that holds up. You're talking about the state of Georgia. You're talking about the way it's going to go. Let's check the betting markets. Georgia, 83% for Trump, 73% in North Carolina. Pennsylvania and Wisconsin holding strong. That is big. But more importantly, okay, Allegheny County is in the early vote dump in Allegheny, which should lean blue. It is in, and Trump is at 27% in Allegheny County mail. So that he's going to gain with the votes that are outstanding. He's at 27% in the Allegheny mail dump. I don't know how to analyze that in terms of it being good or bad. He's going to have to win the election day vote in Allegheny, I think, by a little bit to win it. But Allegheny, that's the early dump. She gains, or she's going to lead that big. That's the way it goes. Orange Space Monkey says, hope you're correct about Ohio. Oh, I'm correct about Ohio and North Carolina in terms of how they count the votes. Dovabudgie 100 says, won't fall to Kamalathon testicles. God bless. We're not there yet, guys. We're not there yet. But we can call Oklahoma for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has won the state of Oklahoma. And we can update our electoral scorecard on the screen in the process. 84-27 lead for Donald Trump, but it is early. It is very early. There you go. 17,000 people in live chat. Make sure you guys like the stream and subscribe if you're new. But folks, this is it. We're in crunch time right now. We did update the scorecard. David Kirker for $100 says, I'm a public school teacher for the Oakland, California suburbs. I was reprimanded by my principal for telling a student I voted for Trump despite her asking me straight up, this is our California insanity. Don't let it infect our whole country. Go Trump and go rep. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. But Texas, again, we'll see what happens in Tarrant. But Denton County moving to the right. Kaufman County, 64-35. These counties are growing faster. Even if they move left, they might get technically redder on net. And that county's a little bit to the left in the early vote. Rockwall County, Trump at 71 in Rockwall. He was at 68. So again, Texas is moving to the right now across the board in the Lone Star State. That's a 9 o'clock call. And apparently, let's see. Okay. Where were we, guys? Where were we? Oh, Tennessee. I forgot Tennessee. We can call Tennessee for Donald Trump. We can call Connecticut and Rhode Island for Harris, although we're going to watch the margins there. So now it's 95-38 on the electoral scorecard. Donald Trump likely to cross 100 first. So 95-38. There we go. They have not called Delaware, Biden's home state. Did Biden vote for Trump? Probably. I mean, why wouldn't he at that point? I mean, they threw him out like a dog. Matthew Spencer says large support from the College of Hillsdale, Michigan, Trump 2024. Thank you for the super chat. So North Carolina looking decent. Georgia, Atlanta. If the end votes as it stands today, and look at the total margin in Fulton, for Kamala Harris with over half the vote in, that final margin is only 130,000 votes. If you want to look at Georgia here, in Fulton County, it was the final margin was about 240. So the margin is not necessarily the problem. It's what's also outstanding and how it really comes in, because that's what's going to determine the outcome. Also, Fayette County flipped, a very left-moving county in the Atlanta suburbs that Trump won by 7. It moved left by 12. Right now it's red and probably could even get redder as more votes come in. So again, Georgia is showing out tonight so far. Trump is not in a bad position at all in Georgia, especially the margins he's hitting in Atlanta. Even if turnout goes up, why did it go up? That's another question a lot of people might not have the answer to. But Virginia right now, Loudon is now, they moved it to 95. So maybe his margin dips a little bit, but would have to, all the remainder of the votes would have to go to Harris for his margin to get down to where it was last cycle. So he is not doing poorly in those suburbs there. He's holding his own at a minimum, which is what he needs to do. Ellis County's at 66% in the early vote in Texas. Let's check what it was here. Let's see if we could find it. I'm confused. Ellis County 66. It's right below Dallas. So he's holding his own in the early vote from the election day vote. He has the lead in Texas, 17% of the vote reporting in Texas. Michigan, we have votes in Michigan. Early voting, I think that's mail-in voting in Oakland County. That is heavily Democrat. That margin will not hold. The question is what's gonna transpire throughout the state. So Oakland County, we don't know where that vote's coming in from. So Pennsylvania, Northampton County, that's early vote dumps in Northampton. Trump in a bellwether county is getting 37% of the early vote. You'd have to believe he's getting 37% of the early vote, period, in Pennsylvania, if that holds up. And if it does, that means that Donald Trump only needs to win the state's election day vote by like 11 points to win. Gary says, tell us something good about Ohio. It's the early voting from blue areas. Cleveland, all the blue areas are in. Ohio is not competitive at all. We don't have to worry about Ohio. Right now, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, that's the main focus. New Jersey so far. Bergen County is going to Trump. Hold on. Okay, that might be I don't know how they count the votes there, but Bergen County is going to Trump right now. I don't know if that's going to hold, but some of these other counties are bluer than average. Citrus Peppercorn says might have to switch over to the young turds later to watch a meltdown. Well, I'm sure they're going to melt down regardless. Swing Kitten says, love your work. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm trying to keep up with the super chats, guys. If I miss yours, it's nothing personal. Apex Caliber says Fox is nervous. Virginia's too close to call. Shout out to Ann Lee. Vinyl Guy 54 says Trump's gaining in North Carolina. And he's going to gain. These are blue mirage states, Ohio and North Carolina. And so is Texas, but Trump is already leading it. Now, we have nothing in out of Austin, but the early vote in Williamson County is in, and Trump is winning that county. That is big for Donald Trump right now. So already you're seeing positive signs for Trump across the map. Philadelphia, the early vote dump is in. Harris is at 99,000 votes. They said their total target was 700,000. I don't know if that report was true, because that'd be more than what Biden got. So they would really have to be anticipating losses in like the exurbs, the rurals of Pennsylvania for that to come true. Now, we don't have a lot of results in Rhode Island, nothing. Dimitri V says, just wanted to let you know you're doing a great job. I turned 30 and have always voted in person and will continue to do so. I live in a liberal college town. The lines are super long. Yeah. Philadelphia mail, a little bit of it dropped, not all of it. But Trump is at 12%. It's not like he's getting his ass kicked there. Tarrant County's in. Okay, let's see where did this backdrop of this, I guess you would say, behind me. And Fort Worth is red with 76% of the vote in. Donald Trump is on track to flip Tarrant County, Texas. That's where Fort Worth is. And I spilled my water. I might have to go get some paper towel for this, but that's what happens when you get the results, guys. I'll be back in about 30 seconds. I will be right back. No technology is being harmed. I will just disappear. I can make myself vanish like this. All right, guys, I'm back. It should be good, and we are back. I disappeared. I am alive, and so is Donald Trump in Texas and across the nation. And this is what it comes down to. North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. If he wins those three, Kamala Harris has no path to victory. She will have none. So we have results in Kansas, and Trump is up in Kansas. It's still early. Beast Bumblebee says Ohio. Yeah, Ohio is fine. Like I say, they count the votes in the blue areas first. J.D. Vance did not take the lead in Ohio until 70% of the vote was counted in 2022. By the way, I got to close the door for sound insulation. But we're back. I did not disappear this time either. But Kansas, we have Georgia. Trump, 37% of the vote is in. Do we have, Cherokee County. This is a big one. This is a red exurb, the early voting in Cherokee County. 70% of the vote is going to Trump right now in the early vote. It's moved left. That is more than 2020. That is more, apparently. So you're seeing that there. Indiana, we were looking at earlier. Lake County, the early vote, Harris is only up by 11 in Lake County, Indiana. Biden won that by 15. And that probably is going to get a lot redder as the night goes on. That is big. A lot of Hispanic voters, black voters. You're talking about the shift across the country. You're seeing it in Dallas. You're seeing it in Fort Worth. You're seeing it in maybe less or so in Denton. But, I mean, just looking at what counties are in Texas, Donald Trump is doing well. He's on track to hit the margins we've set for him in a lot of these places. So that's good news for him. Now, let's see. Check, Ted Cruz. We forgot about Ted Cruz because this is crucial. Now, we could also check Hung Kao, see how well he's doing. I don't think that it's, let's see. It's still close. It's closer than the top line of the presidential. Ted Cruz is trailing. But, I mean, it's, again, early. Let's see. Yeah, he's hitting like Trump. So he's winning Tarrant County. He's not at risk of losing, but he is underrunning Trump by a lot right now. And maybe when Houston comes in, that might stop because Allred's from DFW. But you're looking at that. Ted Cruz, so he's underrunning Trump by, 5? Trump's going to win Texas. But, yeah, he's underrunning him by 6. So Cruz will win because he's winning Tarrant. But, he's going to have an underperformance because he's just so polarizing. Nick says, Decision Desk gives Trump 72% shot at victory. Well, that's big, but it's early. It is early. Bucks County mail, 33%. Northampton, 37%. A lot of that is just the mail-in drop. A lot of the votes are going to come on Election Day. Clinton County mail came in Republican. Erie County, that's another bellwether. Trump at 41%, but it's very early. Lancaster County, that's going to, again, a lot of this is you have a blue mirage in Ohio, which Trump's about to flip, and in Pennsylvania, and in Michigan. Macomb County, a little bit early on, but okay, so Oakland is caught up. Trump's now at 26. Macomb, he's at 74. That's not going to hold either. So Florida, the Panhandle, oh, look at this. It's a 13-point win in Florida. If Trump has a good night, the popular vote would be on the table based on what we're seeing in a lot of these big states. What's going on in Virginia? Now Trump's within 3. Yeah, Loudoun's now that it's still at 95, over 95. Prince William, he's down by 20, but there's a lot of votes left. What was Prince William at last time? That's a bit. Look at that shift, and that might not hold. That's 20 points. If that holds, she's going to have a rough night because that was 27. And if the Loudoun thing is done, he gained 8 points in Loudoun. That is huge. Pennsylvania independents, according to the exit polls, going Republican by 6 points. Again, it's very early, guys. This is not done. This is far from a done deal. Far from a done deal, but I tell people there are signs for optimism. This is not going to be like a blowout cakewalk for Kamala Harris. I don't know who thought that was going to happen when you have the fundamentals the way they do. Fest J says voted for Stein in Virginia for 10. Well, I mean, I don't have anything to say to that. Speaking of Stein, let's look at North Carolina. How much is Mark Robinson lagging behind Trump by? So votes that are, okay, these counties move left in the midterms. They move right now. So any midterm warriors out there, they're the ones taking the L's on that front. But you talk about the turnout. When you have a less educated electorate compared to the midterms, Republicans are going to do better, especially for Trump. So again, we're watching the counties, but the counties that are all the way in North Carolina, rural North Carolina, hit by the hurricane, Trump is doing better than he did in 2020. Steve Dow says Trump 50-48 was bearish for Trump. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Way to go. Kansas, Kamala Harris has taken the lead because of Wyandotte County. Again, that's not going to hold. Kansas is not at risk. Don't worry about Kansas. You're wasting your time and your energy. But, yeah, I mean, Ghost Crusader. Jay Shook says Amendment 3 and 4 in Florida. Did they really? I wasn't even looking at that. Hold on. Florida. All Florida results. Okay, that's another thing. We talk about this. Rick Scott won by double digits, as I predicted. You're right. I mean, it's not done yet, but marijuana, they didn't crack 60. Abortion, they didn't crack 60. So abortion as a winning issue for the Democrats, they were banking on it. Yeah, Ohio. So we have the needle back. The needle's back. Texas is likely R. Georgia's still a toss-up. North Carolina's a toss-up. Ohio's likely R. Pennsylvania and Michigan are toss-ups. New Jersey, and they have going likely D. But Virginia's only lean D. Maybe they don't have enough intel. But yeah, you're looking at Ohio. There's no trouble in Ohio. There's no trouble that I see. Let's go. Okay, let's see. We have the needle. It's a toss-up. The needle's back. The needle's back, and it's a toss-up right now. Folks, hold on. We're getting there. Delaware County Delaware County's not flipping. Scott B says rep stream for MVP. Stop by others, not worth it. Nice work, sir. Your coverage is second to none. Keep up the great work. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, we got 15,000 people in the live chat. So Georgia, let's see. Okay, Cobb. He's at 42% in Cobb County, folks. 42%. I think that's what he got last time. So he is holding his own in the early vote in Cobb County. The Atlanta suburbs, if that holds and some of these places get even redder, Donald Trump might walk out of Georgia with a flip in the state tonight. Texas, look at this. Even Fort Bend County's within 2. Fort Bend is within 2. Democrats had hoped they would flip the state of Texas by 2020 or 2024. It is not happening tonight. It is just not there. It is just not there at all. So let's see, North Carolina. Wanted to check some of the down ballot races, see what's going on down ballot. They say Trump is expected to win right now, but the needle can move. But let's check in any of the... All right, so we're back. Yeah, Robinson is getting cooked. He's getting cooked badly. But it doesn't seem like it's affecting Donald Trump's performance right now in the state. He currently is on track, according to the needle, to win the state. Nothing in out of Union County. Union County, these are very red areas around Charlotte. Nothing's in, and what is in is technically early vote. That's going to move Democrats. So there's a lot of room for Trump to grow in North Carolina. So far, which counties are mostly in the state? If we took a look at that, it's a little bit of a different picture. So he's doing better than 2020 in the rural counties in North Carolina, which is good for Trump. And these are mainly only absentee ballots or early votes. So again, there's a lot we don't know. But some of these counties like Swain County that are all the way in, Graham County, that's what they're showing. And that was the canary in the coal mine for Ted Budd in the midterms, that he wasn't getting turnout to do better than Trump in those counties. But Trump is getting that. He's doing better. It comes down to these suburbs. Robeson County, that's big for Trump. He's doing much better so far, but we don't know which vote that is or what's in. But Orange County, 82% of the vote is now in. This is in the Research Triangle. A lot of universities, a lot of college-educated whites. Trump is at 21% in Orange County. What did he get last time? 23.7. So there's more vote that probably even favors Trump that's outstanding in that county. So we'll see. LinnerX52 says, can you recap what's happening in North Carolina? Donald Trump is the favorite right now. We don't know by how much, but the needle is closing in. But Trump has the advantage in North Carolina as things stand today. Kamala Harris really hoped for North Carolina. But if she can't pull it out, her math is going to get a lot more difficult for her if she's unable to. So let's see. Falco Kunze says Virginia plus Trump plus 6 Alexandria plus 8 Arlington plus 2 Fairfax plus 3 Prince William plus 4 Loudoun over 2020. Yeah, but I mean, it depends what goes on in certain parts of what you're talking about. Let's see if we can get back to the main map, because it is true. So we have Missouri. Donald Trump is probably going to win Missouri. He's going to lose Illinois, but we'll watch the margins there. Ohio's about to flip back as it stands right now. Virginia's only lean D. It's like, yeah, Loudoun, he's doing 8% better on net in Loudoun County. That is insane. Like, those are, I don't even know, what did Youngkin, I think it was like within 10, but that's still huge. Georgia's lean R. They put Georgia as lean R. They understand what's going on here in terms of the way that he's at 68 in Forsyth right now. He was at 65. So he's doing better in these red exurbs. Paulding County, 62%. Paulding County there, 64. So maybe he does gain a little bit with what's outstanding there. But Fulton County, he's at 28. I don't think there's anything in out of DeKalb. But Clayton, yeah, he's already matching his totals. Rockdale, 86% is in at 75-25 in Rockdale, which was, I mean, there's still room for him to possibly grow there. So lean R, yeah, I mean, you could say that it's looking good for Donald Trump all around. Columbia County outside Augusta, 63-37, 62-36. So, you know, maybe just a little tiny bit of movement. But still, let's check the House map, guys. Let's check the House. What's going on here? Someone said we flipped a seat. Kiggins is going to hold on probably. Vindman's up by 4. I don't know if that's going to... He probably will hold on, sadly, but some of these places. The 23rd district in Florida is somehow not even called yet. Democrats probably hold on, but that's insane with what we're seeing there. So already you can look at the presidential map and you can see what's going on. We'll go to Pennsylvania. And you have very preliminary votes in Susquehanna County. That a lot of that's early voting. Trump is up by 11. In 2020, he won the state. I mean, he won it by more. He won it by close to 40. But there are more votes that are being banked right now. Trump takes the lead in Ohio. He took the lead in Ohio. Now he's taking the lead in Virginia. And now things get interesting. And again, Democrats are likely going to hold on to Virginia, but 39% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump is gaining in the state of Virginia significantly, which is not supposed. This state is not supposed to be close. Biden won it by 10, but you're seeing a shift of a lot of independent voters in places like Loudoun County to Trump. Prince William so far holding strong. He's up in Stafford County. He could hold on to that. It would be a flip. But like, this is what we're looking at. We're looking at a very different than 2020, where they called it at poll closings, and you could even make the case it was justifiable, even though I wouldn't call it that early. Trump County, Illinois, which is where Chicago is, he only got 24% there last time. So again, it's very early, 2%. But still, it's interesting to see what's going on there. But Illinois is not a competitive state. New Jersey, though, I mean, it's within 10. Bergen County is still holding strong for Trump. Let's check right now. I don't know if that holds, but he lost it by like 50. So he's improving everywhere. Warren County, which is close to the border of you have the Pennsylvania area. Some of these other counties like Gloucester, or however you pronounce it, yeah, that's going to it might get redder. Right now it's going for Harris. But like, it's good for Trump in New Jersey. Ohio, which counties are mostly in Ohio? Because it seems like it's starting to fill out. Let's see. Cincinnati, he's at 35. But again, it's the early vote. It's good. All these counties are going to get redder, and he's already got the lead with 40% of the vote in Ohio. So that is huge. Hawk 2001 says Trump skyrocketed in the betting odds. Let me see. He's at 68. Pennsylvania is kind of going back a little bit, but again, it's the early vote. People don't always know how to interpret it. North Carolina, 77%. Georgia, 85%. Texas is not even on the table. Neither is Florida, obviously. Thomas Martin says Bernie Moreno seems to be pulling ahead, but what are your thoughts on Hung Cao, how close Virginia is? Well, let's check the presidential versus the Senate. So Trump is up there, and Cao is actually down. So again, I don't think that if that holds, it's going to really be good for Cao if he's going to be going under. So someone says make the picture of the map larger, but make me smaller. These are graphics. I can't necessarily, I could try to zoom in more, but I can't exactly do it. So Dave McCormick right now, okay, Mike Rogers is at 40% in Michigan. McCormick's at 27 in Pennsylvania. Let's check this. McCormick is running in line with Trump, and Rogers is only down by 1 compared to Trump. Oakland County is narrowing. Look at that, 59 to 39. If that gets within 10, Trump is a real shot in Michigan. Wayne County's not going to stay red. That is very early vote. Washtenaw County doesn't look all that good for Harris. Macomb County, very early. Eaton County looks great for Donald Trump. I think John James lost that county. So if that margin holds in Eaton, in Michigan, which that's what I'm focused on. Eaton, look at that. Trump barely won Eaton. So if Eaton stays like that for Trump, and he's doing well among these white working class voters in the Rust Belt, then that's great for Trump. But again, is this a red mirage or not? There's a lot we just don't know what's going on in Michigan. We got a lot of conflicting data. It's very early. But Georgia, now Trump is at 55% of the vote. Gwinnett County's in. Trump is at 39% in Gwinnett County, Georgia, in the early vote. Let's check Georgia. Yeah, 40%. So he's running in line with his final margin in the early vote that we've seen. So that is huge for Trump. And he's really running it up in these exurbs like Hall County, Jackson County's at 78% in Jackson. And again, that's holding his margin, but how much of the vote is left to count that could favor Trump? I mean, there's plenty. He's doing better now in Clayton County. Coweta County's at 67, so he's holding his own there. So the like exurbs that move left are not moving left, which is good for Donald Trump in Georgia. North Carolina is neck and neck, razor thin. Cabarrus County's going blue, but that's not going to likely hold. There's plenty of votes left. Cleveland County, Trump is at 67% in the early vote in Cleveland County, North Carolina. That's more than he got in the county in 2020. So there's plenty of counties where Trump is actually improving in the early vote over his end totals, which is massive. And I will say that early vote data, when you talk about the partisan lean and registration, it does add up after. He lead Montco in Texas last time. Montgomery County, Texas, 71-27. So you're already seeing that shift. That's what the main focus is on. So, okay, we can also call Arkansas for Donald Trump, Bill Clinton's home state. Donald Trump has won it. That puts his total at 101 electoral votes, which we can update on the scorecard. So there you go. Donald Trump officially hits the triple digits before the others do. Now, let's see. I mean, Missouri, where is this coming from? Okay, Jackson County, yeah, it's going to keep it close, okay. But Texas, Virginia, New Jersey, still close, kind of. Rhode Island's close, but again, this is election day voting. They count the election day first, which is why Trump is running so competitive, but it's not going to end up that way. And then you have Delaware, which probably does go blue, but if this is like the early returns in Delaware and Donald Trump is at 42%, yeah, she's already running weaker than Biden ran in Delaware, which should not be a surprise to people because Biden had that home field advantage, and that did carry over to these Philadelphia suburbs, by the way. So you're talking about the mail-in votes, which is pretty much all they've put in to Pennsylvania, and Trump is at 28. But there's a lot of red counties that have not reported their mail-in ballots, and the red ones that are, he's running much, much better. Dauphin County, 25%. Washington and Greene are not going to hold the margin that they're currently holding at. There's virtually no way it's much of a blue mirage in Pennsylvania, as well as Ohio, but Ohio's getting redder. Let's check Bernie Moreno out right now, see how he's doing. Okay, he's only running, as I said, 5 points behind. He's running 5 points behind Trump. I said that that's what it would take. For a lot of these polls are going to be wrong down ballot. Trump is at 28 in the mail. What is he at? What is McCormick at? 28. So McCormick and Trump are running in line. Rogers, I think, is a point behind, which is a little bit to be expected because he's kind of a little bit of a weaker candidate. Aaron says the Philly overperformance from Kamala's because the two biggest strongholds have reported the majority of their votes. For Virginia's a mirage, maybe closer than usual, but always a mirage. Yeah, I agree. But the fact it's only like lean D right now is crazy. That is insane. That is not what we anticipated. Depends on how the rest of the votes come in, but he's up by 10 in staff. So let's see. Trump took the lead in North Carolina. A lot more of these counties are reporting. Nothing out of Union County, and Trump already has taken the lead, but there's a lot of blue areas and red areas that have not reported a majority of their votes to really extrapolate, but the later ballots are probably going to end up becoming more and more Republican. So we could see, I could lower the bit rate a little bit more, guys, if that would stop the lagging. It possibly could be worth it if you guys would think that that's good. But we already have a bit rate of, what is our bit rate at right now? 1,400. If we lowered that to like 12, hopefully we stick with the good quality. So Vinyl Guy 54 says Trump flipped. Yeah, he took the lead in North Carolina. It's not a flip yet, but look at how close it is. Look at how many votes separate the two. You're talking about 16 votes. 16 votes separate the two. Fax Johnson says check Rhode Island. I told you it's the election day vote, I think, that gets counted first. But that is a big shift. We'll see how it shakes out when it's all said and done. Falco Kunze says Trump plus 13-point swing in Stafford. If it holds, that's big. If it holds, it's big. Georgia's lean R now. which is crazy. Look at Texas. Let's look at, there's nothing in South Texas. San Antonio, look at what he's doing in Bexar County. He's lowering that margin to 14 points. I don't even think he got, he lost it by 18. Now he's losing it by 11. 11 points. So that's crazy. Let's see. Trump's at 41 in Illinois. A lot of these like suburban areas are in that lean left now. I wouldn't put too much stock into that. But Trump leads by 5. Is Ted Cruz still trailing? Oh, he's up now. So Ted Cruz is leading now because Houston came in. And Cruz is going to run it up in Montgomery. He'll be just fine. But he's polarizing. So Moreno's about to take the lead. McCormick is playing catch up, and so is Trump. Larry Hogan is not going to win, but he's currently up with 1% of the vote reporting. And I think these are all election day votes in like red areas that are being reported. So that's kind of why we see it. So let's see. Trump now has expanded his lead in North Carolina. Look at this. He leads now 491,000 to 456. We also can project Kamala Harris has won the state of Illinois, and it's 19 electoral votes. We can, I believe, call that state there. So that puts her at a 57 electoral votes. They've called New Jersey and Delaware. I mean, we might as well call those two states, New Jersey and Delaware. It doesn't seem like Trump could flip it, but the margins are going to be narrower. So 101 to 74 is the new updated scorecard on the electoral map. So there you go. There you have it. Do we have exit polls out of Fox News, AP Votecast yet? We may not. I don't think we do. Yeah, the NBC News exit poll shows Donald Trump only losing Hispanics by 8. He's holding his own with whites. Let's see what it says for non-college whites are breaking for Trump by 32 points. White college grads are breaking for Harris by 10. So you look at that. The gender gap is not that big. Women did outvote men according to this, but they only women only went blue by 10. Men went red by 11. So the popular vote is close according to the exit polling, which isn't perfect, but still, the white working class demographic, these are iffy exit polls. But if Trump did win those 65-33, that's really good news for Donald Trump because that's better than he did in 2016 or in 2020 with them. And that means he's got a really good shot at winning this election. Now look at North Carolina. Donald Trump has taken a bigger lead in North Carolina. Trump now, look, they moved it up. They moved it up to Trump by 1.5. That is huge. Union County came in so far, and this moved left, but he's hitting 63%. We'll see if it's, this is early vote. It's going to probably be to the left of the county, and Union County's to the right of the state, or to the right of where it was in 2020. That is massive. Anson County is red. Anson County is a small, I believe it's a majority black county, and it flipped to Donald Trump with 86% of the vote in. Anson County is red. Anson County's red. He's flipping some counties. He's outperforming where he needs to. There's a lot of blue left. This might go red and get bluer. Yeah, he's up by 5. He's up by 6. It's not going to hold. But that is still huge. Henry says, check out Texas 28th District. Okay. Yeah, I'd rather see the actual map. I don't know where the 20... Yeah, it's... Okay, well, Henry Cuellar's losing right now. That is I did not expect that. The Hispanic vote, so far, is coming out heavy for Donald Trump. This is not something... You talk about when he started his political journey, they tried to say he can't get off the ground because he said this about illegal immigration, and it's like because he, really just happened to poke the bear of the system about it, because we understand the system likes the illegal immigration level to be as high as it possibly can. And Donald Trump was the one who broke that mold. And they said, he's going to deport even the legal Hispanics and all this stuff. It never happened. People understand it. And now you see what's happening. They reap what they sow. It comes back to bite the Democrats in the rear end. Now, I'm not saying that that's a guarantee that Trump is going to win, but if he's doing better in Loudoun and Tarrant and all these counties, he probably is flipping Maricopa County given that early data in Arizona. I'd be shocked if he didn't at this point if these numbers hold. So Ohio. Mahoning County, nothing new. Trump's at 28 in Cuyahoga. He's gaining everywhere. He's now up by 3. He gained in Warren County. He's now at 62% in Warren County. What did he get last time in Warren? Is he going to be able to take the state by 10? He's going to have to do well there. And in Warren County, he's at 64%. So he's getting closer and closer and closer. He's going to edge closer to it. Delaware County's not going to stay blue. It's going to flip red at some point. The question is, when will it? And now Hamilton County's red by 4. Boone County's red by 16. So all the panic about Indiana, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it at all. In fact, it's probably going to be redder. Falco Kunze says Stafford, Virginia dropped 12% more. It's till plus 13. Wow. Heliocracy says check Maryland, 3rd time's the charm. Yeah, Maryland, like I said, it's the early vote. Darth Vader says interesting house flips. None yet, but we'll see. But yeah, guys. This is, we're not going to have full results in Arizona, but if the early vote dump is favorable to Donald Trump, it's going to be good for him. Now, North Carolina, this is still early on. There's a lot left in Mecklenburg and certain parts of the Research Triangle, but Orange is mostly in, and a lot of these other counties are getting redder and redder that are fully in. Andrew Byer says, have you checked Washtenaw County yet? Yeah, a lot of young voters there. How are the college towns shaking out? Oakland County, he's up to 40. Nothing in Macomb. Washtenaw County, he's only down by 27. Now, I don't know if that's going to hold, but that is bad for Democrats if that is true, because he lost it by almost 50. He's only down by 27. Like, that just does not happen. Eaton County, I don't know. This could be a little bit of a red mirage. Bay County's overwhelmingly red, but if you go to Michigan, rural Michigan I've never seen anything like it. The Trump sign after the Trump sign, it's a beautiful thing to see. But it honestly is like, wow, this is getting ridiculous, like all these signs. Dr. Phil's forehead says, I know exit polls aren't accurate, but how are they looking for Trump? Well, NBC, I think, looks good. If he's at 65% of the white working class vote, I don't see him losing Pennsylvania when it's all said and done. He probably wins Wisconsin. Now, the driftless area, a lot we don't know. We don't have a lot of intel, but Wisconsin closes in about 15 minutes, guys. And hopefully we get some good intel about how Wisconsin's going to go. And can Trump crack the blue wall yet again? Because that's what it's going to take. He can't win unless he cracks the blue wall, unless he gets some, freakish flip somewhere else. New Hampshire's lean D. Maine is likely, which I think it might, vote to the right of New Hampshire. Michigan, still a toss-up. A lot of votes in from Oakland that are Democrat, and that's going down. Washtenaw County, I don't know. Is that going to hold? I have no clue. But Michigan, if he wins Michigan, and Michigan keeps counting and they count quickly, that is not good for Kamala Harris, because she would have to rely on, like, Nevada to win. So Kansas, Kansas is in. Not, again, these are very liberal areas that are mostly reporting. Kansas might move left, but we'll see. Missouri now is obviously Missouri's going to go Republican. What's in? What county's like all the way in? It doesn't really show us a county that's all the way in. But Florida, they defeated Amendment 3 and 4. That was surprising to me. So Pinellas goes red by 5. Hillsborough, Duval goes red still. Maybe, we don't know what votes are left in Duval, but the Election Day vote was red today. So Gwinnett, he's at 39 in Gwinnett. In Georgia, let's check Georgia last time. He was at 40. So again, the vote dumps are probably, he's going to have to increase most likely. I think he can do it. Fulton's now at 78%. He's still at 28 in Fulton. That's a move to the right of like 3 or 4 points on net in the biggest county in the state. Cobb County, he's still holding strong at 42. Douglas County, he's now up to 34. So he might catch up and tie his margin at a minimum there. And a lot of these counties have grown. I think Brian Kemp did worse than Trump in a couple of them in the midterms, which that was strange. But yeah, look at this 7-point lead in North Carolina. And again, a lot of blue areas are outstanding, but still, there's a lot of red vote. The late vote that's going to report in the red areas, you would think is going to get a little bit redder. Like Cabarrus is probably not going to flip. Stanley County, you name it. But Loudoun, that was a big shift in Virginia, in Loudoun County, where she only won it by 17. Prince William, he's still he got it under 20 in Prince William. Virginia Beach is holding strong. Obviously, it's not a state I'm ready to call for Kamala Harris, but it will go, I think, in her column. But something needs to be said about that model. Because the model that usually gets Virginia right had it within 5. I was like, yeah, probably not. It's too lofty. Well, could it happen? I don't know. But it doesn't need to happen. So Virginia goes back and forth. Drew Valesky says, can we please just win Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina? Hopefully so. NV Gunner says, keeping fingers and toes crossed, go Trump. Papa Tango says, how are those 3 states? We're getting to them all. We're covering them. Pennsylvania, again, people say, like Pennsylvania, oh, why is it so blue? Because of the votes they count first. They're counting the blue areas for 1, and for 2, they're counting the mail-in votes first. It's like, of course, the Democrats are going to do well with those votes. Of course they will. Scranton, home of Joe Biden, the early vote is 67-32, so it's redder than it is statewide. Luzerne trumps at 37 in the early vote. And they're extending counting in a couple counties because Republicans actually grew a backbone and started to, I guess you would say, file these lawsuits back on the Democrats. They didn't have an operation to do that then. But I mean, Eaton County, Michigan, I don't know. That probably comes back to reality somewhat. But there's not a lot of votes counted. Oh, Trump's now at 43, though, in Michigan. Ohio, he pulls ahead by 3. I think we might be ready to call Ohio. Harris County's only... wait, really? Wow. Harris, Houston. Houston is only D+5. And we could talk about the House. Scott, I see your super chat. It's early, but the 28th district is huge. The 34th is, again, 1% in. We can't really extrapolate much from that, but seriously, this is huge. Virginia's now 47% reported, and Donald Trump still is holding strong. Now, probably not going to hold it, but watch the margins. They're coming closer in New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland. Yeah, Maryland's not. We know that, but New Hampshire, are any of these counties mostly reported? Doesn't seem like a lot of them are. Trump leads 3 counties so far. He only won 2 in the last election. But it's probably, New Hampshire probably goes blue. Nothing out of Maine. We'll watch the 2nd district. But Ohio, I mean, when the votes come in, it gets redder and redder and redder. And it's done that. Trump leads by 4 with half the vote in. Much of Cleveland's in. I mean, there's still more votes out of Cuyahoga. Trump's probably going to gain on net percentage-wise. There's votes in Hamilton. But there's a lot that looks good for Donald Trump right now in Ohio. They called it for Josh Stein. That's not surprising, in North Carolina. But, yeah, Ohio getting close. Has anyone else called Ohio? Decision Desk, have they called Ohio? They tend to be a little bit more bullish on Trump this year for one reason or another. They've not called Ohio. They've not called, they can't call Texas. They've not called, obviously, Georgia, which I think it's still early, too early to call without DeKalb County in. But the early data did not look good there, and it did not look good. Oh, it's in. 73% of DeKalb County's in, and Trump leads by 5. Yeah, I don't know if I see a win for Kamala Harris in Georgia. I don't know if I see it. I don't know what the pathway would be at this stage in the game. No wait times in both of those counties. They're both reporting more in than the state. Trump's at 17% in DeKalb. He only got 15.7% last time. So already you're seeing an improvement for Trump everywhere. Like every single possible county. He leads the state by 5. Now, it's going to come down, I believe. Fest G says, yeah, Iowa plus 3 Harris. It's not going to happen. That poll is trash. That poll is trash. But Let's see, any counties that are mostly in to see how they're doing. Mahoning actually got bluer when more votes were reported, or they might have adjusted the percent. But either way, Ohio R+5, and there's a lot more Republican areas that have yet to report out of the state of Ohio. But you can see the forecast here. It's leaning more towards Trump in North Carolina, definitely in Georgia. Texas is very likely. Michigan is like, they're unsure what to make of it. But Pennsylvania, that's early vote. But Trump, again, he's gaining. He's now at 32. Lycoming County went in 61% of the early vote. You weren't seeing numbers like that in 2020. When the election day votes get counted, he's really going to start to pull ahead. It's going to be a blue mirage, then a red mirage, and then it's going to be another blue mirage for you guys. Alex Bleeping Jones has better coverage than the lamestream media. Great work. I could tell you have a real interest in stats. Yeah, I live for this. This is my Super Bowl. And it definitely, our country's on the line. It means a lot. It really does. But it's still a tough haul. Look at this 9-point lead for Trump now. 9-point lead in North Carolina for Donald Trump. Iredell County's now 47%, and he leads by 31 in that county. He led by around 32 in the final return. So if the election day vote... Okay, we were... Little bit of lag, guys, but I think we're back. I think we're a little more back now than we were before. So, Resso says, look at the shift map from 2020 for the country. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Look at that. Look at all that red. How does that look? That is a lot. That looks like 2016. That might even look better than 2016. Did any county in Florida move left? I don't think so. Like, you'll find a rare one that did in, like, some of these places. Like, yeah, certain, like, counties, like Boone County, Indiana, did move to the left. But look at all this red. That's a lot of red in this map so far. If you are Donald Trump, you like what you see. You like what you see. Not every single county, but every county that's all the way in. That is good that they have that, because they didn't have it before. Now they do. But North Carolina so far, now it's Trump plus 1.7. Vinyl Guy 54 says, could Trump win Virginia? I'm going to trust the needle on this one. Say what you want about the New York Times, but it's probably not going to go for Trump given the votes outstanding. But it is a lot closer than we expected in Virginia. Maybe it could be under 5. Ohio, Trump is leading it by 5. Michigan, it's a toss-up. But I'm interested in seeing what happens in a lot of these places in Michigan because, again, Eaton County, now it's 55% in. He lost ground, but he still leads by 12, which is a lot. He barely won the county. John James lost it in 2020. Washtenaw County, he's still down by 27. Look at the shift you see in this corridor here, the I-94 corridor. Cass County's at 78% of the vote. That's got to be election day. You know, he's getting in the 60s. If he stays in the 70s in these counties, it's a tough night for Kamala because that's what Trump needs to do to counteract anything else in Michigan because you're already seeing what's going on. Donald Trump is across the nation having a really good night so far. He's now at 73% odds to win. North Carolina's at 88%, Arizona 89%. Will Fox give a reverse call? I'm not sure, but this is going down very favorably for Donald Trump. And yeah, it's true. The votes in Pennsylvania, the early votes are going to be more. Like I said, they're going to be more Democrats, so be patient. The election day votes are what matters. And if Trump won the election day vote by around 13 points, he couldn't lose the state of Pennsylvania, even being generous to Kamala Harris. Right now, what we're seeing is, you know, he's getting in the 30s in the early vote. A lot of this is early vote. You know, no counties are all the way in. We'll see what goes on. But even Monongalia, a county move, right? That is a county. Like Donald Trump is doing everything that I expected him to do so far, everything that he's needed to do so far. He's done it. Depends on what happens in the Atlanta area for sure, but you would rather be Trump than Kamala Harris in Georgia. They are getting close to calling that state with 66% of the vote reporting so far. Trump by 2.5. You know, they're not using Florida. The needle going to Trump this time. This is not 2020 Georgia, where it was tethered to the other states. But North Carolina, he leads by 10. He has and a lot, again, it is kind of a red mirage in a lot of these places. You're still waiting for Wake County, Mecklenburg. But even if you add up the margins in those counties for Joe Biden, you know, Wake County, 100,000, Mecklenburg, a couple 100,000. There's more than enough votes outstate for Trump to counteract it if he keeps doing what he's doing. That's why it's a Trump by 1.7. He might win it by more. It might be closer, depends on what's left. But you've got 26% of the vote reporting. Virginia, Trump leads by 1 with half the vote in. He leads by 1. Prince William is still holding strong. He's doing very strong numbers in the suburbs, and everybody liked to talk about the suburbs this, the suburbs that. He's not losing in the suburbs tonight. He's not losing in the suburbs pretty much anywhere except suburbs that moved left off a cliff in 2020, and even then it's like a dead cat bounce, or not even a dead cat bounce, reverse dead cat bounce, I guess you could say. So he's doing really well. He's up by 1 with half the vote in Virginia, and they have not been counting the votes in a red mirage fashion as much as they have in years past. So he's doing well there. He's doing well in Georgia. Again, North Carolina, if he doesn't get it, he's going to need Arizona and Nevada. But if he gets Pennsylvania, that's the ball game right now. Pennsylvania, if he gets it, it's going to be hard to see him lose. But again, a lot of this is early vote. So, and like I said, that firewall the Democrats tried to build up. They tried to build up a firewall in Pennsylvania. It is not something that we are seeing at all. It is not something we're seeing in Pennsylvania. There is no, I mean, the firewall, all their little clowns in the election mafia, they were running rampant saying, oh, well, Trump's going to lose Pennsylvania because he lost ground in the suburbs and because of some midterm election. You cannot compare the two. Regardless of what happens tonight, everything I've been saying is correct, that you cannot compare the two. Donald Trump, you know, if you see what's going on in the midterms, different states have different environments. He's not going to win Florida by 20 and then lose Pennsylvania by 10. It's not over. It's going to be close. But anybody that was saying that Donald Trump couldn't win because of the midterms just did not have any idea what they were talking about. They did not. So Pennsylvania, I am confident in Pennsylvania. Texas, okay, it's 9 o'clock. Donald Trump has won the state of Texas with its 40 electoral votes. The Lone Star State stays in his column this election cycle. Democrats hope they couldn't do it. We call Missouri, Louisiana, North Dakota, South Dakota. We'll call 3 out of the 5 electoral votes in the state of Nebraska for Donald Trump. And we can call, they called New York for Kamala. Again, she probably does win New York, but I'm not gonna call it. But Missouri or Nebraska, yeah, we will be calling Missouri. Kansas will leave for a little while. Also, Wyoming, I believe polls close in Wyoming. We can call Wyoming for Donald Trump. That is the reddest state in the country. So you are tonight. It's not looking like she's not losing her career. So we're about to find that out too. But yeah, Trump is outrunning the percentage of the early vote that was Republican as well. That's huge. So you look at that, look at our big board right now. Donald Trump is getting closer. He's at 171. He's 99 away from victory. Kamala Harris stays at 74. And this is just an interesting evening so far. Donald Trump across the map. North Carolina, see, if you look at the live forecast, North Carolina leans Republican. Pennsylvania, they even have Pennsylvania leaning red. And like I said, don't look at Pennsylvania and think it's bad because the early voting is in. Democrats vote early. All right. You know, Trump, when the election day votes get counted, he's going to gain a lot. He's going to gain a lot in Pennsylvania. The question is it enough? I believe it will be. If not, we'll look at Wisconsin, where polls have closed in Wisconsin and Minnesota, home of Tampon Tim, the vice presidential nominee for the Democrat Party. So Montana will close at 10. Utah will close at 10. New Mexico's drunk right now. They are off their rocker. I don't know. They must be testing. It's not real. But look at this. Oakland County, Trump is now at 42. So with the early vote, he's only down by the margin he fell short in the primary. And again, Oakland, there's a big white working class portion of Oakland County. Livingston County, he's at 67%. Again, Donald Trump went there a couple times over the summer. Eden County improves for Trump as more votes come in. Folks, I mean, if this holds up, which is a big question mark, Michigan may go to Trump as it stands now. Again, it could be early vote. I think it is going to come back down, but if it's anywhere close, like look at Livingston County, which almost voted for the Secretary of State candidate for the Democrats in 2022. Trump won it by 23 points. Right now, it's going red by 36 points. That is a massive turnaround. You're talking about redder suburbs than 2016 in some of these places, or exurbs in 2016, if that holds, which is a big if. Of course, Washtenaw County is coming down to reality, but Oakland County is doing the same thing. Donald Trump with slight leads in some of these other places. Very few counties are all the way in Michigan, but it's going to count faster than these other states. And oh, Ann Selzer there, down she goes. Down she goes. It's likely are. Yeah, we can honestly make a major projection. Donald Trump has won the state of Ohio. Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio. Once a bellwether state in the nation, no longer. He'll take its 17 electoral votes. He'll extend his lead. We can make that call. I believe it's almost a certain 188 for Donald Trump. 95% plus confidence Donald Trump is going to carry the state of Ohio. So already, that is huge. That was the swing state that went his way in 2016 that said, okay, this is a different night. A lot of people thought he was going to win it. They didn't think he was going to take the state by 8 points. Right now, we can at least project with a very high level of confidence that Donald Trump is going to carry the state of Ohio in his column. The New York Times has not called it, but it's evident that that's going to be the case. He may even take it by double digits, and at that point, that does carry over into Michigan. It does carry over into Pennsylvania. And Georgia is now a 6-point lead for Donald Trump right now, and that's with most of Atlanta and DeKalb County in. This is crazy right now. If you're in Wake County, 75%, and then Donald Trump is running in line with his 2020 numbers in the early vote. Mecklenburg we're waiting on, but that was Wake County that came in that narrowed North Carolina, but it only cut it to a 5-point lead. And we're still waiting on a lot of red areas, but we have Stanley County in. It did move to the left, very narrowly to the left in North Carolina. Some of these counties are moving right. A lot of them are moving right. Some of them are moving left. But that's not moving left by a lot. 0.1% is a rounding error. He hit his target. If you look at Stanley back in 2020, how much did that move? That moved to, it did actually move to the right. So maybe you're talking about being a little maxed out in that place or certain growth, what we're seeing. But not a bad thing at all, because there hasn't been a county that's moved left in North Carolina by enough for Trump to lose the state outright. But do watch those big metros. How do they end up? How's Orange County? See, Trump gained. He's at 22% in Orange County. Orange County, he got to 23.7, so a 43,000 vote lead for the Democrats. They lead by just around that, so you'd probably expect the remainder of the votes to come in a little bit 50-50, which is not good for Kamala Harris if that's true. But Trump in Virginia expands his lead to 1.5%. That is big. But yeah, New Mexico's drunk, guys. I'm sorry. New Mexico it's drunk. Falco Kunze says Trump plus 18 in Chesapeake, Virginia, massive swing. Yeah, Apex Caliber says Virginia's a nail-biter, decision desk call, but not New York Times. And yeah, I don't think it's good to call it. You could say it's probably going to go blue, but I don't believe in calling it like that. The questioner says, remember a certain pollster said Kamala would win Iowa, it's likely Trump. Yeah. Oh, but Selzer can never be wrong. Really? Like, this is far from a done deal, folks. But, I mean, what we do know is that Ann Selzer was ridiculous for releasing that poll. And I believe it probably was a suppression poll. Vinyl Guy 54 says AP hasn't called Texas. It's going to go red. There's no way it doesn't. Look at Harris County. These suburbs in the Sun Belt are not doing what the Democrats would like them to do. Collin County's R plus 12. It was R plus 4. I mean, I thought Trump would hold it, but I mean, What we're seeing now is not, this is in some of these states a nightmare scenario for Democrats. I can't look to a single area where I'm like, oh, this is problematic for Republicans. Look at Ohio again. How do you keep finding votes? Like, they move red once and then they do it again in these places. Appalachia, like, look at these counties. Elliott County never voted for a Republican before Trump. It voted for Obama. It voted for Donald Trump by 62 points. 62 points, all the votes are counted. North Dakota's a little bit all over the place, and I mean, Kansas, the Great Plains are a little weird, but what we do know is that Donald Trump is so far, like, he's going to he's going to win Kansas, even if Kamala leads in Kansas, because most of her lead comes from Johnson County and Wyandotte County and Douglas County, and a little bit from Topeka. There's so much of the red part of Kansas that's not in. So while Kansas is not the state it used to be because of that growth from Kansas City, and it's a good thing it's growing on the Kansas side more so than well, I guess not anymore because Missouri's not competitive. But yeah, Kansas is going to go for Trump, and Missouri will as well. Like I said, do not panic whatsoever. Aaron Alexis, check Pennsylvania. Fox says she's up 2% in the early vote, and no, I'm not watching Fox. It was told to me by a friend. Yeah, that can't be true. But look at this. It's narrowing. It's now 23. Trump's at 31 in Allegheny. He leads in Westmoreland, Butler County, Pennsylvania. That's where Trump got shot. Currently, Donald Trump is in the lead. So thank you, Aaron Elect, for converting to Red Eagle from the mainstream media. Nick Alamer says, Red Eagle, love the content. Use this for a Red Bull. Should be worried about Ohio and Pennsylvania. No, you should not be. Not right now. Ohio's, I mean, they called it. They called Ohio. It's going to get redder. Pennsylvania's going to get a hell of a lot redder. Just sit tight. Johnny Hartdog says, is tonight going better than expected, worse? I honestly better so far, but you understand we can... okay, we have a major alert out of North Carolina. Donald Trump has made it to the lean category. It's lean R in North Carolina, and that is big because if he gets North Carolina, he can walk off with Pennsylvania if he can win it. But we're not there yet. We are not there yet. Colorado, I mean, you can honestly get ready to call that state for Kamala. That is not the same state it was before, and it sucks that that's the way it is. But, yeah, we don't have enough votes in some of these other places. New Hampshire is, like, very heavily in the Democrat column right now, but that is not what's happening in other places. But Georgia, I mean, yeah, they got to be getting close to calling Georgia at this point. I mean, 6-point lead with 71% reported. That is huge for Trump. Menace 712 says Nebraska and Missouri. Well, again, like I said, these races are like, okay, so they dumped St. Louis in. We called Missouri. It's not going anywhere. If they can call Rhode Island when Trump is leading, we can call Missouri, which Trump's only down 7 in Rhode Island. And in Delaware, he's still down 15. Braden Maricini says, I'm from Butler, was told at the voting office the best turnout they'd seen in years, Pennsylvania for Trump. People forget that Trump was literally, like, he survived a miracle in Pennsylvania. And they think that that's not going to change the dynamic of the race. You go from Scranton Joe to San Francisco Kamala. Now, if she wins Pennsylvania, she wins Pennsylvania. But as of right now, this state, just because the early votes are for her doesn't mean she's going to be able to cross that finish line. Trump is at 13% in the early vote in Philadelphia. Chester County is the only one of those suburban Philly areas yet to report. And we have no counties that are like almost all the way in. I'm trying to find one. Lycoming County is 52% in, and we could check that. I mean, he might be running under, but yeah, 70%, 66. But it's going to get redder as more votes report, most likely. So New York, is there anything in New York? New York City is, I think they dumped so Trump is at 66% in Staten Island. That is much better than he did in 2020. Brooklyn, he's at 24. Queens, he's at 33. Manhattan, he's at 14. The Bronx, where he went to campaign, he's at 22. A lot of room to grow, but he only got 16% there. You're seeing a big shift in New York City to Donald Trump, and that will be huge for the House if that extends the rest of the state and Long Island. If he loses it by like 16, 17, it is a big win for Trump and a big shift to the right. So, Michigan, We're waiting for Wayne. Nothing out of Wayne. Livingston got a little bit less red, but I mean, that's holding strong for him so far. But nothing out of Wayne County. But Oakland in the early vote is running in line with Oakland last cycle. And it is true. The auto industry plays a big role there. Trump is up in Minnesota, but it's a one rural county. It doesn't mean much. So let's see. Texas, they haven't called it yet. It's a 9-point lead. He might take Texas by 10. South Texas, nothing's really in. We'll see how that goes. Is he going to run it up with the Tejano vote? Look at 40% in El Paso County. That is no easy feat. He got 31% last time, and that was an improvement. He's now at 40% in El Paso. That is insane. Right? Look, how do they just keep milking votes like this in rural Texas? And they called it on the New York Times just now. But Harris County, Travis County even, he's at 28% in Austin. He only got 26. You talk about younger voters. They're moving right. And it seems like Trump is holding his own with the suburbanites so far in a lot of these places that matter. Chris Allen says, have any house races flip? We could look. We could look at the competitive races, Chris. Shout out to Tony Holder. Let's see. More super chats. Nick Almer says, love. Oh, we did that one. Tony Holder says, I'm only following you tonight, sir, not looking at media, including Fox. Yeah. Fox. Oh, we'll see. Myra Flores is up, but it's early. Monica De La Cruz, she'll win. Furman still leads in that race there. But it seems like they called all these races in Florida. Are there competitive ones here? Don Davis. That might get redder. That should get redder, actually, from what we've seen tonight. Marcy Kaptur, she is vulnerable. Dennis Kucinich running as an independent in Ohio 7th is interesting, but that's going to be a hold. Vinyl Guy says Trump won Texas. Thank you, Vinyl Guy. We know. But yeah, it doesn't seem like there's any house flips yet. They haven't projected any of them. But the Staten Island, that is huge out of Staten Island. Those are Assad margins in Staten Island for Donald Trump. And it would make sense because that's like the forgotten part of New York City, very working class, a lot of ethnic Italians. And if you're doing well there, you're doing well in Bucks County. You're doing well in certain parts of Philadelphia. It's not a one-to-one, but you're doing well. So let's see here. Nothing really new out of a lot of these. Allegheny's 42% of the vote is in. Kamala leads 68-31. Trump needs to get to like 40 in Allegheny to be in a solid position. But again, there's not a lot of votes in Armstrong County's at 78% for Trump, which is kind of close to where Butler is. He only got 75%. And this is, I think, a lot of early vote. I could be wrong. But, I mean, that is huge for Donald Trump. Watch the Lehigh Valley. He's up in Berks right now. Big Puerto Rican, Dominican population, Hispanic population in Berks and Lehigh and Northampton. And Northampton will be one of the bellwethers of the country. The new bellwethers, because the old ones are busted. Even if you want to say it was because of shenanigans, I mean, they still would have been busted anyways, just because of their demography. But Northampton, if Trump wins it, which I think he could, it's just the early vote there, and he's already outperforming, then that is huge. Also, another bellwether county in Illinois, let's see, Winnebago, and nothing's in yet. So Wisconsin's up next. We have votes in Wisconsin. Waukesha County, the early vote is in, and Trump is outrunning his 2020 totals. He's outrunning it. But it's early vote. I don't know how it's going to go. He was outrunning it in 2020 as well from his 2016 totals, so be a little cautious and careful. But he's got to run it up in the WOW counties. He's got to do well in the driftless area. Iowa, 10% of the vote is in. Kamala's winning. She's not going to win Iowa. This is just because of some counties reporting. I just don't see it. That's blue. I think Des Moines or Johnson counties reporting. So again, Seltzer's not right. That it's still likely are. They called Ohio. Georgia and North Carolina need to be watched. But they're still lean R. Virginia's now likely D, but Trump still leads with 60% of the vote reporting. And if you look at that red shift, that is beautiful across the board, across the nation. I don't even think we had this in 2016. Now, it is true that in certain parts of the country it might be a little different. But so far, look at these shifts in Ohio. Like, if he's doing this well in rural Ohio, even compared to 2020, you would think he's going to do better in certain parts of rural Pennsylvania. And it also comes down to how did the suburban areas vote and what's the turnout like, and did enough voters come out for Kamala in certain black areas where she's really talked down on a lot of black men actually for not voting. They thought that would help out. I don't really see any evidence that it has. Obviously she's going to win 80% of the black vote, and she has, but it's not where it was. There is a noticeable shift to the right of the black electorate. By how much is the real question, but watch Wayne County and the turnout in Michigan when it does report in. But there's a lot we don't know in Michigan or Pennsylvania, but he needs one of those. But he's done everything he needs to do. There's two paths to victory if he holds North Carolina and flips Georgia. He can win if he gets Pennsylvania. He can win if he gets Wisconsin and Arizona. And given how the night's gone, could there be a call on election night? We'll see. Aaron says Philly coming in for Kamala behind Biden 2020. Interesting. Ragdoll says red states filling quicker than 2020. Good sign. Johnny Hart Talk says let the meltdowns and crying begin. See, when I'm in this mode, I'm not like focused on that. Like, I'm just trying to report the results, but you're right. You are right. Mr. Napoleon says love this coverage. J.A. says worry about Georgia still. Henry's barely in. Well, here's the deal about Henry. Let's see. Let's find Henry. Fayette got redder compared to, I think Fayette got bluer on the map, but it got redder to where it was. Some of these counties still are getting bluer in the Atlanta area, but it's not by enough to dictate the state margin. Trump is still, Fulton got a little bit bluer, but the red areas are just through the roof, and that's kind of what the pull of the state is. Even in some of these like places like Pickens County, where they hit a record turnout level, Trump gained percentage-wise. So Henry County's not in. What was Henry County's margin for, it was 20 points. So, yeah, it's like, 20,000 votes. That's not enough for her, for the record. Because, yeah, it is true. Fulton and Cobb, they're like pretty much all coming in. Most of them are in. It's not a done deal in Georgia, but it's unlikely at this point that I think he loses it. Given what's left. North Carolina, again, Mecklenburg, did it come in? More of it came in. Durham County came in. Orange County's in. Wake's in. So the research triangle is pretty much all the way in. There's a lot of red areas that are not all the way in. And you can kind of see like Cabarrus County just flipped red. It's going to get redder. Nothing in Gaston County. That's a big county for Trump right there because you look at it, 33,000 votes right there. Mecklenburg, again, there's a lot we don't know out of Mecklenburg, but if she just gets the Biden percentage, that may not be enough given some of these other shifts we've seen across the state. So North Carolina, I think, it's early, but I think lean R for both is fair. Right now, it's fine. Let's check the Georgia. Let's see what the needle currently says for Georgia. They might have brought it down a little bit, and that's fair. But yeah, 2.3. So that's more in line with my prediction in the state of Georgia. Real Unique says better coverage than the MSM. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. So I try to keep up with the super chat. Shout out to Michael M saying thank you from Switzerland. Alex Mason says, what if Trump doesn't get Pennsylvania? Wisconsin and Arizona would be the game plan for Trump. But right now, I mean, it is looking good for Trump. Can he close? Now, I mean, the poly market has him at 75%. It was at like 58% when the first returns came in. Resto says needle for Pennsylvania is going to the right. I saw that. That's good. Again, let's see what they clocked it in at. Trump plus 0.5. Yeah. I mean, very few counties are reporting a decent amount. Berks is, and Trump is like already about around where he won it by in 2016 or 2020. So Chester, not much. Montgomery, Bucks, a lot of liberal vote. Oh, he got up to 16 in Philly. That's huge for Trump already. You're talking about narrowing the margin. He hits 20 in Philly. It's hard to see him lose the state of Pennsylvania, at least. So, again, the polls seemingly so far are not missing anything. It's not a done deal, but Ann Selzer is, gone. Her poll is her reputation's gone. I know what Iowa says. This is from blue areas. Look at Des Moines. It's all Des Moines. Just like 2016, it's all Des Moines. So be patient. It's fine. Relax. Chill out. We got a long way to go. It's 9:23. I think we can call New York. Donald Trump is not hitting like targets that he needs in New York City, obviously, to compete. But he's within 10 in New Jersey, which is crazy. So we will call New York for Harris. She'll be at 102 right now. So they both get triple digits. Trump is in the lead as it stands. So he's at 188. She's at 102. 9:23 p.m. on the East Coast. Are there any shifts in New York itself? No, but Vermont. Is this in New York or Vermont? Yeah, Vermont moved right. There you go. You're starting to see something. And it's very, very interesting right now. Georgia, let's see. They have it at Trump by 2 to 3. Nothing in out of Henry County. But there's still some red-leaning counties out, too. So, New Mexico, 12% of the vote is in. Kamala Harris, a lot of vote in from blue areas, and she's only up by 4. But again, yeah, Sandoval County, that's going to go probably red. It is a bellwether, or it's one of those bellwethers, probably not a bellwether anymore, but it's going to go red. Trump still leads in Virginia. New Jersey's within 10. Delaware is 15, so he didn't get down to 10 in Delaware. No Biden backlash yet. Rhode Island, he's within 10 in Rhode Island. That is crazy. And I talk about that, the working class, like, ethnic white vote, the Portuguese, like, certain, like, Connecticut's different. It's more like upscale white, but even then Trump is improving so far. I'm not saying it's going to hold, but he's only down 16 instead of 20. Wisconsin, we got 6% of the vote in. Here we go. Waukesha County, 42% of the vote is in. Donald Trump at 61%. Dane County, he's at 30 in Dane. 30 in Dane. That has to be like election day vote or something. 30 in Dane. He leads Kenosha by 11. Fond du Lac County, he's up, 40 points? Okay. Yeah, I don't know if some of these margins are going to hold, but if they're anywhere close to that, Wisconsin is going to be Donald Trump's. So, yeah, Missouri and Kansas. Kansas is almost on the verge of flipping back, which is true. Christopher Cow says, Eagle, I'm honored to announce Miami-Dade is finally red in my lifetime. We got this. We'll see. Colin Laverne says, where's the rest of the Trump vote in Georgia? I feel like everywhere is still reporting blue. But it's the early vote that's mainly reported, which is the thing. So Trump's up by 5. It seems like he's improving in some of these counties as it stands. He's improved in a lot of them. If Fulton doesn't move, if Cobb doesn't move, and the rural areas just get that much redder, and like the exurban places like Pickens do too, he probably does take Georgia. But I mean, it is true. It's not callable yet. It's not even close to callable. But we have a picture. Pennsylvania, so far, is up to 42 in Northampton, 34 in Allegheny with half the vote left so far. So he's catching up to that 40% margin or target there, which we'll see if he hits it. But so far, we're waiting. North Carolina, I'm more confident in North Carolina probably than Georgia. I still think Trump is going to win both. Look at that margin, 3.3. You know, that's exactly in line with, I've always said, you know, he could win it by Ted Budd's margin. We'll see. King of Swing says, what's going on with Milwaukee recount? I have no idea. Pistol Pete's his first time watching. I refuse to watch the MSM. I'm thankful to have found your coverage. Well, I appreciate that. Vinyl Guy 54 says, where are you seeing 188? Because I'm seeing 17. I don't know what you're referencing. 188. Or from the, right here. Because we're doing our own calls. So, North Carolina got called. Who called North Carolina? Decision Desk called it. That's early. It's probably true. But it's early. This is 9:30 p.m., and we're talking about calling North Carolina, the state that Kamala Harris's campaign was banking on being part of their electoral roadmap to victory. I'm not ready to call it yet, but that's good that they called it. They're probably not wrong. but I'm not ready to go there quite yet. So let's see. Pennsylvania, he's up to 43% in Pennsylvania. Chester County, no mail is in, so that'll be blue, probably bluer. But like Lancaster's going to get a lot redder. Like a lot of these counties are going to get a hell of a lot redder. Luzerne's about to flip. Lackawanna, that's the Biden margin. Scranton Joe, they thought Scranton Joe would do worse, or in some of these like smaller metros, they thought Scranton Joe would do worse than San Francisco Kamala. Now, maybe he will. There's a lot of vote left, but I don't see it. I don't see him doing that. And I don't see her doing that, at least not right now. Alexander V says, Cuban-American here. Libertado Muerte Trump 24. Well, Cuban showed out tonight in Miami. It's 13 points right now. Miami finished. Trump has a 100,000 vote lead in that county. So Arizona, I think the polls have closed, but we're going to get a vote dump there soon, shortly at some point in Arizona. New Mexico, yeah, only 4-point lead for Harris. It's lean D. Colorado, yeah, we can. I mean, you could basically call Colorado. This state is an all-male state, as in male, not like men, but all male, like they mail in their votes. Wisconsin, they have it as a toss-up. Waukesha County, 47% of the vote is in. Trump is still running ahead of his previous margin. Kenosha, 28% is in, and he's running far ahead his margin. Let's see, what other counties are mostly in? Door County, a bellwether in Wisconsin. Trump is leading so far by 5 points in Door County. Greene County, which is another, this is like if Republicans do really well, they might flip green. Right now it's 50-50. Long way to go. Ozaukee County's in. Trump is leading by 9. That's a county in WOW that he probably will bleed support in. It's a very college-educated white county. So someone said, what's happening in Nebraska? Omaha's in. And yeah, she's just, it's not even a ball game in Omaha. This is smart that Donald Trump did not contest the 2nd district. Now, it's going to narrow probably, but I mean, seriously. Matthew Foxtrot says Trump at 75 on Polymarket. Yeah. Let's see what they have North Carolina at. I mean, they probably have it to the right of Georgia now that Decision Desk has called it. 95.5. Georgia's 92.8. It was never that high in 2020. Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, he's in the lead. He's up big. In Arizona, he's at 91. Nevada, he's at 71. You just got to hold the line. Mr. Fahrenheit has been watching since 2020. This is the first election I was able to vote in Florida. My county, Osceola, voted red for the first time in my life, if you don't count 22 exactly. The presidential margins matter more in my book. Pennsylvania, so far, I mean, it's early. But are there any counties that are mostly in that we can compare? Clinton County, Trump is winning 69% of that. We could look at it here. What is it showing here? At 67. So he's running ahead so far. Same thing with Lackawanna. We don't know how the remainder of the votes are going to be counted in some of these places. But he'd like to improve in Scranton. He'd like to improve in the Lehigh Valley. If he does that, he's going to have a good shot. Cumberland County is probably going to flip back red from where it is right now. Dauphins going to get redder. It's not going to stay like this, folks. Be patient. Nothing in out of Butler or Beaver. A lot of red left in Washington, Westmoreland, Greene, etc. So you look at that. Trump is, he's up by 2 now in Virginia. 61% of the vote is in. But again, they're waiting on Arlington County, parts of Fairfax that are going to go very blue. But Trump gained in Fairfax based off of what's there. Look at all these shifts red. This is looking like Youngkin's map in Virginia. But North Carolina, I mean, it's getting close to callable. I'm not ready to call it. I'm not ready to call it. But CNN reporting that Harris is underperforming in Washtenaw County, and there are warning signs there. Oakland is now redder than it was last cycle. Kent County and Ottawa, very early returns. Wayne County's not going to go red. We're waiting for Wayne, but also a lot of rural Michigan, too. So Michigan is like a puzzle. Wisconsin, no shift yet. Dane County's 18% in. Donald Trump is at 29% of the vote there. That if that holds anywhere close to true, she is beyond screwed. And she is underperforming in Washtenaw County. We don't know where the votes are coming in Dane. Green Bay, Brown County, where Trump held a rally with Brett Favre a couple days ago. Donald Trump is currently leading by 33 points. Again, I don't expect that to hold, but you gotta like some of these results you're seeing. It's just way too close to make that determination right now. So Virginia, it's still likely D. North Carolina, Georgia, lean R. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, toss-ups. It's looking a little bit like the polling so far that we're seeing. In Iowa, it's still, again, where are the results in? The Great Plains count the blue votes first, pretty much. So that, oh, look at Ohio. It's a 10-point win. He crossed the threshold for a 10-point lead. That is Ohio. And check, we'll check Dayton. This is kind of around the area. I think it was which county? Clark County. That was where Springfield was. The media made a big deal. How do the people of Springfield, Ohio, again, it's very early. He's at 60% in that county, which is about the same as last time, but it probably gets redder as more votes get counted. That's how Ohio goes. He's up by 11 in Ohio. That is not an easy feat. And again, it seems like another margin of a state we may have called correctly, if that holds. Just like Florida, I think Texas, we might have been wrong because I just can't believe what I'm seeing in Texas. But a lot of South Texas is not reported yet. You know, pump the brakes a little bit in Texas. But Pennsylvania, again, it's closing in. It is, and he's at 17% in Philadelphia city proper. I think that's what he got last time in the final vote in Philadelphia. A little bit less than that, but he's catching up, which is what's important. In North Carolina, 55. We're still waiting on Mecklenburg, but it is close to callable. Georgia, Henry County came in, and Trump's still up by 5, by the way. Fulton and DeKalb, a little bit left there. But, I mean, there's a lot of these rural counties with a lot left, too, and that's a big difference she's going to have to make up. That's a 100,000 vote difference in Georgia. Can she do it? She's got to have to really stay alive right now. And I don't know if she can, because North Carolina seems gone. Arizona probably does, too. So, let's see. But this is something. This is really a tremendous showing so far for Donald Trump compared to, in some places, compared to my expectations. Now, I don't think Virginia's going to hold. But could it be like that Harris by foot? Yes, it could be. So, again, if in Michigan, there's not a lot we have, but it looks good so far in Livingston, Eaton County, very good. The I-94 corridor for Trump. But we don't have votes out of Wayne or Macomb. But Harris is not, it's not even just the black turnout. It's also the youth turnout that we're seeing slip, or Trump is winning voters over. And we'll see what happens in Wayne, but that Muslim vote does play a role. It might be overrated, but it does play a role. Jay Shug says, what do you feel now is the percent chance of a Trump win? Well, it really just depends. He's at 80% on Polymarket. I don't want to jump the gun and say 80, but it is looking good for Donald Trump. First of all, did I not call New York for Kamala? I think I did, as someone put in chat. He's gaining in Wisconsin. So, okay, we'll watch Wisconsin because this is crucial. So Waukesha, he only leads by 20. Ozaukee leads by 7. But Milwaukee County, 66-32. If you look at Wisconsin here, Milwaukee County, 69-29. And that's 25% of the vote in. Dane County, 29% of the vote in. Trump is holding strong at 29% or 28% of the vote. He's up by 18 in Kenosha. So maybe Waukesha County, maybe it does move left. We're not quite there yet, but Washington County is big for Donald Trump. We'll see what he does there. He's up in La Crosse, which I don't think holds either. Eau Claire, he leads, but I mean, 7%. So we're waiting on a lot of counties, but the counties we do have in, they don't look bad for Trump. Greene County's red. Look at Greene County. Greene County is red. Another white whale county, very rural. Minnesota. Ramsey County. Oh, it's too early. I don't think there's really any really anything to take away from that, but that's okay. So Wisconsin they have as a toss-up, and these states are close. But Kamala might need all three of them. Trump just needs one of them. And if Trump does lose Georgia, he could pick it up with Arizona and Nevada. Both states the early vote data looks good in. But look at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania now is within 7 percentage points. And this is huge. Washington County's getting redder. And we could go compare to 2020. Washington County, so yeah, he's going to catch up. I mean, there's a lot of vote left. He's going to get there. Probably. But there's not a lot of counties that are like all the way in where you can point to and say, oh, that's like a danger sign for Trump, at least in the Rust Belt. I don't even think in the Sun Belt there is. But, I mean, some of these counties, like Cherokee County, Trump won it by what looks to be 60-some thousand votes, and it barely moved left. And he might have expanded his raw vote totals in Cherokee last time. He only won it by 57,000. So the fact is, yeah, technically Cherokee moved left, but Trump got, I mean, well, he won by, I think actually about, no, he won by more. He won by 10,000 votes more. That's what you got to look at too. Mike Sun says Glenn Youngkin announced Trump could still win Virginia. Well, the needle hasn't moved back just yet, but Prince William is, 40% in Prince William, 95% reporting, and Trump is leading in Virginia. That is huge. Again, I don't expect Virginia to hold, but I don't think if those suburbs are that close, I can't see Pennsylvania at that point. NV Gunner says Decision Desk is 88 million votes for Trump. I don't think he's going to have that many. I mean, you don't even have California. And if you're talking about a final estimate, that's crazy. But we heard all this talk about Republicans don't have a ground game, this, that, and the other thing. And the question is, I don't know how you explain this unless Donald Trump is a one-man ground game. And the one county in Pennsylvania all the way in Elk County, rural county, moves 2 points to the right. That is huge. Ancestrally Democrat county. It voted for Obama in 2008. I think it flipped for Romney, obviously. But you're looking at these numbers. These are big numbers so far. Westmoreland County, Trump is at 65%. That is early. But if that percentage holds up, that's a huge improvement in Exurb and Pittsburgh. He's going to need to run it up. Nothing in Butler or Beaver counties. Pennsylvania right now is a toss-up, but it is leaning towards Trump ever so slightly. Trump by 0.9% on the needle. That's where you'd like to see it right now. Wisconsin, so far, it's also a toss-up. Waukesha County, now it's a 19-point game there, but there's a lot of vote left. I can't imagine he'd win it by much less than that. But Dane County, he's still holding strong at 27. So we'll see what happens in the rural areas. We'll see what happens as the night goes on, but I think all eyes are focused on Pennsylvania. But Door County, half the votes in, Trump leads. It's just like, how are the votes being counted? That's another question. So let's see if we can. Yeah, Wisconsin will finish counting by tomorrow morning for sure at the very latest. So Oakland County, half the vote is in. Trump is, the margin is not bad for him there. Nothing out of Macomb. So Michigan, we're waiting on a lot right now. In Michigan, it's not indicative as it stands. But Georgia, Georgia looks good. North Carolina looks good. I know Decision Desk has called it. I might wait a little bit for that, but if another network does, maybe we will. Rhode Island is within 10 points. Now, I don't know if that's going to hold, but Kent County could flip back. He's doing much better in certain parts of Rhode Island. We talked about the future of possibly Red Rhode Island. I don't know. Obviously not going to happen this time around, but it could be within like 15 if that holds. New Hampshire is down to a 9-point lead for Kamala. Not a lot of votes are in. No movement to the left up there. But we got a long way to go. But we see what's going on here. States that are counted, Louisiana, Trump is decimating her in Louisiana so far. South Carolina, look at this margin though. 60-39 with 70% of the vote in. Rapid shifts right across the board. That is not easy to do if you're Donald Trump or any Republican. And yeah, it probably comes back down But still, look, Pennsylvania, see, Trump is catching up. There's a blue mirage, then there's a red mirage. It's catching up. So the Senate races, yeah, I think that Ohio, we might be getting close to a call here because Bernie Moreno is a 3-point lead. But keep this in mind. McCormick's running behind Trump by around 1 to 2. Rogers is running behind him by a little bit. And Eric Hovde, so far, he's running ahead of Trump in Waukesha and Ozaukee. But across the rest of the state, unless there's some new dump of votes that we just haven't noticed, because Baldwin's up by 4. Let's see what Wisconsin is. Is Donald Trump leading? No. So they're running in line. So if Trump wins Wisconsin, Eric Hovde can too. So, yeah, I wouldn't go there on North Carolina, but I'm confident Trump is going to win North Carolina. Mecklenburg County is just outstanding. And honestly, there are a lot of Republican areas too. Tex Horn says Harris is only projected to win the popular vote by 0.3. Well, maybe the national polls weren't wrong. I mean, people don't realize that. So Pennsylvania is getting closer. Michigan is close. Wisconsin's close. Iowa, again, no red areas that are in at all. You can't extrapolate. But Polk County, Trump is at 60, or Harris is winning by 21. It's a little bit more than what Biden won it by, but there's a lot of Republicans that haven't had their votes tabulated even in that blue county. So let's see, Wisconsin. Milwaukee's now at 25%. So Milwaukee and Madison are more of the state right now, and she does have a lead. Nothing out of Washington. That's a big vote dump for the Republicans. It should be. Brown County, Door County, Trump is in the lead. Wood County's now 56% in Wisconsin. Let's check what Wood County was. Okay, so 19 points. Now it's 25. He's up in Eau Claire still. La Crosse flipped blue. Half the vote is in, but also keep in mind it's nowhere near as blue as it was. So we'll see if that holds. But yeah, it's a close race. See, Waukesha, he still leads by 19. Walworth, he's up by 30. Kenosha, and I said it will not be about Wow. Wow is a small portion of the state tonight. Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington. Tonight will not be determined by those counties more so than it will be determined by how does Donald Trump do in some of these smaller metros like Fond du Lac, Winnebago. And he's really running it up there now. But again, I do think these numbers are going to come down. If not, Kamala Harris is beyond screwed. So southern Wisconsin, like you'd have to watch what happens in Rock County, what happens down here, and definitely what happens here as well. You can use as an indicator. Winnebago County, supposedly one of the bellwethers of the nation in its current form, even though it's not determined as one usually. That's a 32-point lead for what appears to be Donald Trump, but it's very early. Jay Shug says Trump 37% in Queens, 26% in the Bronx. Popular vote. We'll see when it's all said and done, but these are huge numbers so far. Staten Island by 30. Queens, he's cracking. You'd have to think he's cracking like 30 in New York City with what we've seen. And there's plenty of reasons why. A lot of demographics live there that Donald Trump is improving with. Italian voters, working class, white Catholics, can Trump do better among them? Jewish voters, plenty of other groups that are unique to that region. And they're in Philadelphia to a large extent too. We haven't gotten a lot of votes in out of Bucks County, but so far Trump's at 40%. So it usually is a blue mirage, then a red mirage, then it goes back to blue, at least down here in Philadelphia and the suburbs. So we got a lot of vote left to count in Pennsylvania, but Donald Trump so far is doing a great job in most counties in terms of improving over 2020. He's running it up in Texas. He's running it up in Florida, North Carolina, in a lot of these places, which I think is why a lot of people are saying it should be called soon. There's a lot of red areas that haven't reported anything, like Gaston County, but he flipped Anson County. That's a flip. I don't think a single county is flipped against Donald Trump. Maybe Oklahoma City when all the votes are counted, but again, that's a big if. There's never been an election without a county flip. Even McGovern flipped, I think, a couple counties. So, yeah, Wisconsin is interesting right now. Nothing in out of Washington County, a big county with a lot of Republican votes, very exurban, very white working class there. So this is within 4,000 votes. And Milwaukee and Madison. Madison is 43% in Dane County. Trump is outrunning his target, but will that come down? It's most likely going to. The question is, by how much does it come down? What votes are outstanding? Nothing in Racine that should help Trump. Dodge County, just this southeastern region outside of Milwaukee, Madison, and the WOW counties is going to be very, very determinant on if Trump wins the state or not. So not a lot of counties have reported all their ballots, I will say that. Resso says he's at a 4 million vote lead in the popular vote. Yeah, that's true. JA says updated thoughts on Georgia. Georgia, it's 77% of the vote is in. I mean, I think Trump is favored. I don't think he's going to win it by 3 like the needle showed a couple hours ago. The needle now has it at 2.4, so it went up for Trump actually. But there's a lot of red areas left, a lot of votes left. 77% have been counted. He's up by 5. He probably is on track to hold. He gained a little bit in Cobb. Gwinnett, there's a lot left in Gwinnett, though. So we'll see what happens there. Nothing in out of Spalding County, Georgia, which if you look at 2020, Spalding County was, let's see, it was red. Didn't net him a lot of votes, though. It's a smaller county. But I think that Trump probably does win Georgia. I think he probably does win North Carolina. Pennsylvania, I think it looks good. But there's a lot of vote we don't have, but they have Trump winning it by 1, but that needle can change. But there's a lot of votes left that have not been fully counted. Oh, here we go. Scranton. This is the home of Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris is only leading by 3. That's like Hillary Clinton margins in that county. That is not where you want to be. And any analyst who will mention the fact that there was no sort of home state effect, there was. Maybe there wouldn't be now, but during a pandemic, people knew Biden. They liked him at the time. Some voters in northeastern Pennsylvania were more likely to flip. And those voters are the voters so far that we see coming home. And if Scranton's all the way in, that should tell you something about a lot of these other counties up here. Because if that's 2016 margins, you'll see a lot of these other counties revert to that too. And that's big if that holds. But we got to watch the Philly collar. It will be blue, at least in these 3 counties, Delco, Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery. How is Bucks County going to go? That's another question. We don't really know, but still. Pennsylvania, they have going to Trump in the needle. I don't think that's a bad take at all. That is big right there. So, and honestly, Bob Casey took that county by a lot too. So I think the McCormick call might have been, in terms of a prediction. Yeah, McCormick's only running behind by 5 right now. Trump is running, what is Pennsylvania? It's 3 now. Okay. So Pennsylvania's a 3-point game. And every county that's in is shifted right. Lycoming, there's a lot of votes there. Wyoming, Lackawanna. I mean, we are waiting on a lot of vote, but usually when counties come in like that and they're different types of counties and they are shifting to the red, shifting to the right, that's huge. Now, turnout does matter in these places in Philadelphia, but Trump is at 19% with a third of the vote in. If he gets in the 20s, it's going to be difficult for her to win because it doesn't seem like she's going to get North Carolina or Georgia at this stage in the game. So Virginia, Trump still leads. Let's see what the final margin is. Look at that. Harris plus 4.8. Hey, where's Christian Hines? Because his model is on the nose. His model's on the nose. This guy that predicts Virginia uses the model. It's on the nose. It's on the nose right now. He's got look, I feel like apology forms need to be put out for him because he was right on the money. And if Virginia's that close, you're winning the election, usually. I'm not ready to go there yet, but usually you win the election. So we'll look at the House. Any updates in South Texas? Not really. But yeah, this is looking to be a good night for Donald Trump. And Derek Anderson and Eugene Vindman, they're in a close race. Close race so far. Ohio, Captor's only up by 3 in that district. That could be interesting. So, a lot of vote left. Wisconsin's a little bit of an interesting situation. but there are a lot of rural areas that have not reported, so it's hard to really extrapolate from what's there. And okay, we have votes in Washington. Trump's at 70 in Washington. He leads in Ozaki by 9, Waukesha by 19, and by 41 points in Washington, which is the reddest of the WoW counties. It's moved to the left the least, but there's a lot of votes left in a lot of these other places. It's a tough state to look at in terms of trying to gauge it. Sauk County, another possible bellwether. Donald Trump leading that by 7, but it's early. But if he wins Sauk, and Portage County is going to be another one to watch, which has not gone Republican since Eisenhower. Could Trump flip that? Okay, Eau Claire flip blue. Dane, half the vote is in Dane, and 42% is in Milwaukee. And Donald Trump is in a good spot in Wisconsin. It just depends on how the remainder of the ballots break in Wisconsin. Because Milwaukee County, 67-31, that's not where you want it. Now, it could get bluer as more votes come in, but they have the needle at Trump by 0.3. I think that's fair. As it stands right now, I think it's fair. Andrew Beerskin says, love the coverage. The AP shows it flipped a flipped House seat. I don't know. I haven't seen it here. Apex Caliber says, does Virginia become the new does it become the new pre-DeSantis Florida? I mean, if it's closer, it's closer. We'll see. So Virginia, I think, okay. DS Cuber says, Exurban Bucks, Trump won 57% of the vote in my town, or the election day vote. I mean, I guess that's probably about what you'd expect, but it's just one area. So now her lead is just 1% in Pennsylvania. But it does come down to those Philly suburbs, the Philly collar. It comes down to Michigan, where we still have a lot we don't know, nothing out of Wayne, and Wisconsin, where Trump is doing really well in some places, but it could be a red mirage. Okay, he has an 11-point lead in Ozaki. That is big, because if he wins Ozaki by 12, all the fear-mongering about the WoW counties can be thrown out the window, depending on what he does in the other counties. But they were red, then they get bluer, then they're getting redder. So that's good for Trump so far. But it is early in Wisconsin. And Iowa is still drunk, but they will get to reporting their ballots eventually. It is going to go for Trump. It just is not callable right now. So let's see. That is he's doing well, and it's funny because he's doing well in the suburbs. It's not, I mean, he's doing well in the rurals and the suburbs. Like, the suburbs are the story of the night. People are like, the suburbs are gone. It's like working class people exist in the suburbs. And honestly, Trump is doing well with these millennials. People grow up. People, just like Elon Musk. Trump's gotten a lot of endorsements he didn't get before, and they have a lot of cultural pull. And that could be another situation. He got a lot of people to the polls tonight. It's not over. It's not a done deal. There's a lot we still don't know. But he really ran a campaign unlike any other, to the point where he was able to go out there, connect with voters in the podcast format, come up with these new policies, just happened to be like, it's an entirely different vibe. So we'll see. It does come down to those three in the Rust Belt. We'll see what happens in Arizona. We're not quite there yet. I might, as of right now, I might go have a quick break, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. We'll be ready to kick off the 10 o'clock hour in the East Coast. So I'm going to disappear again, but I will be back. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back and I've teleported back in. Let's see, how many live viewers do we have? We have 14,000. I guess I disappeared, probably lost some people. We'll probably get some back and that's okay. But we're back, guys. Let's see. We've got some possible updates here. It's 9 o'clock. Okay. It's time for poll closings, guys. We are going to be making some calls right now. We can call the state of, or do we even make any calls? I don't think we have any calls yet to make, but Montana probably. Okay, they did call Utah. We can call Utah for Donald Trump. He wins the state of Utah. It's 6 electoral votes. That will put him a little bit closer with 194. Colorado probably will get called at some point, but New Mexico, not a lot of the vote is in there, but Donald Trump currently just trails behind by 4 points. So we can update our electoral scorecard from our own map on YapMS here. 194 for Donald Trump, 102 for Kamala Harris as it stands right now. He is closer and closer to that 270 electoral vote threshold as it stands right now. Let's see, North Carolina, 55% of the vote is reported, but still, we don't have anything in really from Mecklenburg or Gaston counties, and we're still waiting on a little bit of the research triangle to report, but Donald Trump will probably end up winning the state as it stands now. It would take a drastic shift in votes that we're just not seeing transpire. There's still a lot of red counties left with a lot of votes that have not completely been tallied yet, so we will be monitoring that as the night goes on. But Georgia holding strong, North Carolina holding strong. We have votes in out of Arizona. Here we go. Arizona. And we don't know where the votes are coming from yet. But Trump is a lead in Arizona so far. And that is mostly early vote and mail-in vote. So how Arizona counts, first of all, they're going to count the early votes, which is in-person early and also early by mail. Then they will count the election day votes, and then they will count the late mail drop-offs. There's plenty of those ballots. They're going to count those last. It's probably going to take a while. And there's a projection, I believe, that was made somewhere. But here, Arizona, Trump at 58. What is... Okay, so Kari Lake is running behind Trump by about 6-7 points right now, wherever that may be. Seems like it's in Pinal County. So we're kind of seeing that ticket split that we expected. But Nella Domenici's running ahead of Donald Trump in New Mexico. We'll see what happens there. Ted Cruz also winning by 8 so far. He's really catching up. Moreno's up by 5. That one might be callable. McCormick is slightly behind. Rogers is slightly, and Hovde is as well. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump has taken the lead in Wisconsin with 36% of the vote reporting. He's got a 14,000 vote lead. Ozaukee County, he's got 55% of the vote there. Washington, very little vote in Washington. He's winning that vote 70-29. Waukesha County, 59-40. Nothing out of Racine. Dane County, Milwaukee County, mostly in. We're getting a lot more of these driftless area counties so far. None have fully reported, but we could look at Pennsylvania because this is huge. This is neck and neck. Look at this. 10,000 votes separate the two candidates. That is not a lot of votes there, and you can see this. Lancaster, he's catching up. Philadelphia City, he hit 20 in Philadelphia. That is big. 20% in Philadelphia. That's what he needs. Luzerne County, he's still running it up there. Allegheny, he got to 37. And he's really, look at Butler. Butler County, where Donald Trump dodged a bullet, came an inch away from his life. He currently leads by 30% so far in that county. Keep in mind, he only won that by 32, and it's been a left-moving county. So if he's able to perform a little bit better there, juice turnout there, that's going to benefit him down the stretch. But there's a lot of votes left to be counted, but that is razor thin in Pennsylvania. But I would rather be Donald Trump in PA than I would be Kamala Harris. I absolutely would. You look at how the early vote came in, a little bit redder than a lot of people expected. So the election day votes, they're going to, I mean, it depends on how they come in, but so far the target seems very easy to hit. And look at that, Erie County, very early, another bellwether for the state, but Northampton is on the verge of flipping. Bucks, not a lot is in Bucks or Chester or Montgomery. Delaware County, Trump's at 31%, but Philadelphia City proper, he's at 20. That is massive so far. And another college town so far that Harris might be underperforming in Center County, she's only up by 3. And, maybe that will catch up. But Washtenaw County, 58% of the vote is now in. She only leads by 32. We would like to have more out of Wayne. We would like to have more out of Macomb. We don't have any out of these deep red counties that have a lot of people. Flint's coming in red so far, but it's just 5% of the vote. Eaton County is a 14-point Trump lead with 78% reporting. Those are numbers you look at and say, wow, because that's a lot of the vote in there. Maybe the margin dips, but St. Joseph County, Trump's at 67% there. Is he going to match his margin from last time? He's going to exceed it if that holds. Muskegon County's coming in red. So across the nation, you're seeing a recurring theme across the nation. Let's see. Resos is huge Georgia and Arizona dump. Okay, we have a huge dump out of Arizona. Here it is, and Donald Trump is in the lead. Donald Trump in Maricopa County in the early vote dump. Yeah, I mean, if I'm Fox, I might make that call for Trump this time, because you look at that, Maricopa County, that is the early vote. These are Republicans. Some of them were Republican. A lot of those, not so fond of Trump Republicans. And already he's running ahead of his end result in Maricopa County. That is massive. 54% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump is at 49%, and it probably just gets redder from here with the election day vote, which we saw overwhelmingly favor the Republicans. Pinal County, again, Donald Trump at 58. That is the early vote dump in Pinal County. He leads that county by 58-41. That's a recurring theme. That's the end result. So can he drum it up from here? Probably. But when you're looking at Arizona, the border's a big issue. A lot of things going on there. Not that favorable for the Democrats. And you look at all the new registrations and people say it's not indicative. Well, it's been indicative tonight. And Pennsylvania, his lead goes up to 0.7%. So you look at that, and that is massive. He's still at 20% in Philadelphia. He's climbing in some of these suburban counties. Berks County's up to a 9-point lead. May even go up from there. But you're looking at the counties all the way in. Scranton's a fast reporting county. You look at Kamala Harris underrunning Joe Biden. Scranton Joe no more. You're seeing what's going on in a lot of these places, a lot of these counties. I don't think there's a single county that's shifted left that's fully in Pennsylvania. That's not what the Democrats would have hoped for to be happening right now. And Trump still leads by 5 in Georgia with 84% of the vote reporting. Fulton's at 91%, DeKalb's at 86%. So obviously Gwinnett County, a lot of vote is left there. She might gain there, but she needs to gain 200,000 votes in the state of Georgia. I don't know if the math is there for that for her. I mean, that is absolutely abysmal. Like, she might gain, but Trump winning by a lean margin, that is presumably what's going to happen. 82% shot Trump wins Georgia. North Carolina's looking like, obviously more of Mecklenburg came in, and Trump is holding steady at 37. So North Carolina, you see what's going on here. 3.4 is now the margin of victory that he's expected to win by. What's happening in the Attorney General's race? Because people were worried about Mark Robinson impacting down ballot. So it's close. Jackson is in the lead. So you talk about down ballot. That is interesting. Yeah, some of these races probably were impacted by Mark Robinson's presence on the ticket. He right now is losing big time. It's now a 13-point ball game, but he's still losing by 13. Trump is supposedly going to win by around what the margin currently shows here. We have 80% of the vote in Gaston County. His lead went up. So it's looking good for Trump. Down ballot Republicans, though, at the state level in North Carolina, might be a rough night for them compared to what many would have hoped. But Maine 2nd District, Donald Trump is at 60% of the vote there. New Hampshire, it's down to a 7-point lead. So we can call Montana and we can call Colorado, but Arizona, that Maricopa dump, Donald Trump is well within reach in Arizona. In fact, now it's lean R. That is big. Wisconsin wins it. Wisconsin will possibly be able to win it for Donald Trump, depending on how these things go. So they haven't called Nebraska's first, but it's probably going to go for Trump. Nebraska's second is probably going to go blue. But we can make a call. Montana goes for Donald Trump. Colorado goes for Kamala Harris. And we're going to watch the margins in Montana. It's kind of drunk right now. I guess they're testing. No pun intended, but tester. Yeah, what's going on here? It's just a mess. Okay, that could dictate the Senate. But Bernie Moreno, they might have to call that soon because that would mean Republicans take the Senate. Casey's still leading in Pennsylvania. Tammy Baldwin is now losing to Eric Hovde. And Eric Hovde, like I predicted, is running in line with Trump. So, you look at Wisconsin. This comes down to what we're going to see. Milwaukee and Madison are halfway in. If Democrats net that same amount of raw votes in both of those counties, they're going to net a lot. But there's a lot left on the table in Washington. There's a lot left on the table. And, Racine is in. Oh, look at the margin there. That's not going to hold. But Kenosha came back down to reality a little bit, but still a very good margin for Trump right now. We'll see if that's going to hold up in his favor in Wisconsin. He still leads in Greene County. He's leading in Sauk County by 8. He leads in Door County by 5. We don't have any counties all the way in, but look at Iowa. Folks, Ann Selzer, what are you doing? These are all these red shifts in Iowa. And Donald Trump has taken the lead. You know what? We're going to call it. Donald Trump will carry the state of Iowa. It's 6 electoral votes. Ann Selzer, your career is done and it's over. So 204, Donald Trump will cross the threshold. 204 electoral votes for Donald Trump. I believe that Kamala Harris is at 112 right now, so we could fill that in. So already a very, very, very good showing so far for Trump. It is not done yet, but he's at 204. Harris is at 112. So let's see. Vinyl Guy 54 says Newsmax called North Carolina for Trump. Well, they also they did prematurely call Georgia in 2020, but I do think now it's likely are in both. Okay, yeah, we're getting close to calling them. Those are 2 dominoes that would need to fall, but Trump is going to need a Pennsylvania. Arizona looks great for Trump right now. This is a vibe shift of a century. He probably could even flip Maricopa. RZ410 says Trump leads the New York Times popular vote projection. That is a big that's a big development, I guess you would say. He still leads in Virginia, by the way. John says Trump leads Oregon by 1. That's not going to happen, though. It's very preliminary. Mason Guritz, thank you for 10. Resso says Needle's almost at 2 in Pennsylvania. That's huge. John Nadeau says Polymarket at 90% for Trump. New York Times 75. Richard Burton says thanks for the coverage. Chris Evans says the shenanigans have started in Milwaukee. I haven't seen anything about that. But Aaron says Iowa update. We called Iowa. Want to make sure we answer at least all the yellow and above super chats. Apex Caliber says tune into TYT and Lichtman. I'm focused on looking at the race right now. Look at New Mexico. And you talk about the Hispanic vote being closer. I don't think any of these counties are all the way in, but, well, he gained a little bit there. But you have to gain by a lot in a lot of these other places. I think he will gain in Sandoval when all the votes are counted. But Santa Fe, there's a lot of vote left. Thomas Martin says North Carolina and Georgia are likely are. I saw that. Pennsylvania so far, look at this. Donald Trump with 51% of the vote in has a 2-point lead in Pennsylvania. And this is Fulton County moved right. Indiana County, Clarion County, Jefferson County. Oh no, a county moved left, but it moved left by 0.4%. And let's check the turnout because counties moving right and left don't tell us much. Well, they tell us a little bit, but look at the turnout. Jefferson County, Trump won it by 13.4K. Now he wins it by 13.5K. So he actually netted votes there despite it moving left. That's not good news. All these armchair analysts that have tried to say, oh, well, we're going to try to predict these states and we're going to, just get caught lying and promote polls that we like and polls that we don't. Well, what do I have to say about that? I think that there's a certain reality and it's not done yet. But you look at Pennsylvania, there is a lot of room, not just to grow in the rurals for Trump, but also in some of these suburbs. The question is he going to get these people out? He's now at 44 in Bucks. It does seem like Pennsylvania, it's tilting towards Trump by 2 as it stands now. If it hits Trump plus 2, I think they gotta move it to lean. He's at, yeah, Butler County. Look at that. That was a county that was not supposed to move right this election cycle just because of the dynamic of it. It's like, Waukesha County, Wisconsin kind of. But the event in Butler definitely, I believe, is something that has boosted Donald Trump. He's really made a play for this region. And Democrats, I mean, we'll get to them later, hopefully, but we're not there yet. York County, there's still room for Trump to grow. And of course, there's room for Harris to grow because there's a lot of these suburban areas that haven't reported. But guys, Philadelphia is halfway in and Trump is at 20%. They said she needed 700,000 votes, or even if you make it 600,000, she might not get there. Maybe she gets there because of the mail, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be enough to win the state. Like Erie County, that is not going to hold for Kamala. That will not hold. That is the early mail dump. Luzerne, I'd expect Trump to do better. We talk about the Polish voters. Joe Biden had that appeal. Kamala Harris doesn't have that appeal. She desperately said, oh, well, Trump likes Putin or whatever, even though Trump kept Putin at bay. And then, most Polish people were like, wait, we don't like Putin, but we also don't like war, endless wars, etc. And a lot of people in the more populous parts of the Rust Belt don't. So I never doubted for a second that Donald Trump, when he ran a campaign that was a lot more populist than his 2020 campaign, and in certain ways you could even make a case for 2016, is going to be at least at a very minimum competitive in these Rust Belt areas. It is not a done deal for Donald Trump, but you would rather be Trump than Harris in Pennsylvania and Arizona and Georgia and North Carolina, would you not? And at that point, what would you do if you added all those electoral votes up? He would win the election. Look at Iowa. Ann Selzer is now off by 8 points and counting in Iowa. That is not good. But even just the margins in these safe states, too. That's another thing. Like, if you look at Ohio, this is a 13-point beatdown. I didn't expect this. This is Missouri. And, Ohio has a tendency, the later returns are like a little bit more, it comes back to earth a little bit. But look at Mahoning County, 5-point lead for Trump. Let's check the Senate race in Mahoning County, because I've always had this feeling that it's not going to be a cakewalk for Brown, and it might not be. He only leads by 3. I think he might hold on to it. But I think that we can make a major projection as well out of the state of Ohio, and maybe in a little while, because that is another important projection. Let's look at the House, by the way. Republicans are doing well in a lot of these districts in New York. Ryan McKenzie's ahead of Susan Wild. People laughed at that prediction that I made, but it seems like that could hold if that's true. We'll see. It's not done yet. But when you have Trump on the ballot driving turnout, that definitely is huge, and it definitely gives you a massive boost overall. And they've kind of slowed down the counting in South Texas. Let's check the county map in South Texas, because this is huge. Donald Trump in Texas, he leads it by Romney margins, 13 points. This is absurd. We don't have some of these counties like fully in yet. That's true. But it's like Dallas County. He really ran it up in Tarrant and all these places. Like, the Sun Belt is looking very good for Donald Trump. Even Pima County in the early vote, he's at 37. Harris has a lead, but it's not going to hold. We don't have Yuma in, Gila in. Mojave is like, that's a beatdown right there. But Kansas, Trump now leads. He's going to take the lead by more than 10. Colorado, Trump trails by 12. Illinois is an 11-point race. He's at 31% in Cook County. He's doing relatively well in some of these suburban places. People are upset. People are angry at the status quo, and that's what happens. That's really what happens. You see this shift. You can't ignore the fundamentals. The race is not over. But North Carolina, Georgia likely are. Arizona lean are. Probably you could make the case for likely, given how we know the votes are going to come in. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania all leaning towards Trump. That's not all that solid for Kamala Harris. That's not all that solid. And you're seeing it. And the media narrative surrounding the race was that, this is like Kamala Harris is confident in her campaign. Yeah, it's not entirely how this worked out. And everybody behind the scenes understood that it would take a miracle to beat Donald Trump. And right now it very may well take a miracle for her to beat Donald Trump. It's not done yet, but let's see. Oh, now it's Trump by +6. Can we take a look at this, please? I don't know where is the popular vote outcome. So now, yeah, they have Michigan as toss-up right now. But the popular vote, yeah, the Rust Belt is not going to vote to the left of the nation by 0.6. Yeah, it just won't. At least one of these states will, and probably Pennsylvania you could make the biggest case for, just because of its party registration data, Butler, Biden being off the ballot compared to 2020. There's room to grow in northeastern Pennsylvania. So we're seeing it, yeah. Valentino says Lichtman's melting down. Oh, okay, we can watch that later, not on stream. Okay, Decision Desk retracted Virginia. That's interesting. Will Mueller says Bitcoin price factoring in a Trump win. Yeah, I was hearing that, oh, well, you know, Trump was losing the momentum in the final days, and it did feel that way vibe-wise, but now he's at a 90% shot to win. He never was that high in the in 2020, and we're sitting here at 10:20 p.m. Eastern Time, and Donald Trump has a 90% shot at victory. Iridescence says, click on the arrow for the live forecast of the odds. Okay, hold on. Let's see, where is this? Yeah, Trump in Maine second. He's probably going to win that. Alaska 91. Okay, Alaska's not going to flip. But let's see, Virginia, they have it at 93% shot. New Mexico, Trump is not even DOA in New Mexico or Minnesota right now. So that is something. But I don't see it. Maybe I'm just missing something. Okay, maybe it's this. There we go. Wow, Trump projected to win the popular vote. That is incredible. 78% shot of victory for Donald Trump. That is big. It's not over, but Pennsylvania is looking good for Donald Trump. Let's see where more votes are coming in from. He's at 38 in Allegheny. If he can cut into her margin a little bit in a place like Allegheny County, that is big for Donald Trump. If he can get to like 40, he may not stay there, but still, this is truly an impressive comeback story. Let's see. Trump is still leading in Virginia. Oh, Kamala Harris finally took the lead in Virginia. I guess Maura Fairfax came in, but still a very solid performance for Trump. What is the final needle now in Virginia? Now it's 4.7. All right. All right, let's go back to Wisconsin. Something's wrong at Decision Desk. They have Wisconsin 95-5, but did not reverse the Virginia call. Let's look at Wisconsin, guys. Let's look at Wisconsin. Okay, Madison, 72% of Madison is in. Trump is holding his own in Dane County. He's up in, well, again, nothing really changed out of Racine, but he's got a comfortable lead in Kenosha. Dr. Phil's forehead says, what's wrong or what's up with him being down in Arizona? Well, here's the deal. They count their early ballots first. This is pretty much par for the course, and there are red counties outstanding. So he might win the early vote outright in Arizona. When he lost it by, the margin in 2020 that he did, Fox called Arizona for Biden with like 60-some% in. So will they do the same this year? Probably not. I'm not going to make that call. But, yeah, Georgia. Okay, Georgia narrowed. Gwinnett County's mostly in. Trump gained percentage-wise. Harris gained on net in terms of raw votes. But she's only up 140,000 with 91% of the vote reporting. And you've got Cobb County mostly in. There's very few ballots left in Fulton. There's a little bit left in Savannah's area, the metro of Chatham, and maybe a little bit in Columbus, but I don't really see enough ballots outstanding for her to take Georgia. It's going to be really tough. North Carolina, I mean, there's definitely ballots left in Charlotte. Is there enough to overcome 260,000 votes of a deficit in Charlotte? I'm not entirely sure. I don't think so. I don't see it, especially with what's outstanding in the rest of the state. But there will be a lot of ballots there, but there's a lot of other places in the state that haven't reported. Randolph County, that should benefit Trump. There's some left in the Research Triangle in Wake, but it's not much. So, again, this red shift, it's going to be tough at this point to see the Democrats end up taking the state. So you're talking about North Carolina. You're talking about the state of Georgia. He needs to win both of those and lock them up in his column. And then it takes one more state to win, Pennsylvania, which he currently is overwhelmingly, you could even say, favored. And he leads by 111,000 votes. Now, there's a lot of Democrat votes outstanding, but there's also a lot of Republican votes outstanding, too. He's got a 3-point lead. Now it's a Trump by 2. That ticker is almost venturing its way into the lean column in the New York Times for Pennsylvania, that needle. Center County is red. Would you look at Center County? Look at that. It's red right now. Center County is red. Another college town so far underperforming in, but we'll see. In Northampton County, as King of Swing mentioned, that is a big flip, and he needs to hold it. And there's a lot of room to grow in Erie. He's gained a little bit in Luzerne. There's more room there, too. Washington County. Greene County's 95% in. Let's look at Greene County last cycle. 71 to 28, 72 to 27. So marginal improvements for Trump in Greene County. Turnout goes up too. That's huge. Turnout is huge, and that's good for Trump. I mean, everybody showed up. They showed out today. Monroe County's still close. Lehigh County is relatively close. Berks County, Trump now leads by 13. Democrats talked about some comedian's joke about Puerto Rico impacting Puerto Ricans in Reading. I guess they didn't get the memo that white liberals got offended on their behalf. And Lancaster County, so far, Donald Trump is he's winning by 9 there. So already, that is huge. Lucas Zapan says, you're crushing it, sir. Less than 250K subs, and you still have 10% live viewers, dominating the live counts for larger channels. Well, this is where you go for election coverage, but we're not done yet. But you talk about those early returns in Indiana. They were looking a little, this isn't all that great. And then the vibe just completely shifted with the little help from Florida. But Texas and Florida, look at this, 75. It's impressive to me. There's no other way to say it. But he's got to close. This is not done. Michigan, lean R in Michigan. What is going on in Michigan? Oakland County is within 10. Oakland's within 10. Michigan is lean R. What's going on in Michigan? What's going on in Michigan? Trump by 2? I mean, I don't even know if I believe that. Like, what counties are coming in where they would even have the mandate to say Trump by 2 in Michigan? Washtenaw being Harris by 35. I mean, there's still votes outstanding, but Oakland got closer. Macomb's not even in, but neither is Wayne. Kent County, she's running it up, but that margin's not going to hold. Ottawa County, he's running it up. Similar questions there. Muskegon, he's doing well. I don't see a blue county up north. I mean, it is true that Marquette County, there's probably votes left that are going to favor her, but I mean, yeah, they really think that Donald Trump is running it up in Michigan, and he very well could be. It just depends on what counties are. Trump by 2.4. What's going on in Michigan? I mean, that is big. Vinyl Guy says Decision Desk called Georgia for Trump. I can't blame him. Mike Homan, shout out to you. Carlos for 2024 says Trump. Vinyl Guy said Decision Desk called Georgia for Trump. Fut Bucker, very funny, says Decision Desk is Trump at 242. Steve Hunt's 96 says Newsmax called Georgia for Trump. Yeah, I mean, it's looking, very likely are. Yeah, you know what? I don't see her catching up. I don't think there's enough ballot. There's not enough ballots outstanding. There is not enough. Look at that. Okay. It's within the level of confidence the Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk can call the state of Georgia for Donald Trump the first flip of the night for Donald Trump. Republicans after 2020, they said we may never win Georgia again. Donald Trump has won it back. He's flipped it back into the Republican column, and he is well on his way to victory. 10:29 p.m. on the East Coast. That is a massive, massive flip for Donald Trump in Georgia. You can make that call right now. Very likely we can call Georgia, and you can update our update our electoral scorecard. Donald Trump is 50 electoral votes away from victory. He's at 220. Kamala Harris at 112. She's likely to catch up in about 30 minutes after the 11 o'clock hour or so. But that is a massive victory for Donald Trump in the state of Georgia, and that is huge. So already you can see what's going on, and that's not just a sigh of relief for Republicans, but it also should tell you that the fears of Donald Trump running for president, a lot of Republicans had. They say he could not win. They said they wanted to run other people who would have lost, even if Trump loses, would have lost. Plain and simple. And Georgia was a state people will cite as an example for why. And then you see what Donald Trump is doing tonight in Georgia, running it up. He probably wins by 2. The state is not what it used to be. And you kind of even see that in some of these shifts in some of these suburban areas that we see, but not in all of them. DeKalb County moving to the right, Republicans improving with black voters a little bit, not by a lot, but by a little bit. That's all it takes. That's all it takes when you're trying to win the election. He's got a coalition. He's put the coalition together, and he's running it up so far in the places he needs. He's doing everything he needed to do up to this point. North Carolina is looking great for Trump. I'm not ready to call it. Virginia, they're getting closer to calling it for Kamala Harris, but still at this point, that is a massive overperformance for Donald Trump in the state of Virginia. Michigan, for some reasons, lean R. Wisconsin, Dane County's mostly in. Milwaukee County, there's votes outstanding. Even if you want to give her 70,000 votes, that could be counteracted with whatever's left in Washington County, which I don't know if 48% is enough. Let's check 2020. I feel like there were more votes. Yeah, it was a 24,000 or 34,000 vote lead. Right now it's 18. So maybe he's going to expand his margin there. But Ozaukee, people were worried about Ozaukee, and maybe it does rebound back down, but it's a 13-point lead for Trump. That's better than it was for him the previous cycle. Waukesha's moved left a hair, but not by much. And this is an interesting coalition shift too. Because a lot of the places that moved really far left off a cliff in 2020, they're the ones moving back to like baseline, which is shocking to me. Certain places, I'm not shocked by Oakland County, Michigan, assuming that holds, because there is a big, heavy white working class population. COVID definitely played a role in the suburbs, though, and I think that a lot of people realize it now. And in terms of those election law changes, too, that basically skewed the election in Biden's column in 2020. You're not seeing the same thing now. Now, we don't have anything out of Wayne, but we also have Macomb. That's not going to go blue at the end of the day. Sam Godwin for 20. Will Mueller says Polymarket at 98%. Ryan Colfer says New Mexico, he's up slightly. Oh, that's interesting. Lucas says, told you about Georgia and North Carolina, not even close. I'm not ready to call North Carolina yet, but he's probably going to win it. Arizona, he leads. He does lead in New Mexico. That is huge. That's big. But, again, what's outstanding? Well, let's see what they say for the final margin. Harris by 4. There's a House race there that could flip Republican if that holds true, and that's not good news for Democrats there. So Ohio, Bernie Moreno still leads by 5. He leads by a likely margin. Ted Cruz is up by 10. They really need to call that, and maybe it does come down, but Texas is out of control right now. Dan Osborne's up in Nebraska. I don't know. That's interesting. Let's check Nebraska. What's the margin there? Okay, yeah, no, he's going to lose. Fisher's only running behind Trump by like 6. The rest of those votes are, you're waiting for rural Nebraska to come out. Let's be honest here, but it seems like the Great Plains suburbs, well, Oklahoma County's holding strong for Trump. Iowa's going for Trump by 11. Ann Selzer has burned her credibility. New Hampshire's back within 5. And that is huge. That is massive. Trump still leads in Wisconsin. He'd like to get his vote totals up by more. There's a lot of counties that have reported ballots. Are they going to stay at those margins? Portage County, he's up by 16. I don't think that holds, but Portage County, that is a place where you really would love to see go Republican because it hasn't gone Republican since Eisenhower, and it got even closer in 2020, but still, you're looking at Outagamie County, the Bow counties where there's more people here than in certain parts of the WOW counties too. Green Bay, these are, smaller, more white working class metro areas, moved right in 2016, rebounded in 2020. Now Donald Trump is holding his own so far, but it's early. Yeah, Michigan's back to a toss-up as you would expect, but we don't have a lot of votes in out of certain parts of Michigan to really make a judgment. But Flint, if Flint goes red, that would be it. And it could, because it's losing population. Trump will probably do better with black voters in Flint, and there will be less of them in the electorate compared to 2020. He'll run it up with the white working class areas. Some of these places where you drive through in the thumb and you see Trump sign after Trump sign, like thousands of them in a row, like there's a lot of them. And those places, yeah, they're giving Donald Trump 70-odd% of the vote. Salinak County, if that holds up, let's check 72, so an improvement even, but a lot of that is juiced up turnout. People are fed up, and they are showing up. Muskegon County right now is Trump plus 20. But again, some of these counties have different mirages in different ways. But the one county, Eden County's all the way in. So it did rebound a little bit at the end, but Trump still won it by 4, which he needs to win in places like that. Menominee County, all the votes are in. Native American reservation in Wisconsin, Donald Trump improved. And still in Pennsylvania, I've yet to find a county where he did not improve in, aside from this one, where he still netted raw votes from 2020, which is really what matters. So, yeah, let's see. New Jersey. Look at New Jersey. Yeah, and if you're doing well down here, you're gonna do okay in the Philly collar. That might be a big indicator for Pennsylvania in Gloucester County. That was not Trump's strongest county. He flipped it back red. That might be the race. If that translates over, that might be the race. If that translates over. But he's really doing well in a lot of these places, a lot of Hispanic voters in certain parts of North New Jersey. And like I said, elections don't take place in a vacuum. If you're doing well in parts of New York, you're going to do well in parts of Philadelphia. Look at Trump at 21% in Philadelphia. That is not easy. But right now, Trump is in the range of estimates. He's leading by 2.1%. Dull Body says, thanks, Red Eagle. Amazing job yet again. Been watching since 2020. Let's not get too excited. Remember what happened in 2020. Keep pressing. Fight, fight, fight. Yeah. Base Cat says Cenk is starting to get worried. Well, yeah, you could ignore the Sun Belt. You can't ignore the Rust Belt. They were banking on people abandoning Trump over abortion. But do they have any brain cells to realize that Donald Trump is not like an abortion abolitionist? Like, he's not. And that they don't understand the Rust Belt. They extrapolate too much from the midterms. Republicans are having a far better night tonight than they had in the midterms. They're flipping Senate seats. They possibly will flip 4 depending on how Wisconsin goes. Michigan's still close. Dave McCormick, he's leading. I don't think that holds as the late mail comes in. But Tim Sheehy, he's up by 9. Donald Trump is up by 19. Yeah, I think we can make another projection. Republicans are the apparent winners of the United States Senate. They flipped the upper chamber for the 119th Congress, and that is going to be a huge piece to the government puzzle there. If Donald Trump does end up winning, that means he's going to have a Senate. Will he get the House? We have yet to find out. California, we don't know what's going on there. We haven't made any calls out of New York for these House races. There haven't been any apparent flips outside of some of these races where I think it was due to redistricting. But yeah, if Lori Buckout can close the gap in North Carolina's first, that would be huge over there. That would be a flip. Vindman is still ahead by 2. He's probably going to hold on. It does seem like Higgins will win. The 10th district was super close. That was even closer than 2022. So all around here, you're seeing what's going on across the board. Republicans are having a really, really, really good night, and it doesn't seem like they flipped any, or the Democrats have flipped any seats in New York. Now, it is true New York is kind of a weird state counting-wise, can't go based off that, but they just flipped another seat as we were talking, or they won another seat. It got projected. So already, Wisconsin's at 55%, and now it's lean Republican. That is something you'd love to see. Michigan went back. Oh, Michigan is leaner. Well, where is Wayne County? We're waiting on Wayne. But Oakland County, just a 10-point margin for Harris. She's up by 50,000 in a county Biden won by 100,000. Yeah, that lead, that raw vote margin might expand, but that's not where she wanted. She's also probably not doing a very good job of winning over a lot of those, Haley voters they talked about. And they made a major projection somewhere here. I don't know what state they called, but Trump hit 204. I guess they called, they called Kansas. We can call Kansas for Trump as well, which will put him at 226. So Trump has won the state of Kansas. He's at 226, and he's well on his way. It's 44. 44 is all that he needs. You can lock in Idaho, Alaska, do what you need to do. But Trump in Arizona already in the lead with all the vote dumps in. I mean, this is a state that will take weeks to count, but they may project it. They may project it for Trump. If this holds, and when we get election day vote and seeing how that breaks down, the late mail usually favors Republicans, but not by as much as election day. So I tell people, when you have an electorate that's more Republican, you're going to have more votes to find. You're going to be able to do it. That's what we're seeing right now. Deplorable D-Man says, fantastic job. Like I've said, you're like the Bob Costas of political play-by-play at the biggest stage, the Super Bowl of policies, the presidential election. It's true. Forest Man says, Marcy Kaptur is losing. That's huge. Hold on. Yeah, Pennsylvania's still a toss-up, but Wisconsin's not. Minnesota, too early to really extrapolate from. But let's see. Let's go back to the, what's it called? Hold on. The House. I blanked for a second. Derek Marin's ahead. I don't know if that holds, but that's a massive pickup there. And the 13th district, well, that seems like Sykes will hold on, but there is more red vote there that needs to be made up. But then, yeah, Neil Parrott's ahead with 71% reporting in Maryland, 6. I don't know if that's going to hold, but that would be a massive flip if it did. You're looking at Tom Keene holding on in the 7th in New Jersey. And there's a difference between the never Trump. I feel like there's a difference, but and this goes for if Trump, holds on or if Harris manages to come back and win. But there's a massive difference between never Trumpers that you see in the media that they try to manipulate the people and two-time never Trumpers in reality. You wouldn't have Loudoun County move right vastly if you didn't. And that's something they don't understand. They don't understand that half the country does not have this visceral, foaming at the mouth hatred of Donald Trump. We heard about the suburbs, and then we look at the suburbs, and Donald Trump is gaining in a lot of these suburbs nationwide. Maybe they're not moving right by as much as some of these other places, but it kind of proves that when you have Donald Trump in a bad macro environment, and he still almost beats somebody who honestly was a strong candidate back then because they kept him in the basement and they covered for him and it was effective enough and the macro environment didn't favor him. And then you take Trump now and you put Trump, who's more likable than ever, who is going through the hero's journey, the comeback story of a lifetime, and you put him up against Kamala Harris and you expect her to win when she's just burdened by what has been of this administration. You could put that pun as intended. It's like, what do you think is going to happen? Like, it's not done. It's not over. But the fact that we're talking about Virginia not being called and it within 1 with 80% reporting, or New Jersey being within 6, or even talking about the popular vote at all should tell you that something is going wrong with how these people have been viewing elections over these years. 2020, Trump would have, if you had the current RNC with lawsuits, Trump would have won handily. And that's another thing, because people are worried about things like fraud, and obviously it's not done. But you look at what's going on right now in this election, it does seem as if whatever efforts were taken were relatively solid. We're getting faster vote counts in some places, and the RNC is catching people. They're fighting back with lawsuits. Stuff like that adds up. Stuff like that does matter. And we're seeing it in real time. Now, is Trump going to cross that finish line? We're not quite there yet. But still, he's in a very good spot. He's at 85% in the needle. And we know the needle has been, a little bit cautious on Donald Trump in the past. So we'll see how it shakes out. But Pennsylvania, all the counties that are all the way in, Lackawanna, Wyoming, every single one. Cumberland didn't, but I thought Cumberland would move left by a few points. If Cumberland's all the way in and he's not losing ground in Cumberland, I don't think he's losing ground in Bucks. I don't think he's losing ground in these other places. I don't think he may even lose ground in Allegheny, because Cumberland is one of the most left-leaning areas in the country, and that means Scott Perry is probably going to hold on to that Senate or that House seat there, and he currently does trail. But keep in mind that, again, there's a lot of red that's left. Dauphin County's coming in very blue, so be patient. But Michigan, nothing out of Wayne County yet, so we'll see. But some of these results we're seeing in counties that are mostly in, like Oakland, where he's only down 10. He's going to gain a lot in Macomb when real Macomb reports. Kent County, he probably might gain on net with what's left. And we can make a projection out of Maine. Kamala Harris will win a single electoral vote in Maine, Maine's first congressional district. Also, Donald Trump, Nebraska's first. We can't make that call yet. Harris still leads there, but she's not going to lead for much longer. I think most people can understand that. And it seems like a lot of my state margins so far are holding up that I predicted. I did not predict South Carolina going red by like 17, but I say live by the swingometer, die by the swingometer. And that's what we've done tonight. And the Rust Belt's not done yet, but there's a reason why Donald Trump is the clear favorite in this election. He's now at 299. I think they gave him Nevada or something, or they're just giving him a number that's like the over-under. But the popular vote is Trump +1. California, she's going to bottom out in California. But you talk about these are two-time never-Trumpers coming on board to Trump. You don't think that happens in the swing states? Where the Republicans are registering voters like crazy, and you want to come at me for my analysis and try to pretend like I'm the one that's wrong, when you've been wrong about everything the past 5 years. Even the things you've been right about, you've been wrong about for the wrong reasons. Even the things I've been wrong about were largely innocent mistakes, and when you look back at them, it's like, okay, this makes me more confident Trump's going to win. It's not done yet, but these are good numbers, and he has won at least probably 3 of those big 7 swing states. North Carolina now at 85%. Mecklenburg's at 92%. Donald Trump is at 33%. He might gain with the late drops there if what we're seeing is a pattern nationwide, but he's already ahead of his 2020 numbers in Mecklenburg. This is something interesting. This is honestly something special. It really is. But Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin lean R. Buffalo County, another driftless county. Look at Iowa. Oh, man, when I told you that poll belonged in the garbage and I said I'm going with Trump by 10 in Iowa, I was right. In fact, Iowa is going to vote just like Nebraska when it's all said and done. I know Missouri's going to get redder. I think Hawley's going to win. I'm not worried about that, but folks, he's close. He's close. If we have to stay up until Wisconsin finishes counting, we're going to stay up until Wisconsin finishes counting. I'm not going to go anywhere. I don't need to go anywhere. But I will tell you that this is something that a lot of people probably even here didn't expect. Donald Trump to go out there and compete, let alone have a great shot to win. And in Ozaukee County, he's up by 15 points. Ozaukee County, Wisconsin, which he only won by 12. White college-educated suburb area, he's up by 15 points. I don't know if it's going to hold. But that is just a massive shift. Racine, I don't know if that's going to, but Kenosha, he won Kenosha by 3. He's up by 5. I think that might be a hold. But look, Rock County. Okay, here we go. This may not hold. But Rock County, you got a large share of working class whites and a lot of blacks and Hispanics that live in places like Janesville, Beloit, you name it. This is not a place Republicans usually win. This is not a place Donald Trump wins, but he is running competitive so far with 61%. Now, he might lose it, just like he lost ground in Eaton, but this is a place where last time, 11-point win for Biden, and that was not much of a shift. But if that's like within 5, it's showing that he's doing what he needs to do to win Wisconsin. Jefferson County so far holding steady at 56%. Dodge County, he's at 71. He's running well above. I don't know if that's going to hold, but still, Wisconsin is, you would rather, I feel like, beat Trump than not. Because of the population in these driftless counties, they do add up. They absolutely do. And now you see Ionia County move right, St. Joseph County moving right in Michigan. But, the movement in Michigan really comes down to what happens. Does Oakland stay like this? How does Wayne come in? How does Macomb come in? Like, this is the type of stuff we're looking at to see if Trump's going to win. But he made a big appeal to the auto industry and these white working class voters, and honestly some college-educated white voters, too, that a lot of them in Oakland County work in the auto industry. But he made that appeal on trade. He made that appeal across the board. And now you're seeing Donald Trump go out there, and he, so far in Michigan, he's up by 2. Only 27% is in. We're actually getting a slower count there than Wisconsin so far. But, it comes down to how these final vote dumps end up going in the Philly suburbs, because he's on the verge in Philly. He's on the verge. Is he going to get there? I'm not sure, but he's on the verge. So, West Virginia, he leads by 42. Wow. That's not that surprising when you think about it, but that is something. He leads in Arizona. New Mexico moved a little bit away from him as Albuquerque came in, but he's still seeing shifts in the Hispanic parts to the right, which, again, I thought New Mexico would be closer. Let's check the Senate race there. Nella Dominici, okay, now she's running behind, but Ted Cruz is still up by 10. He's going to win. Dan Osborne's going to lose, too, when all the votes are counted. I think everybody agrees. Bernie Moreno still leads by 5. McCormick is in the lead. Mike Rogers is in the lead. He's only underrunning Trump by 1. Eric Hovde is underrunning Trump by a little bit right now. He's underrunning him by, I believe, like about a point or 2. So that's surprising. We'll see if that gap can close. We'll see what goes down. But Michigan, Mike Rogers is only behind by a point. Republicans would like to get at least one of those 3 Senate seats, but we have a lot of votes left to count. But if Trump does take Michigan, there's a chance Mike Rogers wins. Pennsylvania, he might have to take it by a little bit, but right now it's Trump by 2.2%. And, that is so close to lean. If you got Wisconsin and Michigan at lean, you got to put this at lean. Delaware County, he's already on. He might do better in Delaware. He's doing respectably well in Chester. He's flipped York finally, which is going to get a hell of a lot redder. A lot of room to grow in York. Dauphin County is going to get redder. Allegheny, even if it stays the same, that's good for Trump. Philly's still at 21. Bucks is now a dead even tie. Now, keep in mind, Trump's lead is going to grow in these places across the state. But what really matters is how because the final votes will be against him, but they'll be like the late mail, and the late mail was not all that favorable to Democrats this year. Republicans made a very good outreach, did everything they possibly could do to get their voters to start playing the game by the left's rules, and it is that simple. The party that banks the votes, they talk about cannibalization, but usually the party that banks the votes wins, or at least outperforms, and you can't really point to an example where that's not the case. Maybe Arizona, but then again, Republicans didn't do as well of a job back then as they do now, and the party's divided, and again, Maricopa County is still Maricopa County, but so far, Donald Trump is only down by 23,000 votes in Maricopa County. He might flip that back. If he does, it's a very good night for him, and I can't see him losing Nevada, where the polls have closed, and it's going to take about 35,000 years for anyone to be declared the winner. Matt Ross says, great work, first time not watching the mainstream media. Nathan Bennett says, the Bennett family in Idaho wants to one more burn on that Iowa poll. Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, she went on meth or something. Like, there's no explanation. That is a suppression poll, And how the hell did J.B. Pritzker have that poll? And there's proof that he had the poll. Why was it spread around to these people? The same people that get mad at me because I, made a joke. I'm like, yeah, if we get an Iowa poll like that, don't release it. They're like, he's trying to suppress his own polling. And it's like, no polling was suppressed, clowns. But when it comes to these people, it's like, oh no, that's fine. That's fine. But my analysis, which is sound, relatively sound, where you're like, oh no, she needs this firewall in Pennsylvania. She doesn't even get close to it. Yeah, enough is enough. Enough is enough. Like I said, it's abysmal, these people. And it's been exhausting, this election cycle. Not because of that. I mean, it's just been so long. But you see what happens today, and it's true. You had the early vote push. You also had the election day push. Now Georgia is up to 140,000 vote lead with 93% reporting. North Carolina is up to 130,000 vote lead with 86% reporting. I'm thinking this might be in need of a call. There's still votes left and outstanding, but even Durham and Orange County moving to the right. I mean, like Union County moved right, Cabarrus moved left, which is expected. A lot of college whites there, but not that many of them. Western North Carolina, because, the hurricane, I think that helped Trump there, and in Georgia, by the way. So there still are votes left in parts of I think, the Savannah Metro, which is small. But again, even if the margins stay the same, that's 20,000 votes. There just are not votes there. Fulton's all in, no water main breaks. Cobb's in. I think Trump gained in Cobb County, or he barely lost ground. Fulton, okay, wait, hold on. Gwinnett, Trump might even gain with those later votes in Gwinnett. If he doesn't, there's not enough math for her in Georgia. Georgia needs to be called. North Carolina, it's 130,000 votes of a difference. Are there even 130,000 votes outstanding in the areas that are going to benefit Kamala Harris at that level? I don't see it happening. There's just no way with that shift map that she's winning the state of North Carolina. Randolph County's barely even begun to report, and Chatham County's all in. That seems like okay, well, that's not that much of a shift. Never mind. Robeson County, that's like that went for, I believe that county might have even gone for Hillary Clinton. It's Trump plus 31 so far. Now, that might not hold, but that is massive. The Native American reservations, again, you have an economy that sucks. You can pretend like it doesn't, but it does. And then you expect the undecided voters to break your way because of abortion or something, which Donald Trump, they had nothing to run on this election cycle. This is why they're having the election night they're having, even in these Sunbelt suburbs. The question is, can Trump hold on to PA, Michigan, which is now, okay, lean R? Can they hold on to these places? Macomb County now is coming in Republican. Washtenaw County's coming in. Kamala's up, but by 35 still. Livingston holding strong for Trump. Ingham, Trump's at 42. That is not good. And where was the enthusiasm and joy in a lot of these places? Because right now, that joy needs to come out of nowhere for her to win. It has to be a miracle. And even in some of these suburban counties like Montgomery, she's got 80,000 votes in Montgomery of a lead. What was Biden's end margin there? 130,000 votes. So even if she gains 50,000 votes there, is it going to be enough to overcompensate for other places? I mean, we're not done yet. She's got votes in Philly. Trump definitely has some votes in Beaver and Butler. That was a shift right in Butler. There you go. Half a point, but that was, turnout matters too. Greene, Fayette, the 4 points there. Lawrence, Crawford, Erie is going to flip. Northampton did flip with 86% reporting. Trump's up by 5. I said that bellwether poll might be overestimating Kamala. We'll see if that holds up. Monroe County's a dead heat. Lehigh County's, again, there's a lot more election day vote left there. There should be. And it's like, yeah, it's all on the same plane. It's all on a gradient. I've said it. Live by the swingometer, die by the swingometer. And Donald Trump so far has done everything we've asked him to do. He's gotten Georgia. He's very likely gotten North Carolina. Pennsylvania, 32% of the vote left. If it comes in and he wins, it's lights out. It is lights out. This election will be over. Yeah, honestly, you know what? And that's another thing. Iowa, Trump up by 14. Yeah, you know what? There's this rumor that Ann Selzer shelved the poll that had Donald Trump winning by like 17. I believe it. I believe it. I know Rich Barris has talked about it a lot. Rich Barris has vindicated about a lot of things tonight. I'll say that at a very minimum. Now, it's not over. Ohio might come down a little bit. Iowa, I don't know, but Iowa might vote to the right of Kansas. Who would have thought that would happen? South Dakota, North Dakota coming in heavily for Trump. He's at 70. Wyoming, he's at 74. Yeah, Liz Cheney, I guess, doesn't have any pull. Oh, well. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? Virginia's at 80 still. Yeah, she probably does gain a little bit depending on what's outstanding. But that's like the Youngkin Schiff map. I mean, that is incredible out of Virginia. And that model rings true. The model rings true in Virginia. I've said it for a while. This is very possible. But if Virginia's that close, and that's the exact model percentage. That's the exact model percentage from the Christian Hines model that's predicted perfectly in 2021 and 2023. It was not run in 2022. It is now within 0.1% of the New York Times needle with 80% of the vote reported. So Trump is probably not going to win Virginia. But the fact that it was called sooner in 2016 than it's called now should tell you something. It should tell you something. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin lean are 89% shot at victory for Donald Trump. Polymarket, 93-7 for Trump. Yeah. I don't see a pathway at all for Kamala Harris. It is not, if this holds, and look at that, very likely Trump, 95% confidence interval that Donald Trump is going to win the state of North Carolina, which that was not the case. Coming into the night, they said North Carolina was a part of their pathway. We laughed at it for a good reason. Now, seems like we were laughing for a very good reason. Seems like we were right to laugh and say that this is ridiculous. This is not how elections work. It's not going to vote to, and it might vote to the right of Georgia. It might not vote to the right of Georgia. They have it at Trump plus 3.3. That's to the right of Georgia. So Trump, North Carolina, can we make that call? I mean, that's something. Nebraska's first. We have Nebraska's first that's still in Kamala's column. It's not going to stay that way. But yeah, Nebraska within 7. I think Deb Fischer, she's going to win easily when it's all said and done. Eric Hovde's in the lead. Mike Rogers is in the lead. Dave McCormick's in the lead. Carrie Lake is not doing that well, but I mean, I'm not ready to call it for Gallego, just because of the fact that there's a lot of a vote outstanding. She's doing better in this vote dump than she did in her first vote dump for governor. So that's still going to be a race that's competitive and close. But yeah, no, it's incredible. Royce White is winning in Minnesota by 7. That's not going to hold. Let's see. How's Trump doing in Minnesota? Okay, so Royce White is underrunning Trump by 23. Let's check on Larry Hogan right now. Obviously, I think, they called it for also Brooks. Hogan's at 46. That surprises me. I think he'll dip as the night goes on. But yeah, no, Trump is outrunning like the normie Republicans too in some places. That's like the incredible thing. They said, Trump can't win in a place like Virginia. He ruined the party. Yeah, I don't think that's what we're seeing. You run generic, supposed high-quality candidates, and I'm not, faulting them. They had a unique circumstances, you name it. But Donald Trump is outrunning a lot of those candidates tonight. So that should tell you something. Resso says Minnesota's a toss-up. Yeah. Door County, Wisconsin. Let's check Door County. Okay, 95% of the vote is in. Harris is a narrow lead there. So if that does hold up, it's possible that she could hold on to Door. Is that something we're going to see? You have a lot of retirees that go up there. I don't think it's going to be something that is going to be all that automatic for Republicans to win. Now Trump did better than he did 2016 margin-wise there, I think, or he got more votes this time. We're going to see record turnout. But when you look at this, like these counties here, they matter more, in my opinion, than Door. Door barely moved So while you'd like to win Dorr, if you win Wisconsin without it, it's kind of an ugly map. I don't think it's that indicative, especially when Trump is leading and Madison is mostly in, and you still have a lot of Washington left. You have a lot of these driftless rural areas left. People forget how close this state was in 2020. So it just depends on what is outstanding. But I wouldn't look at Dorr and say that that's like a warning sign for Trump, because I thought that, yeah, there's a chance he could win without it or he could lose with it. And Sauk is holding strong for him too, and so is Portage. So again, it's early on. But I knew Dorr probably, from the early returns, knew it would come back to earth. And yeah, it's possible that would not have gone his way. So nothing out of Wayne County yet. Kent County's pouring in. Republicans are going to gain there as votes come in. Ottawa County, he's holding his own. Grand Rapids area, just like the WOW, it's moved left. Different religious demography, more Dutch reform individuals in the Grand Rapids. Big Dutch population. The DeVos family is known for being a big political player there. They're more establishment Republicans. Trump did put one of them in his cabinet. I don't think that's going to happen again. But look at Genesee County, Michigan. Trump is leading Genesee. And he's up big in a lot of places. Let's look at the shift map. Alcona County moved right by 3. Yeah. That is something. Should we be worried about the Rust Belt, says Prapa. I wouldn't be too worried about the Rust Belt. I think that Pennsylvania looks really good. But again, we may not know for a while. He's at 21 in Philly. And it looks like turnout is going to be down overall. If you want to crunch the numbers, what is that, 466? So if you do the numbers, and I could pull out the calculator on my end, 466 divided by 0.66, yeah, 700,000 total votes. She wanted a 700,000 vote margin. Trump is already at 100,000 votes in Philadelphia. He's going to eat into her margin there. Bucks County's on the verge of flipping. Northampton, 86% of the vote is in. It's red. Lehigh County, it's within 5 points now in Lehigh. York has yet to begun to unleash the cavalry. Lancaster, Trump leads by 11 in Lancaster, which, again, it's probably going to get redder. That'd be surprising if Lancaster moved left. I don't think the Amish are going to have much of an impact either way on this election. If anything, they do help Trump, but they're a very small portion of the population, and a lot of them just still don't vote. But Luzerne is looking better. All around, it's looking better. I mean, yeah, Cumberland County moving left by 0.9%. That is not, I thought it would move left by like 4, even if Trump won the state. So the suburbs held their own, and I did predict that they would largely, but I mean, what we're seeing tonight is something else, especially in the Sun Belt, which are the suburbs that have been most hostile to Trump in past years. He's up in Arizona, nothing out of Nevada. Okay, we can make some calls. It's 11 o'clock. On the East Coast, I kind of lost track of time. We can call California, Oregon, and Washington for Kamala Harris, Idaho for Donald Trump, and the big board will show 230 to 187, which that is, again, she's not even to 200 yet. That should tell you something. And Trump is 40 electoral votes away from victory, and we haven't even called North Carolina. So we're waiting. Texas is a 14-point Trump lead. Florida clocks in at 13. Texas, and I called it in the primary. I'm like, there's something going on. This is Super Tuesday, the Redux. We just better hope it carries over into those Rust Belt states that he needs to win, because that's it. All the copes and excuses I've heard over the years about this election and what it would entail. But yeah, Michigan, Democrats basically have their margins in Grand Rapids, and we'll see what happens in Oakland. But Macomb, he's up by 10 in Macomb, and that's begun to expand. He's up by 11,000 votes. Genesee County, he still leads. Lapeer, he's at 70 in Lapeer. I mean, you got a lot of people. And honestly, I think that it's underrated, but I think there is an effect there is credit to be given to RFK Jr.'s endorsement too, because you talk about the level of pull that Trump was able to get. Of all the endorsements this cycle, getting the endorsement of somebody like that can relate to the Kennedy Democrats who might feel disaffected from their party, that is something that he was able to use to his advantage and grow the movement. And we'll see when the votes are all counted. But so far in these counties, it is looking good in the Rust Belt, all around, basically, even in suburban Chicago, Kendall County, even if it's not in the main suburbs. But that moved right by 4. Chicago itself is on the verge of moving right. Illinois is within 10. I don't know if that's going to hold, but it's within 10. New York is a 14-point Kamala Harris lead. Nassau County probably flips to Trump. I'd be shocked if it didn't. He's really running it up in Staten Island. Dictator margins in Staten. Suffolk, he's up by 10. That might increase for Trump. I don't know. But the upstate New York margins, as I said, Biden did not have this appeal. Look at Vermont. I mean, Vermont, Rutland County, Vermont, it's within 5. I mean, even Vermont's moving hard right. Nantucket, which is a wealthy area, it doesn't matter. This is a multifaceted coalition that has never, I am surprised that we're seeing this tonight. And, you know, it's not over, but I am surprised with what we're seeing across the board. And Donald Trump is on the verge of victory in a lot of these states, even if they narrow. North Carolina, I don't see flipping to Kamala Harris. I don't think there's enough votes. Mecklenburg's all the way in. Trump improves in Mecklenburg County. There's a little bit more out in Wake. I don't see it being enough. What other parts of the state remain is the question. Any blue areas? Alamance County? How did Alamance vote? It's a red county. That's telling. Nope, I'm calling it. It's North Carolina. The Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk can call the state of North Carolina for Donald Trump. 16 electoral votes, the most vulnerable state he held on to in 2020. Democrats had hoped for North Carolina. They didn't get it. Not this time. Donald Trump expands his margin in the state. North Carolina goes to Donald Trump. Let's look at the Electoral College right now. He is at 246 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 147. If he gets Pennsylvania, he wins the election, so long as he gets the state of Alaska. John Waffle says, do you think Tester will lose? Yeah, I think it's done. It's a done deal. I mean, he's up by 14. How much is Trump up by? 23 or 25? I mean, that's a bigger split than I thought, to be honest, but I still think, yeah, it's a done deal. Iowa, Q2 Spire says New Jersey's within 5. Heliocracy says Trump is getting ready to speak at Mar-a-Lago. Yeah. Oh, all the people that have spent their lives trying to ruin this guy over 9 years, and they do everything they can do to stop him. And he is on the verge right now. That is incredible with what we're seeing. Vinyl Guy says what's going on in Arizona. Like I said, it's a slow counting state. But the fact the early vote dump went for Trump, like that is unbelievable what we're seeing. And maybe there's some other places that will report and it will be a slight lead for Harris. But what we're seeing is unlike anything we've ever seen before. Navajo County... Well, Trump won it by 8. The Native American reservations showing out for Trump tonight. And that might be why New Mexico gets closer. It might be why Oklahoma was such a beatdown. 34 points. I mean, look at these shifts everywhere, these big shifts across the country. DS Cuber says McCormick leads by 1.5. Well, we'll see. If he's running behind Trump by, 3? Yeah, I mean, there's a shot McCormick takes that Senate race there. We got to see how's he doing in the Philly burbs, and I want to compare these two things because the Philly burbs, he's at 40 in the early vote in Chester. Trump's at 39, so a slight overperformance. Allegheny County, a little bit behind. Scranton, he was like 5 points behind. But, I mean, this is just... He's winning Northampton. He's winning it. Michael Bressler says, you rock, brother. Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Royce White. Yeah, it's not going to hold. That's funny, though. But Ted Cruz even winning by 10. I mean, this is going to be, this is something. And I think Nevada is going to go red. Ralston can shove it. And I think he knows it too, which is why he did his cop-out. But I don't think, given the results we've seen tonight, it might not be close. Like Georgia, what's left? Part of Gwinnett, that probably nets her like not even 1% in the state. I guess the Savannah area is left over. But if you want to look at the Savannah metro, let's see. Yeah, it's what, a 25,000. Right now it's 11. So even giving her like 60,000 votes on net in the state, it's not enough. We called North Carolina. We called Georgia. New Mexico, I'd be getting close to calling it the other way just because of what we've seen. I don't think that Sandoval County is going to hold. I mean, we'll see what happens in some of these places. But New Mexico will be closer as I predicted. It's not going to necessarily flip. So D-Money 2005 says, love you, Red Eagle. Well, thank you. Shelly Man Studio says, the Lions winning the Super Bowl next. That'd be big. That'd be big. Like I said, if Donald Trump wins, or if we get a pass rusher today going into election night, it'd be a good vibe, and that's exactly what they did this morning. So good for them. But Ohio, 13 points. I mean, Ohio's going to be redder than Kansas. Indiana, 19-point win. We were freaking out over nothing. Hamilton County didn't even move. Oh, Lake County to the right by 10. Yeah, I don't see it in Detroit. I don't see it in Detroit for Harris at this rate. Maybe she does win narrowly in Michigan, but we're not there yet. Either way, Decision Desk calling both of these. They're done. They are done. Georgia's at 94. He leads by 3. North Carolina's at 88. He leads by 3, and he might even gain a little bit. Virginia and New Mexico probably go blue, but, New Hampshire's within 5. Maine is an 8-point lead. That might come down, but, I mean, look, Maine's 2nd district. Yeah, we can make another projection. Donald Trump wins that 2nd congressional district up in Maine. He flipped it in 2016. Obama won it twice. Bush lost it twice. Trump wins it. Another electoral vote up there in the Northeast. So he's at 247. He's at 247. He is on the verge of victory, but he has to get there. Will Trump speak soon? Will he be addressing a crowd? They say he's going to prematurely declare victory. They said he's an election denier. No, it's ironically the opposite. Ironically, you could say it's the opposite. If Donald Trump comes out the winner tonight, which Pennsylvania did move back to a toss-up, by the way, but what exactly went on here? Okay, not a lot really changed. They just moved the margin down a little bit. So it's Trump's favored. I'm not worried about that. They flip back and forth. Trump has got the edge so far. Cambria County's not going to stay the same. Although I'd look into the machines in Cambria if that holds, because there was some drama earlier. But Center County might flip. Trump held a rally there. You talk about the shifts that are happening. A lot of young men, they tried to reach out to them this election cycle, but in terms of reaching out to them, they just made a fool out of themselves. They turned more of them off because it was like, wait a minute, they're trying to say like these men are like these betas or whatever, like the stereotypical like weak man. They put out Mr. Jazz Hands out there as the VP pick, thinking he's going to win over a lot of young men. It's like, that's not how this works. They don't get it. They don't understand it. Like they never have. And I don't even know if they ever are capable of being able to do it at this point. Like they thought that would help them in the Rust Belt, and it's not done. But looking at the data, it's tough to see Trump to go 0 for 3. She has to go 3 for 3. She needs to go 3 for 3. Let's look at Wisconsin's. 2/3 of the votes are in. Waukesha County, Ozarki's holding strong. Again, it could come down a little bit. Washington's moved right. Milwaukee has moved right. Madison, that's a 50-point lead in Madison. 90% of the vote in. Let's look at Madison here, because Democrats need to drum up the votes there. Biden won by 53. She's only up by 50. And they called North Carolina on New York Times. There you go. Call Georgia already. It's done. It's over. Georgia is over. This is what happens when you bank your votes, you get everybody to vote, and you let the other side run their mouth about this billion-dollar ground game. When did that transpire? You spent how many billions of dollars in that much time frame knowing you were running in an election you were going to lose in, and so far it would take a miracle for her to win it. That is embarrassing. And look, Tampon Tim's district moving to the right by 4 points, his old district in Minnesota. That is not what they wanted out of Minnesota. That is not what they wanted. That is not it at all. Now, it's not done deal. It's not a done deal yet, but Oregon, this is looking more like 2016 Oregon than 2020 Oregon. Antifa land. This county here where Bend is, this county moved right. This is like greater Idaho, basically. They've talked about making that a state. But no, Montana's moving right. Everywhere, and it is carrying over down ballot. Bernie Moreno, you might as well call him the victor in Ohio. It is true that the margin of victory for Trump dipped because I think Cuyahoga County's reporting some more ballots, but he improved. Hamilton County, Cincinnati Metro, which is not where Republicans do well and they've lost a lot of ground, he improved significantly in those counties. This is not even like 2016. Delaware County, Democrats had hoped they'd flip it. They didn't see that shift. You see what's going on. Let's go to, maybe it's not in yet. Clark County, home of Springfield, Ohio, rapid shift to the right. And even though the exit polls aren't perfect, we saw the exit polling data. What did it tell us? It told us that immigration was far more of an issue than abortion. Democrats were the ones that had the abortion as their top issue. The fundamentals overwhelmingly favor Donald Trump. And all the people that claimed he couldn't win or couldn't compete, well, the people that said he couldn't compete are already eating their crow. It's just a matter of finishing the job and getting it done. And Illinois is within 10 with 20% of the vote left to report. And that is not where they want to be. Winnebago County's going red. I've said that might be the bellwether along with Northampton. Dane's at 90% in Wisconsin. How many votes are left in Milwaukee? Even if you want to say 100,000 votes are left, I'm not so sure it's enough for obviously depends on what votes are left in other places, but I'm not sure it's enough. Every county that's coming is moving right in the driftless area or the Northern Highlands. More counties just pop up. It's like red arrows. You just watch them pop up over the country. Like we'll sit back here for like 10 seconds and we'll be able to see a couple new emerge. This is insanity. This is like Verizon map level. People thought Trump was going to get obliterated. They had to change out their candidate to try and compete. They had the momentum vibe in the home stretch. It doesn't always amount to anything. Hillary Clinton arguably had it too. Obviously not during the email stuff, but after the email stuff. But let's look at Minnesota because let's see what the needle says. Harris by 2. That is a lean margin. That is not where she wants to be. And there's a lot of Somali immigrants there that are somehow backing Trump. It's crazy how they've come full circle because of the world peace issue. And we're waiting on Wayne County for sure, but Oakland County, Macomb is moving right. Livingston probably to the right. If this holds up, I mean, this is a bad night for Kamala Harris in Michigan. It's not a done. I wouldn't put it as lean R. And they called Tim Kaine's reelection victory. That's no surprise. But now Pennsylvania's back to leaning Trump. 67% odds of victory. Let's see. We got 23,000 live viewers in chat. Probably would have been a little higher if it wasn't for all the glitches, but that's okay. Let's see. Leaning Trump. More super chats. We have any? The decision desk called a race, according to, well, the source is not. The source is not exactly if you name yourself Futt Bucker, maybe I'm not inclined to believe it until other people claim that it's true. But Rodney Benfield says 240 8K votes left in Georgia. Trump's up 136. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it at all. Apparently, some people are saying liberal hive mind sent people. Well, that's good to hear. He's I haven't talked to him in a while, but he's done good work. He's helped out the channel quite a bit, and I'm grateful for that. Make sure if you guys are new, subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. Oh, Kamala Harris wins Oregon. We actually projected that before they did. Yeah, no red Oregon this time, but that's okay because Oregon's not going to get us to 270. What's going to get us to 270 is getting out of one of these 3 states with a victory. And so far, he's favored in all 3 of them. That needles 91% Trump. Oh, man. That is not what they wanted. Polymarket, 94% Trump on Polymarket. He's got all the momentum. He's got all the momentum. It seemed like when the first results dropped that it was underwhelming. Okay, apparently they lied. Splice Stream says, when Fuddbucker makes a call, I sit my ass down and listen. Yeah. True. And I mean, it's getting there, but we can't make, no, the Rust Belt is way too early to call. I think Trump is probably favored in all well, Michigan, I would wait on Wayne County, but Luzerne, obviously it hasn't fully come in yet, but Luzerne, 23,000 vote lead for Trump in Luzerne. What was it in 2020? 22,000. So we already gained net votes. We'll see how the rest of the ballots come in, but those Polish Americans, Donald Trump making his outreach to them. He was hanging out with Duda and all that. It's like, yeah, the foreign policy thing. They think that Donald Trump's foreign policy was a failure, but they haven't looked in the mirror, and they make these ridiculous excuses. Donald Trump won that debate against Kamala Harris, and I think that most people, I said at the time, they said, oh, you're crazy. And it's like, no, just cut out the noise. She did better than people thought. She did better than I thought. But Trump, I feel like, yeah, he had the upper hand big time. I don't think it impacted the race much either way. But if anything, the undecideds, yeah, I think Donald Trump won a lot of those undecided viewers. And you're seeing it across the state, these white working class voters, but also in some places, oh, Lancaster's all the way in and Trump gained. Maybe that's the Amish bump. I don't know. But Lancaster's a big metro area. If you're gaining votes in Lancaster, Franklin County, Allegheny's all the way in and Trump gained. Yeah, I mean, they got to be getting ready to call. This race is going to be called before we go to bed at the rate things are going, if that is true, because I don't see it. Obviously, the Philly suburbs, there are question marks there, but I mean, you can't imagine he's going to lose a lot of ground. He's at 22 in Philly. Like, the mail might mitigate that, but he's honestly on the verge of flipping bucks. We're going to see what happens. I'm going to get some water, guys. I will be back. Don't leave the chat. I'll be back in about 40 seconds at most. So. Okay, everybody, I'm back. We should be good right now. Let's see. Okay. We have more super chats. Curio Relic says, I'm watching you all over the others because I like your analytical style of reporting. Hold on a second, guys. I'm trying to see. You don't have to pander to me like a child and try to hold my attention with dumb stuff. I respect that and appreciate it. Well, I appreciate the super chat. Tony Holder says, I feel that they'll stop counting Georgia and we'll wake up tomorrow. Well, they'll get caught if they do that. This is a different time. You have a different RNC with balls, with lawyers. They know what the hell they're doing. I'm not worried about that at all. They're not going to retract North Carolina after it's been called in the New York Times. They understand what's at stake here. They would not have thrown everything they had at Donald Trump over the past month if they were confident they were going to win. They would not have done that, but they decided to do it anyways out of desperation. And so far, she's going to have to come back and win 3 different states that she's a horrible fit for, objectively speaking. And when she's losing in Sunbelt suburbs across the country, I thought Donald Trump would shock some people in some of these suburbs, but the people, the midterm wars, all these people that just look at 2022 and just extrapolate from that to mean that Trump is cooked. They were wrong. I said it then. I took a lot of heat. I lost some people, and I say it now, and I'm right. And I'm not going to apologize for it because it's 100% true. So that's the way it is. You're not going to have any other Republican that's going to perform this well in the Rust Belt than Donald Trump. And we could talk about the future of the party another time, whether he wins or loses. But the Sun Belt, okay, now it's above 95 in Georgia. Yeah, they got to call that. But they were saying he can't win because of Arizona and Georgia. Look what they're doing. They're running up the score. We heard there was no ground game. We heard there was no this, that, and the other thing. Minnesota's in play. It's probably going to go blue, but Minneapolis, we're waiting on the Twin Cities to come in. But some of these counties around it, yeah, they're fed up. They don't want their country invaded by illegal aliens, and then they get called names when they oppose it. These people that have been running our country, they call us garbage. They're garbage, and they're being disposed of as we speak in a lot of these places. Now, it's not a done deal, but you're talking about 90-odd% chance. This is not, this is like, it does bring back a lot of 2016 vibes because it became clear at this point in the night, they didn't call the race for a few more hours, and we'll see what happens, but this point of the night, reality set in, and Donald Trump appeared to, be the favorite in a place like Pennsylvania. There was no way. Now, I don't know about Wisconsin or Michigan. He doesn't need them. He doesn't need Wisconsin, even if he does lose it. I predicted him to win it. I think he probably, you could say, he does win it when it's all said and done. Madison is mostly in, and she is not getting margins she needed there. So what can I say? What can I say? But it is true, and it's just how many resources do we have to waste on? So, it could have probably even been a even more of a done deal, given how a lot of the GOP establishment has held back this party for so long. But now we actually have one that is competent. The same people that were upset at the status quo then were the same people saying that, oh, how dare Trump, go out there and have his family members run the RNC. Well, it's because they're good, competent people, and look what they've done. So I don't want to hear it from these clowns. KW2434 says, I can wait to hear Alan Lichtman try and defend his. Yeah, I told people this, and people live by these things like it's a religion. And it's like, no, the economy's not good. And if he applied his model properly, yeah, Donald Trump would have been the winner of his keys. But they weren't. And how many of these key cultists said, oh, well, Trump can't win. He's cooked. Yeah, well, Lichtman's already been wrong tonight. I think he had a blue North Carolina and a blue Georgia. We got a red both when he filled out his electoral map. So, I don't see it. Now, Arizona, we're still waiting on a couple counties here, but this is a big, big showing so far. A big showing. And it is true, circumstances matter. It's a lot of different things at play here, but what you're seeing is a traditional presidential election map, but Trump is holding his own. And I think it might be different by age. It might be depolarization by age. It depends what the final returns are like in places like Center County and other places. How well did they do? But, it's become more socially acceptable to support Trump. We've become less woke as a society. And when you have the Democrats at the 11th hour, which are already losing, going woke and insane, it's not going to have the same blowback. This is a mandate right now. And let's check the popular vote. California. Okay, California's in. Trump in Orange County in the mail-in vote so far is not running far behind. He's at 39% in the mail, and you have San Francisco in. Actually, let's check her home. Okay, wait, no, hold on. Yeah, I mean, it's too early to tell, but California within 20. Yeah, Trump really did well with Hispanics tonight. He really did well, including Puerto Ricans, by the way. I think he saw the biggest improvement with them. That's why you had, I think, Osceola County. Let's look at Florida's final map. Yep, Duval was an indicator for Georgia. You saw Osceola County go red, West Palm, not quite. That's soul-crushing, but it was close. Broward was within 17. Miami-Dade an 11-point Trump victory in Miami-Dade. I mean, they got to call Georgia. Yeah, Kamala's taking the lead in Minnesota. Hennepin County. Oh, Hennepin County's all the way in, though. She's at, 70-27. Let's check Trump's margin because they counted Hennepin. So he didn't lose in Hennepin County. He didn't lose anything. I don't think the far left showed up for her either. The younger voters, there's not that appeal level. There's not that level of appeal. So, yeah, Minnesota's probably going to go blue, but Wisconsin, this is one to watch. Waukesha County, 89% of the vote in. He's holding strong. He's not bleeding in the suburbs much at all. That's like your, Romney, Johnson, Biden. Those voters exist there. That's why Trump didn't do as well as Romney. It's a strange part of the Rust Belt, but, I mean, demographically it has shifted. And when you have spillover from Milwaukee, Milwaukee loses votes. And that's why Trump so far is doing a little bit better in Milwaukee. Kenosha, 90% of the vote in. He's up by 5. We could look at Kenosha last time. He won by 3. So a marginal gain. Rock County, she did take the lead, but it's a 7-point game. It was an 11-point win for Biden. So just marginal shifts like that play a massive role. We'll see how the remainder of the votes come in these places. But Greene County still going for Trump. Sauk County going for Trump by 7. I know Door County flipped blue, but that's like the only county in the Rust Belt to do so by margin and net votes, and it's 0.8%. And again, what demographic typically is moving there? You have a lot of like the Chicagoan retirees, just like the Northwest. Like, well, Ashland County's going for Trump. I don't think that holds, but this part of the country where it's blue, you shouldn't really have blue in that part of Wisconsin, traditionally speaking, but let's see. I want to get to the super chats. I'm going to switch the tab of regular chat to the super chat so I can read them. Let's see. George Paul says, rumor going around that Red Eagle Politics is the favorite election night live stream of the co-founders of the George and Allen store. The Party Boy 376 says, Kamala's campaign said that we should get some sleep and finish strong tomorrow. Fox says, why would they say that if they're getting ready to call these states? Sounds a bit fishy. No, it's actually, it's not 2020. It's 2016 because that's what they did. Hillary would not concede on election night. She was too busy getting drunk and having a hissy fit because she thought she was entitled to the presidency. When it comes down to Kamala Harris and her campaign, they don't want to stay around to concede. They want to see what the hell they're going to do. And maybe they will try to contest the results because that pendulum swings back. The left they're the biggest election deniers in history. They happen to get a taste of their own medicine in 2020, even though there were legitimate. If you had the same RNC in place fighting those same lawsuits, Trump would have won. But maybe it's for the best. If Trump wins, I think most people would say it would all be worth it because you have a stronger Trump than ever. Compared to 2020, this 2020 was not the most emotional vote. I wanted Trump to win. Obviously, I voted for Trump, but this is like the country's on the line. He's coming back to save it. And he's got a new team with him that is going to be around him, but he's got to close. It's not all in yet. But what I'm seeing right now is good for Trump. They got to call Georgia. Michigan. I mean, what's going on? Wayne. Okay, we finally get votes in Wayne County. If that margin holds in Wayne, she's probably done. Look at Genesee. Flint is Republican. That has never happened before. We have nothing in out of Saginaw. Ottawa's coming in strong. Grand Rapids margins narrowing. Macomb is a 10-point game. Oakland is the other way. Yeah, no, Michigan is, yeah, Trump by 2. And it's not even just the Arab vote that's doing this, by the way. It's a lot of things. Like, there's just not that level of enthusiasm, but also the white working class voters. Like I said, Biden was not the worst fit for these people during a tumultuous COVID in 2020, where the top issues were COVID and like restoring normalcy. And then he comes in and then he's anything but normal. He literally is, nobody knows who's running the country. And if people expected the voters today to forget that after this gaslighting campaign, like, Kamala Harris is going to go down as the biggest failure in politics ever. Like, ever. Hillary Clinton, at least, you know, she was a Secretary of State. She was somebody who, I guess you could say had like certain level of accomplishment, intellect, whatever. No, yeah, she lost. It was a failure. This might end up topping it. And to be fair, this is less even her fault, kind of being forced into it at that point. But, you know, she is somebody that, I mean, she was given a tough hand. But, I mean, Zachary Howard says, but the keys. Yeah, the keys. Let's see. Tony Holder says, Young Turks asking what went wrong. They say they let the Supreme Court do it. I guess the people didn't care. It's not like we haven't seen Trump in office. It's not like they're not seeing Trump face-to-face on podcasts with tens upon millions of views. It's not like Elon Musk has leveled the playing field on social media. There's no clear censorship of certain stories. Like, it's not like the whole landscape hasn't changed. Of course the landscape's changed. I mean, this is incredible. And for them to say, and now he's at 93% on Polymarket in Wisconsin, 87 in Michigan. I want to pull this up. It might cause lag again, but we've kind of been, and hopefully it's less blurry than it was before too. But Polymarket, let's look at this. And we have nothing out of Nevada. But you look at, North Carolina, Georgia, done. Pennsylvania, 92. Michigan, 86. Wisconsin, 94. Arizona, 90. Nevada, 79. That's just, that's incredible. That's all I'll say. Jay Shook says, Wisconsin officials say count finished between 3 and 5 a.m. Okay, well, we'll see. There's a lot, and there are a lot of Democrat ballots there. I'm not worried particularly about what's left in Milwaukee. Even if you want to say it all goes, let's say every vote in Milwaukee, again, will go to Kamala, which is probably not the case as much as last time. But if all of those mail-in votes go to her with what's left and what's remaining, she is not, I mean, she's not even hitting the target that she needs to hit. Now, I'm not, I mean, like, it depends on what the end result is, but he's at 70 in Washington. Ozaki's kind of gone back down to the 2020 numbers. But all in all, it's like, yeah, she's not getting what she needs in Madison. She's not doing too well in these other counties either. Racine's not even in at all. I mean, the margin is big for Trump. I don't know if that holds, but there's a lot of votes left in these counties here. Like, she's going to have to run the table, and she's not Aaron Rodgers. So, you know, I know it's Wisconsin, but she's not going to, I don't think she's going to be able to do it. Maybe, but I don't think that even if you give her Wisconsin, Michigan is not looking good, and neither is Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, 81% of the vote is in. Trump is at 22 in Philadelphia. I mean, you're seeing he's doing better in every county that's in pretty much. Every single one, he's doing better. And that might not hold, but let's see. Did he flip Bucks? Not yet. But there's a lot left in Bucks, and he might flip Bucks at the rate things are going. Look at the shifts in the other counties across the river. Delaware moving right. I don't know what went on there. that might be some shenanigans in Sussex County, Delaware, but it is what it is. Let's see. But the Northeast, Massachusetts, it's closer. Connecticut is within 10. Rhode Island is still a 9-point game, and I do think that Harris wins it by 10. But New Jersey, look at New Jersey. 4 points in New Jersey. Now, she's going to win New Jersey, but this is embarrassing. Donald Trump went to New Jersey. Honestly, if Biden stayed in the race, maybe those New Jersey polls would have added up. But honestly, like I said, the polls were off because of response bias. And maybe I bid a little bit and undersold the final prediction. But Let's see. Jen says, how's Carrie Lake doing? She's down by... Actually, she's only underrunning Trump by, what, 6? That's not that bad. That's not that bad. We'll see. The election day Republicans are more Trumpy, too, so that could actually... She could actually gain. Hi, sir. Says, turn 500 into 3K for Iowa plus 10. I think I made a similar bet. It was not 500, but yeah, Ann Selzer and the libtards on Poly Market. The election is going so well. Oh, yeah, did they? No, they didn't call a state. I was tripping. Okay. But that is something. Jimmy Payne says, think Obama will save her. Well, I don't think he can save her. I don't think he can. I think he knew she was going to lose. Of course he knew. Like, he didn't want her to be the nominee because he knew she would have lost. And it's true. If Democrats found some, like, mystery candidate, they would have done better. Look at Maine. Maine is a 5-point race right now. This is looking more like 2016 Maine. And the third-party candidates, I mean, there's not that many of them, so it's not like it's going to go to ranked choice voting. But, yeah, we're 15 minutes away from Alaska. If he gets Pennsylvania and Alaska, it's done. It is done. Arizona is basically, I mean, he'd be very shocked if he loses Arizona. New Mexico, 6-point win. New Hampshire, 5 points. MH says, will we keep the House? Oh, now the answer is yes. The answer is almost certainly yes, even if Trump manages to lose. I think the House is, I mean, it's looking good in the House. Pennsylvania's 8th. Cartwright might lose. Wild's losing for now. Scott Perry, I think, retakes the lead in that district. I don't think he loses to Stelson. It's just the ballots that are outstanding. But even Suozzi's in a tough fight. But there's a lot of ballots left in this part. Meliotakis held on. Langworthy won. Molinaro, he's down by a little bit. We'll see. Mike Lawler, I think, is going to win. That is a 12-point lead. He's safe. He is safe. He's home safe. So, and look at Jared Golden's losing. I don't know if that's going to hold, but that'd be massive. That'd be massive. Yeah, Lori Buckout narrowed the margin in North Carolina's first 2. Yeah, North Carolina's done. I think everybody can agree. For all the people talking about ballot dumps in the middle of the night, guys, we know what's outstanding. We know that there's much fewer mail-in ballots now than there's ever been. So we'll keep an eye on Milwaukee. Wayne is not looking too good for them right now. We'll see if that changes. Oakland holds steady. There's a lot left in Macomb and St. Clair. David Am says, Liberal Hive Mind sent us. Thanks for your commentary. Well, thank you. Yakub says, can you say something about the Nebraska Senate race? I think, did Fisher take the lead yet? Or what's going on there? Okay, she took the lead. She's going to win it. It's going to be close, and the Republican ballots get counted later. Eric Hovde's in the lead. He's up 50-48. Can that hold? We need Senator Hovde. Trump is up by 3. McCormick is up by 2. Mike Rogers is up by 3 in Michigan. Trump is up by 4. Are we possibly seeing, I mean, it depends on the final margins, but you could be talking about a 55 Republican Senate seat, seat Senate. Virginia called for Harris. That's not surprising. I think we can call Virginia for Kamala Harris. She can take Virginia. I think Nebraska's first. I mean, Trump's going to win that district. I think we could, I don't know. I mean, we could probably call it, but let's, so she hit 200. She needed to hit 200. So it's a 47. She has to sweep everything. Nitin says Indian Hindu voters are pushing New Jersey to the right. Well, I don't think there's that many of them, but I mean, they might be playing a role. Bucks County flipped. Not yet. Not yet. Do we have Nevada? Nothing in Nevada. Mike M says, thanks again for your stream. Super cool. MAGA dude, this is your nickname now. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. MH says New Mexico voted for Harris. Yeah, probably. Decision Desk called Georgia, and Raffensperger says there's no path to win the state. Relax, Georgia's ours. Yeah, and he's a never Trumper. He doesn't like Trump. But Trump had this unique ability to basically burn some bridges with a lot of these people and use them to his advantage without keeping him close to his circle. People like Nikki Haley, who still criticize him but tell people to vote for him. People like Brian Kemp. He's like, oh, he's a good governor. It's funny that he said good and like not great. It's like that's he's slighting him, but there's nothing else the guy can do about it. This is in Ohio. Trump is up by 11. Yeah, that's gonna hold. I think he's gonna hold. The 10-point lead's gonna hold. Iowa. Ann Selzer, you were only off by a whopping 16 points. Oh, wow. That poll was just as off as the Washington Post Wisconsin 2020 poll. DS Cuber says New Jersey is one of the highest. Yeah, I know. They have a lot of Hindus there. Bravo Squad says AP called New Mexico for Kamala. That's fair. I don't know what's going on in Sandoval County. That should be red. A lot of red shift in just across the country. We didn't see it in parts of like Oklahoma. But what counties did she flip? Did she flip a single county? In the country? Oregon only down 6. No, we're not down. We're down by more than 6. Angry Vets says, first time viewer, you're so far ahead of all the major networks, never watching another fake news. Well, a lot of people are joining this channel as we speak. So make sure you guys like and subscribe. Yeah, Georgia should be called. It's over 95%. Yeah, Trump is going to win Georgia. Everybody knows it. And now he has if he wins, he has the mandate for 2020 as well. People forget that. Because it is true. You did have an RNC that fought back against people that are scumbags and people that do cheat. And maybe it gets misconstrued about how it happens. But what is objectively true is that there is unsavory acts that take place during elections, and they gaslight people into thinking it doesn't happen. Just because some people might have the wrong idea of how it happens doesn't mean that they don't happen. So, enough is enough. These people... we just got to close. It's not done yet. Just got to close. Wisconsin's a 3-point lead with 71% reporting. Mr. Quinions has been watching you since election night 2020. Thanks for great coverage. Well, hopefully we'll have 4 more years to cover of a presidency. MH says Fox called the Senate for Republicans. Yeah, I called it a while back. There's no way. Did they call it for Moreno here? They did. Look at that. Look at that ruby red. They haven't called Georgia on the map, but look at Ohio. Fox called Nebraska 1. All right, and the Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk will call Nebraska 1. Joshua Ackers says NBC recalled New Jersey. Really? I don't know if that's true. If somebody can confirm. Scott McDermott for 10. So I guess we can up the Republicans to 248. Donald Trump with Pennsylvania and Alaska closes in 8 minutes. I don't know if we're going to get a call at poll closing, but Jolt Games is a big-time channel fan and viewer. Hope with you and all the other MAGA fans, DJT absolutely crushes her. Hopefully. D. Anderson, she flipped Cortland County, New York. Officially? Yeah, upstate is weird. They're just weird. Vermont, of all places, is like, I didn't think that would happen. I guess maybe we have to start using the term educational depolarization, but it only depolarized, I should say, in one way. So yeah, Arizona, we're fine in Arizona for now. Pennsylvania, Bucks County flips to Donald Trump with 55% of the vote reporting, and there you go. Now, it is true, a lot of the counties outside of the Philly collar are going to count. Trump has to build up his leads. There's no, nefarious antics that can sink him, but I don't know if that margin I don't think there's enough. How much is in Philadelphia? She's only winning Philadelphia County by 305,000 votes. That is not enough. That is not enough. Let's look at New Jersey on the, see what the final margin that they expect in New Jersey. Harris by 6.5. Randy Moss for $50 says, thanks for all the great work at Great at Working. Started watching this cycle. Thank you, Randy. I appreciate it. Wisconsin's at 75%. Trump's up by 4. Pennsylvania, he leads by 3. 83% reporting. Oh, so NBC never called New Jersey. Well, I don't think that New Jersey, I mean, if it's within 5, that is incredible. Lean D. You're talking about future swing states right here. Tire Fire says Harris is catching up in the popular vote. That's expected because California is coming in. Like, she should be catching up in the popular vote. That should not be not happening. Like, she gained 2 million. Let's look at the forecast of the outcome. Trump by 1. Trump by 1. Falco Kunze says Georgia keeps getting closer. Henry's at 80. Well, like I said, Henry County is small. It's still a 3-point lead for Trump. Gwinnett's all the way in. Henry's all the way in here, but there's not very many votes. Even Chatham County, she might not net any more. Georgia is done. I don't know what people are waiting for on Georgia, but it is not a state that is going to keep counting. Like, the winner. There's like 97% reporting. You're up by 3. You can't lose that state. So 89% chance of victory right now. That I think went down from 91. But if they call Georgia, it probably goes back up, which they should. I've called Georgia. They haven't called Georgia. Michigan right now, which again, the way that some of these votes are tabulated are a little confusing, because I don't think Trump is going to win Monroe County by 30-some points. If he did, that would be incredible. He won it by 23. If that margin holds, that is big. Marquette County's all the way in. She lost ground in Marquette County. She lost ground in the UP. She didn't gain in Eau Claire. She lost ground, I think, on net in Eau Claire. La Crosse County moved right by 5 points in La Crosse. That, again, that was unexpected. But people were worried about turnout. I was a little worried. You got high turnout. This is what happens when people vote. You move counties right, you move states right. Now, the question is, will it be enough? Waukesha County at 92. Holding steady, holding strong. Same as Ozaukee. Racine. Trump leads by 13,000 votes in Racine. Let's see what the end result was last time. He only won it by 4. So maybe that margin does get cut. But Walworth, 62% of the vote there. That's an improvement, and that's with 93% in. Rock County, again, 7-point game. You're talking about narrowing the margin. She did narrowly pick off Greene County, but it wasn't by much. I think it got even redder. But, it's an ugly ink blot on the map, but that's still an improvement. Iowa County's within 8. That went to Biden by 13. That is a big improvement there. Sauk County might flip, given how some of these places are going. Let's look at St. Croix, big place in the Driftless area, 61-37. That's another improvement in Wisconsin. Another improvement in the state of Wisconsin. 99. Okay, wait, no, that was a notification for Iowa. It's not at 99 yet in the betting markets, but yeah, Milwaukee got redder in that vote dump. 66-32. Dane is 95% in. She won it by less than Biden won it by, which is not surprising. I thought it'd be stagnant. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is leading by 4 points with 84% reporting. It is lean Trump. I think you could make the case for likely. I think you could make the case for likely at this point. there's a lot of possibilities that could happen. Stephen Hike says, thank you for your entertaining coverage of this stream. Your thoughts on Mercer County in Pennsylvania. What about it? It's 60. Okay, that is 30-point lead. What was it last time? Okay, that's an improvement. You love to see it. That means Erie's going to get red or Erie's going to flip. Erie's going to be red. Monroe. Is Monroe in? Monroe flip Republican? Did Monroe flip Republican? That is a county we didn't even have on our radar, but yep, the Scranton Joe effect is gone. It is gone. And Trump is doing big time numbers in this part of Pennsylvania, just as I expected he would do. I didn't think he'd do that well, for the record. But that is huge. Okay. Execute X mentioned the Atlas Intel polls. Yeah, they're good. Gary Eno says it's only because of you're watching your analysis every night I was able to confidently bet for Trump and win some money. So here's your tip. Well, thank you. We got a lot of super chats. Kamal Lanka says great job, been following for some time. Well, thank you. But this is interesting. This is an interesting night. Yeah, New Jersey went back to 5. Virginia's a 4-point lead, but is it going to stay that way, or what's Virginia going to get to? 5.1, they say. Okay, so interesting. But New Jersey being at least like likely Democrat instead of safe, I did not see coming. But I mean, when you look at those returns, it's like party registration does matter. It does carry over. And Democrats, in Florida, there were warning signs. Every state is seeing a mini Florida 2020. Maybe not Florida this year, but a mini Florida 2020. And as a result, Democrats are going to really struggle to come back from this if Republicans have this momentum. If this movement can continue to pick up momentum, if Donald Trump does get out of here with a win, and then going into the midterms, I mean, the coalitions that turn out for midterms are different, but you actually do have a ground game. Everybody said you didn't have one, but you clearly do. Prediction was spot on in Ohio. We had Moreno up by 4. It seems like he wins by 4. So, yeah, Montana's not going to hold at that number. But we don't have to worry about some of these states. Arizona, they're going to count at a snail's pace, but I can't see Trump losing Arizona, but he might not need it. Pennsylvania wins the election. It does. Despear says you staying up to 3? Absolutely. Wisconsin flipped to Harris? Is that true? I don't see that. I don't see that at all. Unless the Milwaukee dump came in somewhere else, which I think we'd know our benchmark at that point to work off of. But Pennsylvania is the main focus. Michigan is intriguing, but you have a lot of votes left in Wayne County that have yet to be tabulated. We don't know which way they're going to go, but Kent's going to get closer. Some of these counties are going to diverge a little bit, but we haven't seen a blue moving county in the state of Michigan yet. We'll see if we ever see one. Dova Budgie 100 says Kamala justifying her time in office. It was just a prank, bro. Kamala the Hun, you're fired. Well, yeah, Biden, yeah. It's not over yet, but this is, again, there's a lot that we just didn't see coming even here, but we're not done yet. Pennsylvania's close. Now it's leaning Trump, 73% chance Trump wins it. Berks County's almost all the way in. Northampton is almost all the way. Now, Chester County's 86% of the way in. Trump's only down by 11. Now, he lost it by 18. And Democrats probably have outstanding votes in some of these places, but Delaware County, there's not enough votes there to make it up. It's a 200, 300,000 vote differential. We swamped them. Cambria County is drunk right now, but they're gonna have to fix it. Cameron County's not even in. But no, this is it. Pennsylvania, I am very confident in Pennsylvania. I just can't, even with all the rest of the votes left, how many of them remain, and how much does Kamala Harris need to win? Because if in total, so there's the estimated, so she's going to gain about 100,000 in Philadelphia by mail. That's expected. Republicans might gain in Delaware. Dems are going to gain in Chester, Montgomery, and Bucks is like a toss-up. There's a lot left in York, Cambria. Yeah, no, I mean, I can't. If that is true, I can't see her winning this thing. I can't see her winning it. I just can't see it. Why they haven't called Georgia, it's beyond me, but there's not enough votes there either. Every blue county is 95% in except Chatham County, and there's not enough votes there. Zachariah Hostetter says decision desk has Dems winning House with 219. Not going to happen. Not going to happen at this rate. Unless Republicans just happen to miraculously collapse. I don't see it. Lava, thank you for the super chat. Bobius Prime says Scott Pressler is the man. Well, there's a lot of people that were doing stuff, but yeah, he was one of them. Pennsylvania, that was his thing. Get Pennsylvania. And now it's becoming increasingly apparent that he's going to get Pennsylvania. How many votes remain? It's like, if you do the math, the amount of votes that are left over, he gains 56 in York. That's more than she'll gain in Chester and Montgomery combined. He'll gain some in rural, so she probably gains about, even if you want to say 80,000 votes on net, she's still 150,000 votes short. So where did those votes come from? Let's see. I think Philadelphia. So that was some of Philadelphia that came in just now. Yeah, there's only 56,000 votes left for her in Philadelphia. On net, that is not good enough. That is not good enough for her. I mean, you could say the margin needle didn't move, but I mean, I can't see it. Look at the votes that are supposedly remaining. Like, it is true that Trump's probably not going to win by 3, but if he wins by 2.1, yeah, I could absolutely see that. Now, if you want to look at the Senate race in Pennsylvania, which is important to look at, McCormick is only underrunning Trump on net by what appears to be about 1.5 points. So McCormick likely gets carried with Trump if that's true and holds up. You know, Chester County, McCormick's doing very well. But he's underperforming in Bucks, actually underperforming in Delaware. But the KC name, like, it's just not, it's not doing him enough favors. Like, ancestrally Dem counties like Washington, he's down in the final vote by 22. Trump won it by 26. That is not enough. Dave McCormick might actually go to the Senate. That's seat 53, and that is huge. That is big. But we are on the verge. Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, I feel like 85%. New York Times says Republicans flip the Senate. So they got the Senate back. Seems like Derek Marin just barely fell short. Libertarian took 4% in that. You hate to see it. Also, the Libertarian thing, Donald Trump made an outreach to Libertarians. And he went to their convention, got booed, but I feel like he gave a really good speech. And you didn't see a lot of third-party voting this year. You saw probably less than 2020. Like, how much did Chase Oliver get in, even Colorado, which I think Libertarians will have a decent share there sometime? Did he even get 1%? He got 0.6%. So Colorado might actually move right from 2020 when it's all said and done. That is a lot of shift red, but it's not done yet, presumably. But he's doing well in the places he needs. Georgia should be called soon. I don't know what the hell they're waiting on. I'm sure some networks have called Georgia, but Pennsylvania is it. So if we get a call in Pennsylvania, that would basically do it. So yeah, you're seeing something happen. You're seeing something happen right now. Good. I mean, this whole election is what's happening. Lucas Japan says, remember a few days ago, ABC accidentally showed a banner declaring Pennsylvania for Well, they do. The thing is, and I told people this then, they do this stuff every cycle. People will take it and they'll say, oh, this is proof of the real results or whatever. And it never matches up. But I feel like they do it intentionally. Like sometimes they will say they're airing a test, but if they don't say it, maybe it's because they want people to like act like, oh, why should I vote if they think it's like rigged or whatever. And that's not something that is a good mindset to have. And I'm kind of glad that it didn't affect this election because you saw record high turnout. And I feel like we did a great job pushing back against that narrative. And it's working out so far. It's not a done deal. But Pennsylvania, 85% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. Trump leads by 3. He's expected to win by 2. And obviously, like there are Democrat votes outstanding in Pennsylvania, but how many of them are there? There are also Republican ballots in York. There are, Chester, I think, is going to lean more Dem. Delaware, they're saying Republicans are going to gain. Okay, now they say Democrats are going to gain a little bit there. But Republicans are going to gain in the Allentown area. Lehigh, again, a very heavily Puerto Rican area. And Kamala Harris has won Nebraska's 2nd district, which Donald Trump did not bother contesting, which was the smart move because you would have been better off. Who would have thought Nebraska's 2nd would be closer than New Jersey would be closer than Nebraska's 2nd? Who would have thought? That is crazy. But yeah, we can update that so she can get to 201. The question is, does she get to 200 and I believe 220 above 226? Because I don't think we're going to get a Nevada call tonight. I'd like to get some Nevada calls, or Nevada votes in, because we have to wait for the Ralston meltdown if Trump wins that, which I think he probably would be favored to if he's doing well. Like these swing states in the Rust Belt, they do move as a collective, and it's looking more like 2016 on steroids than 2020, at least in Pennsylvania. So, yeah, that is something. They haven't called Georgia, but again, it's not like they don't think. Yeah, they think Trump's going to win it by 2.5 points, which is the margin he's up by now. There's 2 counties left, and I think both of them are Republican, and they're like very small and rural. They are. Okay. So there's like no votes left in the Atlanta area. She'll gain 6,000 in Savannah, and then Trump will gain Trump might gain on net from what's left. But let's check the New York Times front page. Trump shows strength as swing states count votes. Harris's path narrows. North Carolina goes to Trump. Georgia remains too close to call. Yeah, that's incredible. So Wisconsin, Milwaukee's at 58%, but Dane is all the way in. Rock is all the way in. Trump gained. Lafayette, I think Trump's going to gain there. We're still waiting on. Let's check Wisconsin. Let's see where the outstanding ballots are, guys, because I know people want to know about this. So there are a lot of ballots left in Milwaukee, but it's not enough to cut in the current margin now. They expect Democrats to gain in Racine. Republicans will gain in Washington and Waukesha, by the way, which Trump might get back to the margin he would like to have there. Washington, they're more Dem than the county is right now, but there's a lot left to report. There's some, Green Bay is going to be pretty split. Yeah, if that's true, Trump will win it by around 2. And I think Pennsylvania votes to the right of Wisconsin, which was not the case in 2020. Marquette County, like all these counties moving right. Dane County moved right. When did you think you'd be able to say that? Rock and Green, Kenosha probably is going to move right. Depends on where these ballots are from too. But like the WOW counties, Trump might get back to 60 in Waukesha. He's holding his own in Ozaki, which is really surprising. Washington, he might even gain, which I thought he could. But yeah, I mean, some of these ballots in these areas are going to be blue, but I think that, yeah, Trump is overwhelmingly favored in Wisconsin right now. Lenar is about right. We're waiting out of Michigan. Nothing new out of Wayne County, so we can't really extrapolate. But Genesee County, it might flip, but Trump with half the vote in still leads, which who would have seen that coming? Flint, Genesee County. Sven Olsen says Harris is winning New York by only 11. Vinyl Guy 54 says, why hasn't Pennsylvania been called? Media's doing it for ratings. That's why. There's no other explanation. I mean, they did it in how many hours did we have to wait in 2016 when, in reality, looking back, we knew what would happen? I'm not ready to call it because I want to make sure we get it precise. It's better to be right and wait and, be early and wrong, for example. You don't want to be Fox News in Arizona, regardless if they turned out to be accurate or not, which, I mean, it was the result, to be fair to them. But it is becoming increasingly clear who's going to win this election, and it is becoming increasingly clear that it is not Kamala Harris at all. Trump at 97 in Poly Market, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania above 90%. Nevada's the only one lagging behind. Yeah, you can say that this is a term Trump used for the auto industry, and they gave him hell for it. And they took it out of context, and nobody bought it, by the way. And you can look at the map and see that nobody bought it. But they used the term bloodbath because it refers to something getting just decimated, and he was referring to the economy. Right now, it's a lot of red. Democrats are the ones being electorally decimated. We'll use that qualifier so they don't try to do it to me. But look at Cambria, Pennsylvania. I think that we're waiting on Republican or we're waiting on Election Day votes there. That shouldn't hold. If it does, they need to retabulate. Jack Foreman says maybe Trump can give us Americans a deportation stimulus check to make up for the yeah, he should. Cut their benefits. Stop playing around. Now Trump has people around him that want things to get done. The deep state's still there. But like, if I'm them right now, I'd probably be like trying to just like slowly retire and just do what I can do to just exit DC, because, Trump coming back, they said it couldn't happen. They said he was done. And now look where we are. Look at how far he's come tonight. Likely Trump in Pennsylvania, 90% shot at victory. And yeah, some of these counties are giving dead cat bounces, but it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. The overall turnout went up. So the percentage, they can take the percentage and they can just shove it. So, yeah, Monroe County. Trump has flipped Monroe. He has flipped. He probably will flip Northampton. Erie's about to flip. Lehigh got a lot closer. Bucks is currently going strong for Trump. I don't know how it's going to end up. But Philadelphia, 86% of the vote is in Philadelphia. Trump is holding steady at 21%. He's going to hit 20 in Philly. We heard a lot about how he wasn't going to be able to win Pennsylvania because he wasn't campaigning enough in Philadelphia. It didn't matter. They said, why are you going to Virginia? I wonder why he was going to Virginia and New Mexico and New Jersey after all, because you just have to look and see why, what's going on here. Kamala Harris, how many rallies did she have with all these celebrities, and what did it amount to for her? To lose the popular vote to a Republican in the year 2024 if this stands, which again, it's not a done deal, but I'd say the popular vote is lean Trump. And I mean, that is incredible. I don't think anybody would have thought that was they would have laughed you off, and I wouldn't have blamed people for laughing people off the internet for asking that, or for like mentioning that. But Brandon Fairbanks says, how's the House looking? It's indicative of the presidential race. If Trump is winning by the margin he's winning by, we don't know that about the House races yet, but I don't believe that the House is not going red. In fact, Yvette Harrell's got a good shot. I didn't have her winning. Gabe Evans is a little bit behind. Maybe he can catch up in Colorado. The Angry Vet says, give money spent on illegal immigrants to our veterans. Yeah, Trump mentioned that at the RNC. These people live in luxury hotels, and it is immigration. Right-wing populist parties are rising across the nation. Incumbents are dropping like flies, and it's just the recipe for a Trump victory has always been there, and people want to pretend like it wasn't. It was always there. It always has been there, and yeah, Derek Van Orden's going to hold on. He might even do better than that when all the votes are counted. Let's see what other races are out. Neil Parrott is holding strong. That might flip. Okay, another seat in California. Vince Fong, that's expected. So California, there's a long way to go in Cali, but Trump is, like I said, it's Kamala's home state. Yeah, she does not have that appeal. I said D plus 22, 23. People laughed. It happened. How many people over the years said it couldn't be done, that Trump is going to like improve, win the popular vote, or he'd be much stronger, he couldn't come back and win. New Mexico, we can call for Harris, but it's going to be close. It could be within 5. So she gets up to 206. But look, it's past midnight on the East Coast, and we're just barely calling New Mexico for her. And we're on the verge of possibly getting a call in Pennsylvania on election night. Macomb County is Trump plus 17. Not plus 7, plus 17. Oakland is holding steady at D plus 10. That's the margin that Romney in Oakland County lost the county by. And people wanted to sit up and say, well, we need to go back to that era of the Republican Party because Trump can't win the suburbs because of this, that, and the other thing. Those people are an embarrassment and should never have an elector. I mean, I'm sorry, I understand, but you know, it's you don't want to be a sore winner. But I'm irritated and frustrated that these people acted like they're the arbiters of reality and, oh, MAGA is unelectable, can't win. It's never been that way. Maybe in these off years, I think we can strike a balance. I think we can come to an agreement when it comes to that. Got to find better candidates in midterm races than we did in 22 in a lot of these places. They're right about that. The notion that Trump is unelectable or that Trumpism is a problem. No, it's the only thing keeping this party alive. Whether you like it or not, it's the only thing keeping this party alive. None of these people that come out to vote that, never vote before, they voted today and they voted for Trump. You're not going to get that with Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, any of these people. You're just not. You might like those people and that's your prerogative. That's fine. I'm not trying to take that away from you. But the national scene is different. You need to make waves to win. And Donald Trump is capable of doing that. And a lot of the Trump knockoff candidates can't do it. I get that. But, and J.D. Vance is different. If Trump wins, Vance is going to be the nominee in 28. And there's a lot to like about him, too. Is he Trump? No, but he's a more of a statesman type figure. And Trump picked him. They said that was a bad move. Well, what states did Vance have the unique appeal to? The Rust Belt. Where does Donald Trump need to win the election? The Rust Belt. Did he lose suburban moms in Atlanta? No, I think Trump did better with suburban, maybe not suburban women, but college-educated white men. I've said this. You're not going to see two-time Trump voters flee Trump. I've said it for a long time, and that's exactly what you're seeing right now. Sikalmaz Sylvia Como for 20. Thank you. MMA D-Rob says, thank you for your work. Are we concerned Trump's lead keeps dwindling? No, I'm not concerned because it's supposed to dwindle. The problem for the Democrats, and you can look at this, the late dumps that we're going to see that everybody likes to freak out about for valid reasons. I'm not knocking that. But the late dumps that are going to come in Pennsylvania, in terms of the votes that are left, if we could pull this up, where the votes remain, do we have it? Yeah, here we go. Look at it. She's got in the Philly suburbs maybe 27, the 30, 55, 60, like 100,000 there. Maybe let's say 120,000 for her net statewide. Trump will have 50, so he cuts it down to 70, cuts it down to 40, cuts it down to 30 something. So yeah, she probably does gain around, She will gain on Trump. I think Trump's going to take the state by over 100,000 votes. I'd be very surprised if he didn't at this point. He'll take it by around 2. Might be a little bit under 2, but he did everything he needed to do to win Pennsylvania. We'll see how the later ballots come in bucks. We'll see if Trump expands or contracts. He might do both, but we're not quite there. It's true, but you'd much rather be Trump everywhere than Harris. Everywhere. Wisconsin, Michigan, Wayne County, 25. He's at 40% in Wayne County. 40%. I'm curious what he got in Detroit City, because it is true. Dearborn, a lot of those places, they are flipping. But that is, folks, it's a waiting game. It's just a waiting game. Like some of these margins, I don't think he's gonna cut it down by that much. But he's at 32 in Washtenaw. Washtenaw in 2020 was a 46.6% win. I guess sending Tampon Tim down to the University of Michigan game didn't do her any favors. Oh well, who could have seen that coming? Let's look at the Michigan map. They expect her to gain a lot of votes in Wayne County, a little bit in Oakland, and they think Trump's going to gain raw votes in Macomb and Kent. Overall, they think that the state is going to come down to a Trump plus 2. Yeah, that's more than Pennsylvania. We don't have Saginaw County. Ottawa County's almost all the way in, and Trump didn't lose support. He actually gained support for now. Muskegon, Trump's up by 20. That's a potential bellwether for the state. If he wins Muskegon, that's a county flip. I think he is going to flip Saginaw, Muskegon. But past that point, let's check Kalamazoo. Okay, it's a 10. Yeah, that lead is going to increase, but I don't know if she's winning it by the margin she needs to. Todd S. says, what's up with Cameron? Oh, it's coming. It's on the way. Unlike that firewall the Democrats were talking about in Pennsylvania. Chief Officer says, why aren't they calling Georgia? I don't know. They should. Decision Desk, I think, is called Georgia. We've called Georgia. She doesn't have a path in Georgia. The Hill called it 2 hours ago. But the New York Times, I don't know what they're waiting on, but there's not enough math. Maybe they have to hit that confidence interval level. Anthony Whitman says Erie flipped in Pennsylvania. Yeah, let's check it. Oh, 87%. Red Erie, there it goes. It's back. The bellwether's all the way in. Pennsylvania. And we're waiting on Northampton. But that northeastern shift, if you doubted me when I said that Kamala Harris was going to have a problem in Pennsylvania, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. But this is something big that's happening. He's on the verge of victory. After 9 years, you're looking at Grover Cleveland, potentially the sequel, happening in front of our very eyes. Now, we're still waiting on some ballots, but things would have to go very wrong. We're going to be here until Wisconsin finishes counting at a minimum. Pennsylvania, I don't know why you don't call it. PZ Casey says, can I get a shout out to Bill Z? He told me, well, shout out Bill Z. But I don't understand how people didn't see this coming. We got a lot of new people here too, and I appreciate a lot of new people. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. Our journey is only just beginning, but hopefully Donald Trump is going to walk out tonight on this live stream the winner. And guys, let me know if he's gonna be unveiling a speech. He might want to wait until the network calls it, because he wants to do the 2016 thing, walk out, and we can, I guess, react to it on stream. But I might have to, for copyright reasons, talk over it a little bit. Apex Caliber says compromise mail-in ballots abolished, but early in-person voting permanent stay. Feel like it? Yeah, I agree. Look, and maybe I'm just being somebody who says, oh, it worked this time. But I've never been opposed to a window. It doesn't have to be a wide window. Michigan, I think, has 8 days. Like, you don't need it to be 2 months like Virginia. But in-person early voting should exist. People, maybe election day, they have to do something different. I get it. Or they're going to be out of state, or they're going to be somewhere else. That's fine. But these mass mail-in ballots everywhere are hurting everybody. And I'm not saying that people shouldn't keep up, like, everything has to be too big to rig. But like, it just comes down to a lot of these lawsuits and these scumbag lawyers. The Democrats have in their column, we, for some reason, don't have people that have been fighting back against them. Now we do. And you're seeing what's happening. Like Nevada, what do they do? The election, the ballots can be counted up to 3 days after without a postmark. Now, I think Trump's going to win Nevada regardless, but there is shady stuff in our elections, and sometimes it's overblown. Sometimes it's not focused on enough. And now Arizona, Donald Trump continues to hold the line in Maricopa. He is Yuma County. Wow. Yuma County, that is the border. 64-35 in the early vote. That is huge. That's carrying its weight too. Santa Cruz County's even closer. Pima County's close. Cochise County, that's going red. But like, this is a red. You have a red early vote dump in Arizona. Yeah, he's not losing Arizona. They could take 3 years to count the votes. He's not losing Arizona because the later votes they count are more Republican anyways. People are saying check the House. Let's see. Have any seats flipped? What about South Texas? Flores has got a shot. Furman, they're close. They might fall short. Harrell's losing, but she could catch up. Jeff Hurd is now in the lead. Well, that district has always been that way. Okay, let's see. Gabe Evans, he's catching up. Zach Nunn's in the lead. John James is going to win easily. Barrett's winning, but Young is losing. That's what we predicted would happen. Yeah, Susan Wild's going to go down. Susan Wild and Matt Cartwright are going to go down in Pennsylvania. Scott Perry, we'll see if I think he will catch up. I could be wrong. But yeah, that is... Jared Golden's losing. It's close, though. He's losing, but it's close. So we're waiting on Alaska. We will be able to talk about Alaska soon. We can call Hawaii for Kamala Harris. We can call the state of Hawaii. We can fill that out. Hawaii, she can take Hawaii. But Guam was closer in the straw poll. Wouldn't be shocked if Hawaii gets closer, too. David Ackridge for 20. Lucadian says, can I get a shout out to... I don't know who Morna Bridget is. He says, go Trump. Anti-Toast says, can I get a shout out to Drunk Painter? Been watching you since you started. Republicans are having a good night. Gerald Armstrong asks about Scott Perry. Like I said, there are more ballots in that region that probably should benefit the Republicans. Dauphin County, there are some more outstanding that he should gain. Perry County, there's more too. So I'm not particularly worried about Scott Perry. But either way, the House is going to hold, I believe, for the Republicans. The question is by how much? We don't know. But there's enough seats outstanding where, yeah, there's 2 in Montana that are going red that haven't been called yet. There's 2 in Idaho. I mean, you just do the math. The flips tonight, they haven't flipped any. But the Democrats haven't flipped any either, not counting redistricting. It does seem like Lori Buckout might have fallen short, but there still might be some votes left. We'll see what happens in South Texas. It's been a close race there. But like you can even see, like Juan Ciscomani's going to catch up in Arizona. Trump is going to win the state. David Schweikert probably catches up too. They're going to win the state. Abe Hamadeh is really underrunning what I would expect that district to go. Like maybe he does underperform uniquely, but the state, it's going to go to Trump easily. The 4 in Utah. Mile High says Trump's lead in Pennsylvania dropped to 150,000. Well, let's check the map. That might not be a bad thing, depending on where those ballots are. Philadelphia's almost all in. Chester's almost all in. Montgomery, Delaware 91% in. So again, a lot of votes have come in. His percentage is still holding steady. You have to look at where the votes are. There's a lot of votes in Cambria, York, Cameron, Like, there are Democrat ballots outstanding. It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough in Pennsylvania. I just don't see it. But Texas is ridiculous. I mean, South Texas, Hidalgo County goes for Trump? That is incredible. That is a 99% Hispanic area, Hidalgo County, like McAllen, Brownsville area. They're going in heavy for Trump. We are seeing it carry over. We are seeing those shifts carry over, but like you're seeing it everywhere in Texas. Even in like Austin, like Texas is ridiculous. Republicans actually carried their weight, and Trump is going to take it by Romney margins. That is incredible. They said he would be at risk of losing Texas, Blexus. Like, my predictions were wrong in some states, but they were not wrong because they overestimated Trump. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, Pennsylvania, it should be likely. Wisconsin, lean. I mean, we're not going to truly know for a while, but like these are just two good margins so far, and there's nothing really left in Dane or Rock, and Milwaukee's now at 61, and Trump again gained percentage-wise in Milwaukee. So how do the remaining ballots even go? They're not going to be able to gain, 30,000, 40,000 votes? That's not enough. They're going to, I mean, they probably might gain on net in some other places, but Wisconsin's going to go red. Pennsylvania's going to go red. Michigan is a tough one to crack just because of how they're counting the ballots, but he's really doing well in Wayne County to the point where I'm really shocked. Trooper 5707 says, longtime fan from Florida. You're wise beyond your years, you good sir. Thanks for all you do. Mainstream media is also, they're done. This election proved that they're unhinged. They were the most unhinged they've ever been down the stretch, and it did not work. It did not work unless Kamala mounts a comeback. It will not have paid off. So the New York Times, again, people, it was not, if Trump wins, was it necessarily an upset? I mean, in a way, because I think a lot of people, even though the numbers showed it, people had to see it to believe it. The right was dooming. The left was as unhinged as they've ever been. And now they're going to have to pay for it with, just being on the clown end of things. They're going to get clowned on for valid reasons because, just look at it. Just look how they were behaving. Iowa's going to go blue. Iowa went red by 14 points and counting. It might vote to the right of Nebraska or Kansas. Missouri probably gets a little bit redder too as these remainder of these votes come in. But did Kelly Ayotte win the governorship in New Hampshire? I think she probably did. Look at New Hampshire. It's within 3. That is, again, New Hampshire's within 3. Yeah, that is huge. That is huge. Anthony Whitman says, NBC called Georgia for Trump. I heard that in the chat. Falco Kunze says, Crowder's reporting multiple trucks pulled in the Philadelphia County election office. They're bringing ballots that they're expecting. Unless there's a massive excess of 100,000 of them that are made up out of thin air, then no. And I feel like at that point they might actually get caught, which is not something you could say about the old Republican Party, the old RNC. So, yeah, New Hampshire. Let's look at Kelly Ayotte. Did Ayotte win? I would assume, yes, she's the projected winner. She won by 7. So it seems like Goodlander's going to win the 2nd district, though. But Maine at large is within 7. Maine 2nd. I mean, they gotta call that. We see demographics carry over. This is 2016 in Maine 2nd. Like the margins, we'll see. But it seems like Donald Trump, Florida, big win. North Carolina win by 3. Georgia win by 3. Like Mississippi, he won by 23? Yeah, low black turnout across the board. He won Alabama by 31, Arkansas by 30, Tennessee by 30, Kentucky by 31. That is a rapid shift. And West Virginia by 42. That's his 2016 margin. But he hit 70 in West Virginia. He hit 70 in a lot of places. I mean, Wyoming, 73. He is improving in the Dakotas. I think people realize what's at stake. Even in these deep red states, they're going to get out and vote. We'll look at Minnesota. Yeah, I don't see a path for Trump, but it is true that a lot of the blue areas are all the way in. But, I mean, that's not going to last in Duluth. I think the state's going to be around a 3-4 point win for Kamala. And that's with the running mate being the governor. And look at all these counties in his district moving right off a cliff. They don't like the guy. You can't gaslight the public into liking somebody that they don't. That's just repulsive to them. You can't do it. If the media was in the bag for Trump, he'd win every state. Just because of the fact he's genuinely likable, his policies are common sense. They threw everything at this guy, and they convicted the guy of a felony. They threw 4 charges at him, largely bogus charges, and that's during an election year, and it only made him stronger. How do you rectify that? How do you rectify that? A lot of people asking about the House. It's not done yet, but like I said, if Trump wins, the House is going to go. And Kent County might even be right to the right of 2016. Ottawa County moved left by 1, I think. Well, maybe not. Hold on. 21. It didn't move at all. So I don't even think Waukesha is going to end up moving much at the end of the day, or these places in Wisconsin. Maybe a little bit, but not much. So 92% of the vote is in. He's up in Kenosha. He's doing really well in the state. I mean, he probably holds on. Oh, he held on to Sauk County. He flipped it. He flipped Sauk back red, but he lost Dorr. I said that would happen, by the way. Some people might know. Some people probably are in the know. Portage County, I don't know. That's tough. If he flips Portage, we haven't won Portage since 1956. It's been 50 years or 68 years since a Republican won Portage County. David Ackridge says, thanks for talking me off the ledge these past few weeks. No problem. We fought like hell for this, and it's materializing. We're going to have to play the waiting game. And Pennsylvania, you're talking about almost 200,000 votes. Bucks County, his lead went up in Bucks, where Trump worked at the McDonald's, the iconic McDonald's in Bucks County. Westmoreland, there's more for Trump there. Beavers, and he gained in these suburbs in Pittsburgh. He even gained in Allegheny. Democrats were hoping to bank a lot of votes, and he gained. There's so many bad takes from a lot of people this election cycle. I can't say, I mean, I've actually had a few given the results tonight. I thought Texas, maybe if Trump has a great night, he can win by 11, but no. And you know who's vindicated tonight? Atlas Intel. Atlas Intel's vindicated probably more than me, because that was their final. Atlas Intel cooked hard, and people just dismissed them, and they've been accurate on the nose. They know what they're doing. I don't think that they're particularly biased. We'll see. But the election mafia, Marist, wow, Marist is off by 5. Morning Compost was hedging a little bit towards the end, the hurting, but were the polls even all that wrong? I think they were afraid to show Trump winning for an obvious reason. So, I gotta position that. Okay. But yeah, 230 to 210, according to this map. But Georgia definitely, yeah. CNN called Georgia for Trump. Swag Humphrey says, congrats, Rep, you are on the money for 10. Well, was I really? I honestly feel like I underestimated. Now, I feel like my predictions overall did hold up better than most. Okay, so Trump is up. Let's look at the Senate race. Can we get Senator Hovde? Is it possible? I mean, Trump would have to win this. Okay, he's up by 2.2. How much is Trump up by? I know it says 4, but yeah, 4. So he has to win the state by 2. So Hovde would go to recount territory if the estimated margin holds up for Trump. Will that happen? I don't know. But you'd love to see Eric Hovde pull it off. That would be awesome. He'll be a great senator. That'll be one of the best delegations, if not the best delegation in the country, right next to Missouri or Ohio for about a week before Vance becomes Trump's VP, assuming Trump is able to hold on, which, okay, now they have the popular vote. Trump is leading it by 4. 4 points right now. Now, California is still counting. We're not, obviously, there's blue states. They're going to take a while to count their votes. But, I mean, yeah, if you're winning Texas by 15, Florida by 13, I said could happen. But Texas, that was a little, that was a little out of left field. Rhode Island got within 13. Connecticut's still within 10. Maryland, I mean, I don't know how much this is going to hold in Maryland. But Trump at 12 in Prince George's County. Even D.C., he's at 7. So there is a shift among black voters, not just in terms of turnout, but based on how they voted. Young black men overwhelmingly have voted Democrat, and you are seeing changes there. You're not going to see changes across the board in, like, you know, black women over 50, for example. But there's less of a tendency among young voters, period, to coalesce behind the Democrat Party, especially this far removed in the black community from the civil rights era. So you're seeing what's going on. But yeah, I mean, even like with the in Texas with the focus group, I was like, this can't be real, and it was real. So we have exit polling data out of AP Votecast, which is usually accurate. They only have Trump winning the white vote by 10. That doesn't add up to me. It's gonna update though. Trump won white voters under 44. According to this, he won. Let's see. He won. They only have him up by with white working class voters by 26. This has to update. But yeah, no. The exit polls they're gonna develop themselves well. Ragdoll MMA says popular vote prediction, probably Trump by 1. I'm not kidding. I was thinking about it, and look, the model of the Trump polling has always been accurate. You take Harris's high point ever, you -1, you add 1 to Trump's highest point ever. Whatever happened to the ceiling of 47% from these people? Whatever happened to the ceiling? Like, these people trying to gaslight the public, it did not work. It did not work. Let's see, we have more super chats. I think I missed a couple that were in here. Tucson PaleoCon for $100 says, forgive me, Rep, I have doomed. You know what? It's okay. I will say, though, that there were a lot of bad takes from a lot of people that were not operating in good faith, and that does irritate me, and it should irritate people. And the way they sell it, like, oh, Trump's going to lose, like they're doing it on purpose so that these people like they're going to have a mental breakdown because of it. And Georgia flipped on the map. They called Georgia. Pennsylvania, you might be up next. Pennsylvania might be next. 81% chance of victory for Trump in Pennsylvania. We're waiting on ballots out of Chester. Delaware's all the way in. Montgomery's almost all the way in. Trump might improve at Montgomery. If you're talking about Montco, yeah, he went up. And like I said, white working class voters exist in the suburbs. How many times do we have to tap the sign? Oh, man. I just don't know. I don't know what to say. But yeah, Westmoreland came in. He's at 65. What did he get last time? So he went up there. More suburban counties looking good for Trump. Berks County, he went, I think, what? Wait, what? Did something flip? Oh, he gained in Monroe. I think there were more ballots left over. He gained. He hit 50% there. Northampton, 52%. I mean, look at this. York, there's a lot of ballots left. There's more ballots left for Trump in York than there are for Harris in Philadelphia. There's more ballots left in Cambria than there are in Montgomery and Chester, arguably almost combined. No, this race, I mean, this race it's close to over. Center County might even stay red. Even if it doesn't, I mean, there's not many ballots left. Donald Trump in Center County, it's incredible. There is something maybe to the Elon take. The college-educated white voters maybe felt it was more socially acceptable to support Trump, and they could see through the media gaslighting more. I don't know, but this is a good step in the right direction. Vinyl Guy says, do you think there's any cheating this go around? Well, either way, I don't think it's going to make the difference in the outcome. I think that there were. You saw it in Bucks County when we filed a lawsuit and we won it. The old GOP would never have won that lawsuit because they never would have filed it because they were useless cowards. And when the people that would file it were not exactly the people that were all that qualified to do so. And, it's a mess. So they haven't called Nebraska's first, I think, on the New York Times. They should. That would put Trump at 247. We don't have Alaska. I mean, we don't have anything from Nevada. But I told people, they were like, it's going to take 3 weeks. It's literally it's not even midnight Central Time, and we got 90% of the vote in PA. Michigan, that's a little slower. I thought Michigan would be the fastest, but it's not. New Hampshire's within 3. Wisconsin is Wisconsin's 85%. How's Mike Rogers doing, by the way? Is he running behind Trump by a lot? No, he's not. So if Trump does hold on in Michigan, Mike Rogers is going to go with him. There's a very good chance Republicans end up with 55 plus. I mean, Lake in Arizona, that's a tough task. Could she win the remaining votes by 6? She could. I don't think it's that likely, but she could. It's going to be close. I was right that it would be closer than a lot of people expected. And then I don't know what you have going on in Maine, but that's going blue. But McCormick, yeah, he's up by, I don't even know if there's enough votes for Casey. That might go to a recount. Wisconsin might go to a recount. But, I don't see the math. And who knows what happens in Nevada. Sam Brown, could he pull off an upset? Because I wouldn't be shocked if he did. Michael Bressler says, Harris camp announcement, she won't come back till tomorrow. Yeah, Scott Matthews' Project Veritas asking on XY mail-in ballots showing up in Detroit via cars with California plates. I don't know what's going on there. MB for 15. But yeah, they're not. Look, Michigan, I feel like if there's any state where it's sussy, it'd be Michigan. It's going to be probably, I think, the closest anyways. But I'm not seeing it in the data. Now, Democrats, they're giving the Democrats 200,000 more votes in Wayne. It's not enough for them is the problem. There's not enough votes outstanding in Wayne for her to win. They're giving her 400,000 votes. That means she's only going to win Wayne by 30, not even. Which, Biden won it by 40. Kent's getting closer. Berrien, Cass County, a lot of these other places getting closer. Monroe County is still holding very strong for Trump. Lenawee's holding very strong. Washtenaw, she's gaining a little bit of ground, but not by a lot. And Oakland might be under 10. It's looking more like 2016 Michigan than 2020, especially in the raw vote count. You're talking about turnout going up, and it's 72,000 votes in Oakland. Michigan, she won it by 109,000 in 2020, as Biden did. Nothing from Saginaw. Probably more votes for Trump out of these other places. Yeah. Michigan, there's still votes out of Macomb and St. Clair, and Trump already has a 40,000 vote lead in Macomb. You talk about those union workers and the Teamsters polls and everything we've seen. It's all true. It all happened to come true and was more accurate than the election mafia polling that's always wrong and always underestimates Donald Trump in this region, which why would it be different this time? There's no explanation. Something about 2022, which I think you can shoot out of a cannon this year because that's proven completely false. Trump is doing better than Republicans did in Texas in the midterms. He's doing better. His margin of victory rivals Marco Rubio's and Ron DeSantis's in Florida in a presidential year. That is unheard of. He's going to do better in Texas than Democrats are going to probably end up doing in New York. Illinois is within 10. New Jersey is within 4. Virginia's like 4 to 5 right now, which is exactly what the Christian Hines model had to say. God, Alan Lichtman apparently is having a meltdown. Well, the rep apology form will need to be signed by people if this holds up. Thomas Martin said, should we look at Minnesota? Probably not. Matthew says, thanks for all you do. Thank you for all your support. Rhoda Foa says, I live in Pennsylvania. Had coworkers who are low propensity voters say they voted for Trump. One guy didn't know the results would be counted tonight. That's how far Trump's reach extended. Yeah, it's true. I mean, like, there's no other way to chalk it up. You got a lot of these people out to vote, and they said it couldn't happen, and it did. Now it's likely red Pennsylvania. I mean, that if Pennsylvania, where is Alaska? Because they can't call Alaska. They should call Arizona, to be fair, if they want to be consistent, at least if you're Fox News. Now, there's a lot we don't know, but given how the rest of the night is gone, I think it's just fair to pencil in Arizona. I'm not going to do that, but just judging based, I'd be very surprised at this point. They're going to bed. This is 2016, basically what you're seeing with these people. They're acting just like the Hillary Clinton campaign. The popular vote is in play. I don't even think it's in play. I think Trump is probably going to win it. And I think, yes, he is going to. We have Nevada. Interesting. I don't know where the hell it's from, but we have some results in Nevada. Weston says, nobody had Trump's back like Rep. We've been through a lot of ups and more downs, but you are the most honest conservative analyst. Love you, brother. It's true. There's no group of people that would deserve this victory better than not just me, but all of us and what everything that everybody's been through for the past 9 years and what we've seen during Trump's tenure and what we've seen during this tenure and what we can have. We talk about a golden age. Could that transpire? Well, yeah, very possible it can. Okay, now there's more votes. We have votes in out of rural counties. This is like mail-in vote, I think. And it's more red than it was. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's not really telling us much. Douglas County's at 66%. So he's outrunning in the rurals like crazy. Lincoln County's at 82%. Little bit behind, but if that's like mail-in vote, it probably catches up a little bit. I mean, Nevada, I don't know how you can look at this and say toss-up. Elko County, yeah, better in Elko, which is probably one of the more populated rural counties. Pennsylvania, now they moved it back to lean. But Trump's lead is 220,000 votes. How many votes are left? There's a lot of votes left for Trump. They counted York. Did he gain in York? Maybe not. No, he actually did. He lost a little bit in Adams. They're still counting votes in certain parts. Okay, Perry County, Dauphin. I think that's what they're waiting on for Scott Perry. That's why he's trailing. I'd be shocked if he lost that district. Dr. Oz even won it in 22. But look at this. Chester, or what is it? Which county's all the way in? Delco. Trump gained in Delaware County. All the amateur analysts that just did not understand electoral politics have the most egg on their face right now. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. And I don't know what's going on here. 85% in Wisconsin. His lead is holding strong. Milwaukee, there's still votes out of Milwaukee, but I don't think it's enough. Waukesha County's pretty much all the way in. He's going to win it by 19. That is a little bit of a shift left, but not by much. It's not enough to counteract this cavalry of these rural counties. St. Croix County has more people in it than Ozaukee, and people want to say the Driftless area doesn't have people. That's not true. Dane County moved right by enough to counteract Waukesha. Kenosha moved right. Racine will likely move right as well. Washington, I think, moves right. Ozaukee might not, but it's going to be close. Washington, I think, will move right when it's all said and done. So we're not really counting a lot more ballots here I see in Michigan. Oh, Kent County Kent County counted a lot and Trump gained. He's up to 45 in Kent. Yeah, Ottawa only moved left by a point. Tuscola County, where there's a lot of Trump Whitmer voters in this part too, but they came out for Donald Trump. I know it sounds like something. It's like, why would they do that? It's like the average person is not going to be as politically inclined as the analyst. Russo says they have all 7,000 remaining votes in Lancaster going to her. Did they have 7,000 votes in Lancaster left anyways? Let's see. Pennsylvania. We'll go look at Pennsylvania. Eric from Wisconsin says, haven't said it in a while, so go Eric Hovde on Wisconsin. Well, hopefully, let's look at how many ballots they have left outstanding. Yeah, I mean, that's just, that's not, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't see it. She will net votes. I'll give her that. But again, when you're netting more in Cambria than she's going to net in Philadelphia almost, and you're up by 220,000 votes. If you just do the math on this, even give her 100,000, it doesn't matter. Trump wins. I don't think she's going to get it within 100,000. And by the way, voter registration is the story of the night. Republicans trimmed that advantage down by 400,000 from the last election till now, much of which was after the midterms. So you're seeing it unfold. You have a redder electorate than the midterms, a more working class electorate from the midterms, and Donald Trump is doing better. That might be the story of the night. And like I said, when you have a more educated electorate, the Republicans are going to be less MAGA. The Democrats, obviously, there's less MAGA Dems, and there's less independents that are friendly. But Erie County, Northampton, all the votes are in. Donald Trump, he's up by 3 points, 3.4% in Pennsylvania. He maintains a lead in Wisconsin. We will wait for Milwaukee, but I don't think there's going to be quite enough. If the ballots break 71-27, it's not good enough for the Dems. Even if you give all the votes to the Democrats, I don't think it would be good enough. Even in some of these other counties, like it's a net wash in the rest of the state. It's Milwaukee and maybe Racine. But even then, I think it's a net wash. I think it comes down to Milwaukee. And do you think there's 130,000 net ballots in Milwaukee? I'm not so sure I see it. That doesn't even take into account. Yeah, it'd have to be like 130, 140,000 net. I can't see that happening. It might be enough to help Baldwin, but it's not going to be enough to help Harris. Pennsylvania now at 93%. Colton Haynes says, when do you think this will be called really in Pennsylvania? I just joined back if you already talked about it. I mean, it should be called sooner than later. It probably won't be, but there's not enough math. There's just not. If you can call Arizona at poll closings on Fox News in 2020, you can call Pennsylvania and probably even Wisconsin and current Arizona for Donald Trump because that's the interval of confidence. Nevada is now at 18% of the vote reporting. And Washoe County is going Republican with 64% of the vote in. Stick a fork in Nevada. It's done. it's flipping. It's not silver. It's going to be the ruby state now because Donald Trump is just, you look at Reno, if that even remotely holds, yeah, I mean, I don't get toss up at this stage in the game. Every county that's come in the mail-in vote has moved to the right. And again, the party registration checks out. You don't have Republicans for Harris. If you even told somebody about that 5 years ago, they would die laughing. Like she's the current vice president, the figurehead, the least demented, I guess you would maybe not, of the top people in terms of the fact that she's the number 2. And even then, she can't distance herself from Biden. Like Democrats, maybe they should have kept Biden. Obama basically said it. They hired the people. They read the lips. They could tell what they were saying. And it's like Biden told Obama at I think the Kennedy funeral that, yeah, I'd be doing better. And Obama nodded yes. And maybe that's the case. If the media swept it up for Biden, he probably would be doing better. I still think Trump would win. But let's say the debate, that was more the media's problem. The media was the one that forced Biden out. And then the political class had to do the same thing. It was a concerted effort. Trump would have beaten Biden. I know that, but still, you can make the case. And Nevada, Clark County mail is in. Kamala Harris is winning Clark by 2. Call it. It's done. It is done. Nevada's done. I'm sorry. There's no way. If Clark is within 5, it's done. It's within 2. Now, that might not hold. Maybe I'm overreacting. But I will say that even if it gets bluer, Dems didn't net that many votes on Election Day. I mean, there's going to be late drop-offs. They're going to be split evenly. Yeah, Republicans are going to end up flipping Nevada for the first time, I believe. There's a toss-up. Yeah, no, there's not a toss-up. Like, there's a lot we don't know, but John Ralston's prediction, not good. And Sam Brown he's got a shot. Sam Brown is a shot. Maybe the remainder of the votes come in bluer. But say hello to red Nevada. It's here. It's going to happen. Unless they fortify it after the fact, which I don't know why they would do that, because Trump is probably going to win in enough other states, and you're seeing it wave sweep nationwide. Nevada's going red. I don't know what the hell Ralston was thinking when he predicted Nevada to go blue, other than, I'm going to save my face among the liberal wishcasters for like one more day. Like, no. Like, let's be real. He knew. We all know. So there's more votes left in Bucks. They're expecting them to split blue by 6,000, so Bucks would be narrowly going for Harris at that point, but I don't even know if that's going to happen. It's a moving target, but Trump is up by 230,000 votes, with 93% of the vote reporting. I don't see a mathematical pathway for her. Like, I'm just trying to calculate it. It's more of how much votes left. 6, 4, 8, 1, 7, 8 divided, even if there's 6% left, so 0.9 or 7% or 8%, I should say, 0.92, there'd be 700,000 votes remaining. So probably a little bit less than that. And they're not really all concentrated in these areas. Like, there's a lot in Bucks, but Bucks is going to be split down the middle. Chester and Montgomery, she'll gain 100,000 net. Yeah, probably. But that's not enough. That is not enough for her. If the networks were going to apply this the other direction, they'd probably be calling it right now. Probably. It is likely R. Trump is probably going to win Nevada and Pennsylvania and Arizona, I believe. I don't know what this toss-up stuff is, but that's the Clark firewall, 13,000. And even if that's that can't be. That's got to be. I don't know. We'll see. Let me see what Ralston, if Ralston's even tweeting about it. Yeah, democracy is gone. So true. I'm just seeing what people are saying. Yeah. Those are early votes. Those are early votes in Nevada. Ralston is done. So if Trump wins Arizona and Nevada, he just needs a Rust Belt state. It's unlikely he picks off New Hampshire or Minnesota, but those states are closer than we thought. It's just a waiting game thing. We may have to wait until Wisconsin finishes before the race gets called, but I think we understand who is going to probably win the election. But yeah, H. Hawk says, but Rovember. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't see a Rovember here. I see a Trump-vember. Golf Guy says, what are your house thoughts? Fox News saying Dems could take it. I don't see it. I think if Trump wins, I don't like. Even Don Bacon might win. I didn't have him winning. Zach Nunn won. Miller Meeks is going to win. I mean, it's just like, it's not like a red wave in the House. But I think they're going to hold. I don't see any seats that are like going to flip back to the Democrats besides maybe Bacon's, maybe, Esposito's, that's not called yet. Molinaro's might flips. You're talking about a couple flips there. If it comes down to California, we're not probably going to know for a while. Susie Lee's in trouble in Nevada's third. Joe Kent and Marie Perez are close to even right now. Yeah, I think Republicans are the favorites in the House. You could debate how much of the favorite they are, but I think they're the favorite. It could be like a 1-seat majority, 2-seat majority. It depends on what's outstanding. But there's a lot left that we just don't know. It's going to be really close. It's going to be really close. Decision Desk called Alaska. Purple Sunset says it seems very likely Detroit stalls Michigan. Well, yeah, Detroit usually reports later. But we're still waiting on that. As Rick G says, thanks for your content and your efforts. It's been a long time coming. We did it. I sent thousands of texts thanks to your vid on getting out voters. I know it's not over, but it's over. I've been glued to your content. See, that makes me happy because it's not just that it happens. It's how it happens. And we did have an impact, not just me, but all of us had an impact at getting people to do what they need to do to win. And now Nevada's lean R. Yeah, I think it's very likely R. Oh, look at Pennsylvania. They're on the verge of calling PA. They're on the verge of calling the race. Eddie Rodriguez, Eric Jenkins says, congratulations, everyone. We did it. MAGA, love y'all. Rye Guy 1218 says, I have my country back. Chico's Money Farm for 17 says, Trump is joining the Grover Cleveland Club. Love all around it. What a historic night, just not for Harris. Larry Reynolds says, Kansas moved right by 1.3 from 20. Yeah, that's huge. We don't have the final totals. Some of these states are going to continue to move a little bit back and forth. But yeah, improving in Kansas and Colorado probably when it's all counted. Like, that is something that, I mean, which state moved left? Utah, maybe? But then Utah, probably the later votes are going to break more red. Like, I don't see a state that really moved left. Colorado's a unique situation. White Pine County moved left. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not a consequential part of Nevada. Chico's Money Farm says, Trump single-handedly prevented the first female president twice. He did. He likely will have. We have Alaska. I mean, just call it's likely R. I mean, come on. Why would you not? Okay, yeah. 92% shot. Trump wins it. We're getting close to calling Alaska. I'd wait a little bit, but I mean, it's clearly going to Trump. Clearly. Nevada vote dump is in. Folks, can you feel it? I think a lot of people can. Obi-Wan Classic. Yeah, Iowa's Trump plus 14. So true. Sir thinks a lot, says men beat women in races. Now get with the memo. Yeah. I was interested to seeing how that played out, like the whole men and women's sports messaging that Trump adopted, because it's kind of been like a, it's not an issue I feel like a lot of people prioritize just because it's like not something that happens often. But it is true that I think it did successfully highlight the radicalism of Kamala Harris. And again, there was Willie Horton ad after Willie Horton ad running, and it was all true and all effective. And it paid off. It really did. He ran a campaign unlike any other ever. I mean, 2016 was great for reasons it was great, but this campaign was something else. The energy was something else, and it was like one of those things where people are like, it's over. He can't come back. It's the hero's journey. And right now, here we are, 1:13 a.m. on the East Coast, and Pennsylvania very likely to go to Donald Trump. I think it's apparent that it is going to go, but we're not quite there yet. I think every state, I mean, Michigan, that one's iffy. Detroit, a lot of ballots left over, but they're counting for those ballots. Even if they break more Democrat by 100,000, Trump would win Michigan. This is, Harris failed to energize, black turnout. Trump gained with every constituency. Asians, Hispanic voters, black voters, college whites, working class whites. I mean, he gained with everybody because people are fed up with what's happening in this country. They're fed up with what's going on with the border. They're fed up with what's going on with the economy that they've tried to gaslight people into saying is good. Everything that they've said about Donald Trump, it's bounced off because it's a lie. And look at this. So Orange County, Harris is up in Orange County, but LA County, he's at 32% in LA County. California, 32 in LA County. That is incredible. This is an election night that is, it's just, people won't forget it. People won't forget it regardless, obviously, but no, I mean, the winner is apparent. I'm sorry. It's just incredible. But yeah, no, this is, it's close. In terms of not just close, it's not really all that close. It's close. We're close to the finish line. Alaska, 28% in. Yeah, I mean, likely are. Really. Like, Alaska counts at a snail's pace. They deliver ballots by dog sled. Rye Guy 1218 says, can we put to bed blue Texas? I don't know. We'll see. Maybe. Texas has changed. But it's crazy because you have, and this is why the popular vote is moving right, because conservatives leave California and New York, but those places realize that they're declining because of that, and then more people become Republican. It is compatible. Those are compatible arguments, technically. People might not realize it, but it's true. And we'll see. Ghost Crusaders says, will there be a peaceful transition of power? I don't know. We'll see. John W. asking about the dead people. Look, I mean, could there be some votes that are like that? Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be enough, at least in all three states. I don't think it's enough. Especially in Pennsylvania. I mean, you're not making up 226,000 votes with what's outstanding, especially when you have Republican ballots outstanding in a lot of these counties. Now, Democrats are going to gain. I will warn people. It's going to be closer than the current margin, but 2024 says, I have friends tell me why vote is just rigged. I told them you can only control your vote. Getting everyone you know to vote makes the difference. It's true. And I was one of the first people to push back on that notion. And I hope that that played a role and helped other people push back on it too. But Pennsylvania, I mean, like even Montgomery County, like the ballots that are outstanding, like it might get bluer in some of these places, but let's see. Mark Molinaro went down in the House. That's a loss for Republicans. He always underperforms. I don't remember what I predicted in that race, but I was going back and forth on it. Yeah, very likely Trump. Worst case scenario, Trump wins PA by 0.6%. This is not even a close race. This is not decided by hundreds of thousands of votes or whatever. It's decided, I mean, like, or tens of thousands. 200,000 in North Carolina. 130,000 in Georgia. Pennsylvania, 200,000. It will come down to like 100-some thousand. But, like, no. This is not close. This is a mandate. You might even crack 50 at the end of the day. California's 44% in. He might crack 50. We'll see what's going on. Stocks are going up right now. I've got my notification. It feels good, but it's not. I mean, it's not done. But Michigan, 67% of the vote. Like Oakland, yeah, it's just not the support. She's losing. There are more, like, who's a Trump-Harris voter? Do people actually care about 1-6 or think that Donald Trump is a third rail toucher when it comes to, like, the abortion issue as a politician? I don't see it. Harsectanol for 20 says, thank you for being a voice of truth and supporting this community. We did it. We'll see. Alex Mason has been watching since 18 or 19. Well, it was 19 because I didn't do this in 18. But he says, glad to still be here. Don't celebrate too early. We need this to properly conclude before we get the wine and pizza. I don't have pizza. I also don't have, well, I don't know. Maybe we'll pop open the bottle. Why not if they can call it? Why not? Tyler Dunlap says, you think Kari Lake will pull ahead? Any realistic chance? I think it's a slim chance. It's not zero. But Brian Smith says, what do you think the margin will be for the House? I don't know. Wait, Fox called PA? Did Fox call Pennsylvania? Did Fox call Pennsylvania? Fox News election. Did they call it? Did Fox call PA? We're about to find out. Oh, they did. They did called it. They called it. They haven't called Alaska, but they've called PA. This race is over. It's over. They called it. They called it. Wow. Yeah. That's incredible. 1:20 a.m. too. This isn't even the people talking about going days on end. And PA, I mean, that's crazy. That's incredible. Nardo says, check out Crowder, 3 Giant. I don't know what's going on there. Who knows what it's about. Polite Rude Guy says, Fox News is Patriot. Well, look, I've always said it. You know, during Trump's era, they were on his side. Like, at least, you know, they would act like it. And now they're basically being forced to do the same thing. So, yeah. Pennsylvania. I mean, it's just it's too big to overcome. I don't know. Can we call, like, you obviously want to, but it's like there is that notion of getting it wrong. What goes on in, like, Alaska? Who's called the race? Who's called it? Who else is who's called Alaska? What about Decision Desk? Well, they're always early and they're usually right. They're usually right. They've called Decision Desk. Decision Desk has called it. Now that's something. But what about Alaska? They've called Alaska. So Decision Desk, okay, Decision Desk has done it. They've done it. All right, we're going to call Alaska right now. We're going to up that total. Let's see if another network can call it and we can make that same prediction, hopefully. I mean, I just can't see it. Now, Wisconsin, I still think Wisconsin is going to Trump. Milwaukee's I don't think there's enough ballots in Milwaukee to overcome 130,000 when there's nothing left in Madison and when there's still some red areas that haven't fully reported yet. He's winning Douglas County. That can't be right. That can't hold. No way. I mean, he is improving. Ashland is within 5 in Wisconsin. Wait, hold on. If he wins Douglas, I mean, it might go blue, but still, he is going to improve. That is surprising to me. Across the nation, Americans have made their voices heard. I mean, you thought 2020, you saw 2016, it was a crazy election. You thought that was crazy. You saw 2020, and if you thought this year was going to be boring like a lot of people expected going into the calendar year, you were just proven dead wrong. And Donald Trump is basically, it's networks are calling the race. New York Times hasn't called it, but let's see if Donald Trump speaks, or if he's planning on speaking, because if he does, then we're probably gonna make the call probably around that moment, if we have to make that call. Lucas says for 100 says Big D is effing back. Congrats, Americans. Looking forward to him meeting with Milei. Well, it's looking like that's the case. It's looking like that's the case. Brian Smith says Trump is officially, yeah. No, I mean, there's no path for her. It is over. It is over. I've called Alaska. Fox has not called Alaska. But, I mean, there's no way. Alaska's not flipping. Even if it does end up like being closer by some weird reason. Nevada and Arizona lean R. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all up for grabs. New Hampshire, they called for Harris, which, I mean, is what it is. Minnesota, they haven't yet. But, I mean, it's going to probably go blue by less. Oven Anaconda says, what's your go-to taco? Why are you asking me about Taco Bell right now? I mean, I honestly, it'd be just like one of the taco combos or something. Daniel Jepson says, tonight we are all Mike Oxhard. I don't know if you're referencing the super chatter, but yeah, I mean, that's true. The Video Game Hunger 01 says, Pennsylvania's red market red now. Vinyl Guy 54 says, are you going to call PA? I mean, it's getting there. It's getting there. I want to see if Donald Trump's going to start speaking. But let's see. I know. Let's just wait. Let's wait until I would rather. Okay, let's see. Everyone says call it. I think it's callable. I think it might be. Out with the old map, in with the new map. I mean, there's no chance. And I always want to see the confidence intervals in these states where it's like, okay, yeah, Trump probably is going to win Wisconsin, but we don't know by how much. Michigan, I have less confidence in Michigan that we do. Benny D says on the PBD podcast, supposedly Trump left Mar-a-Lago, which he'd only do for a victory speech. Yeah, Tom Saff says Fox called PA. Yeah, he's gonna get there. He's going to get there. We'll stream the victory speech. Let's see what Michigan's confidence interval is. Okay, that's too wide. But Wisconsin's is much narrower. But there's a lot we don't know about Michigan, and honestly, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'd like Trump to win it. But also Pennsylvania, is Dave McCormick running far behind? No, he's not. So not only is Trump going to win, Republicans are going to have a sizable Senate majority. It all rests on the House. And Scott Perry took the lead. That is big. And Republicans are leading both the 8th and the 7th districts in PA. So they're going to flip at least 2 seats. They've lost 1. I mean, it comes down to California, but I think they're going to get the House. I really think they're getting the House. John Waffle says, I'm so happy. Ballistic Computer says, put on the hat. Well, I mean, why not? Why not? It's about time. It's about time. There we go. It's always been on in spirit, but now it's actually on in reality. This is it. This is the election mafia's worst nightmare, the left's worst nightmare, the deep state's worst nightmare, all the people that have tried to get this guy for 9 years' worst nightmare. It's on the verge, if not already a sure deal. I think that there's a real legitimate case here that this election is over. And a lot of people say that you can't call it early. They say you gotta wait, even if it's a sure thing. You know, we know it is a sure thing, I believe, at this point. That confidence interval, it's hit. It's done. It's over. I thought Fox would maybe call a Z first, just as like a, you know, reverse. They called PA. It's an early call. They're going to make us wait, but it doesn't matter. I think that there's something that might need to be done. Here, let's see. 17,000 people in chat. Chat is going crazy. Chat is going crazy. Everybody is celebrating. And like I said, you'd rather be right and wait than be early and wrong. But I think a lot of people have been waiting just about 8 years for this moment. But I think it's time. The Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk can call Pennsylvania for Donald Trump with its 19 electoral votes. That's going to do it. That's 270. History has been made. The show goes on. Donald Trump is going back to the White House. 270 on the big board. We can update it right now. It's official. 270 electoral votes for Donald Trump. The comeback king. He's done it. It's official. It's over. It is over. He's going back to D.C. He's going back to the White House. They've hit him with everything. They've hit him with 9 years of desperate lies and deceit. They've weaponized every institution in this country against him. He went through a garbage election, hoaxes, the Russian hoax, all these other nonsensical things, only to come back, get indicted 4 times, convicted. He's the convicted felon. He came back stronger than ever before. They deplatformed him. They tried to primary him. It didn't break him. It didn't matter. All the narratives, the suppression polls, everything. It doesn't matter. It's over. Pennsylvania's won. It's done. Donald Trump will be elected the president of the United States. For some reason, we didn't update that graphic. It should say rep projection on it. Okay. Either way, what can I say? What can I say? That's incredible. It's over. So, Liberation Day, Liberation Day. The media hasn't called, well, Fox has basically called it, but we have enough intel. I'm confident. We have enough intel. It's done. He did it. It's over. Actually, wait a minute. We should. Okay. I've got the real image, the rep projection image, the one that should have been used. Here we go. Perfect. We're not CNN. So 270 on the board. We didn't update Harris's. She should be at 210. But there we go. Folks, it's happening. You thought it couldn't happen. It did. It's over. It is over. I'm confident he's going to hold. Fox called it. It's done. It is over. I'll try to get to the big super chats because we got a lot of them, guys. I just want to make sure that we get everyone in chat. Lone Omnipotence for 20. Lyle Kelly says, vindication, happy Trump Day. Thank you for your coverage and insight. You've been my go-to for election info. I appreciate it. Attila the Pun with 100 says, go buy more champagne. However much you have, it's not enough. Well, I think that the time has indeed come, just like many other streams in the past have done. Why not? Trump is won. It's over. He's the projected winner. He's going to win. He's going back to D.C. Our prediction was correct. And yeah, they need to call Alaska. They're going to call it when he goes up and speaks, I'm sure. So yeah, we could talk about a lot of other stuff, but it's 2024 right now. It's the moment. Decision Desk called it. We can call it. Purple Sunset says, God bless America. High Tone says, excellent job. Damani says, thanks for all your analysis. I appreciate it. Let's see. Sir Mario, the Party Boy 376 says, I'm crying tears of joy. Yeah, it's surreal. It was surreal when he won the first time. It was like this guy won in an upset. He started off his political journey against Hillary Clinton, the woman that, everyone likes to now say is a horrible candidate, and maybe, she did have a lot of flaws, but they considered her to be unbeatable at the time. They don't consider her that now, but Donald Trump himself beat her. He came back and, 2020 was a garbage election for many reasons. Whether people want to say, this about the results or that. No, he won. He said, I won, and the people voted and he won. He won 2020. He did. It's over. In theory, he's 3 for 3. It's the political equivalent of the 28-out perfect game. He did it. Who else but Teflon Don? It is better this way. It's far better this way. I understand the country's a mess right now, but, you talk about the hero's journey, the redemption arc, the comeback is complete. You have 4 years. They're, it's dark, it's ugly, country's falling apart, but there's an orange light at the end of that tunnel, and I think we know what that is, and he's coming back. He's coming back but it's not just he's coming back, he's got a better team around him now too. And all the media narratives, the establishment coalescing behind somebody who's illegitimate, it's true, she's not legitimate. She was never a legitimate nominee. And now you're seeing people react to that. Sam Godwin for 10, Brandon FJB for 50, Helicopter Kicks for 100. Says, I'm a man of my word. I said in 2020 I'd donate $100 if Trump won. I'm 4 years late, but better than never. Better late than never. God bless you in chat. The nightmare is finally over. Yeah, end of an era. It's true. It is true. Yeah, he survived. And how good is it that Pennsylvania put him over the top? The state, he survived the bullet. He survived in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania puts him over. How poetic could that be? How poetic could that be? Iridescence for 100, says Merrick. Thank you. All you guys are doing great. Bob Sanders says, how many legal challenges will we see from the Harris campaign? Well, we'll see. I mean, look, they're going to try. It is not over. But they have to be exhausted. All the Rupars, the Midas Touches, the Kamala HQs, the Harry Sissons, all these people. You spent $1 billion to get your asses kicked. You did. And I'm going to say it now, and this might not age well, and that's okay, but I have a strong inclination that for the first time since 2004, the second time since November of 1988, Republicans are going to win the popular vote in a presidential election, and they're going to do so with Donald Trump. It's incredible. It is incredible. But he's done it. He's done it. John Keamy for 10. Manny says, check Montana's Senate race. That's the reaction. That's the most Like, that's of all the things right now, Montana's Senate race, I mean, he's going to win it when all the votes are in. But Pennsylvania, no, it's done. Put a fork in Pennsylvania and Arizona and Nevada. Folks, do people really think she should have come? Oh, man, that's 270. That's what matters. Pennsylvania put him over on election night. We didn't have to wait 3 years to get the damn results. We got it on election night. And I've said it for a long time. Get me Georgia. Get me, hold North Carolina. Get Pennsylvania. He did all three. Apex Caliber says Trump's political journey was the Star Wars OG trilogy. Yeah. Except I've heard from people that, Empire Strikes Back is like the best of those three. And it was like the worst of those three in this case. Maybe not. I don't really know. I'm not a Star Wars guy. But JJ Lockerman says, you've been a real one from 2020, always straight with all polls and stats. God bless. It's true. It's true. I think somebody found Alan Lichtman's keys. I think somebody found them. All right. It's true. Hopefully this tweet goes viral. I'll put it up on the screen. So I think somebody found his keys. We got AI Trump with the key. I've had that saved for a while. I knew it was going to. You have to look at the raw fundamentals of this race, folks. You have to look at the raw fundamentals. There was no chance that anybody was winning this, especially against a more popular Trump. It just was not happening under any circumstances. And now people see it for what it is in reality. They see it for what it is. So I guess we can... New Hampshire, probably can be called for Harris. It's close. I don't know. For the nostalgia of 2016, I'll leave Minnesota and New Hampshire untouched. I will. And unlike 2016, Trump's going to win Nevada. He's going to win. Yeah, it's like the Howard Dean moment. He won Pennsylvania. He won Georgia. He won. It's true. It's 100% true. Donald Trump, the only man to ever win an argument with a woman twice. And by the way, he beat Biden even this year. So badly Biden got knocked out. They have to sub in Kamala Harris and she flops, despite having the last-minute momentum. Yeah, I really do believe she was paying people to be at her rallies. Where did that money go? Where did it go? Because it clearly didn't go on ads. The ads were low quality. They were made by a kindergartner level. They were horrible. We had advertisements that would air during games that were Kamala worked at McDonald's, which she didn't, but Trump did, ironically enough. And then, Trump has money. It's okay, that's not a bad thing. Is it bad to have money? No, it's not. Blake Nations for $100. Thank you, Blake. Appreciate it. Angry Vet says Bidencraft is... Oh, Biden's happy. He's happy. He voted for Trump. There's no way he didn't. His wife shows up to the polling place wearing all red. If you don't think that wasn't intentional, I don't know what to tell you. We know how they voted. Shout out to Love You Too Much, Brandon FJB. Ice Cream Junkie for $100 says, God bless the United States. America's redemption arc back on the path to prosperity, the end of Harry Sisson's career, and we're going to win the popular vote. Yeah. Folks, and the thing is, if these election mafia people find a way to claw their way back, I don't know how. You cannot let them. And it's not like the polls were wrong. It's how they acted like they were overestimating. No, the popular vote, again, underestimated Trump most likely by a couple of points. The Electoral College in Pennsylvania, all these copes from all these wannabe analysts and lunatics and people that pretend like they're the unbiased ones. No, they're not. You are not unbiased. You are not objective. Stop pretending to be. I am biased. I understand that. And I'll admit when I'm wrong. I was wrong in the midterms. But again, you're seeing what happens now when you have an electorate that is, indicative of the electorate that I anticipated we would see in the midterms. So, yeah, and it seems like I've underestimated Trump. If anything, I've nailed every state besides maybe Michigan. But Dave McCormick, yeah, I'm not ready to project him. Hovde, That's tough. That's going to be super close. You know, that one might come down in Milwaukee, and maybe even some shady ballots is going to be what carries Baldwin over. I hope not. He deserves better. I love Eric Hovde. He's chill. You can tell. He's just a good guy. And he's like Wisconsin, like, you know, he's just a good fit for Wisconsin. We need him in the Senate. If not, he should run for governor in 26 if he loses. I think he might actually win. Even though, yeah, I think we're ready for a red wave in 26 if we can keep this up. Maybe that's delusion. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that, folks. I'm sorry, but it's true. Ghost Crusaders TV says, why does Fox have Trump at 267? Because they're too pussified to call Alaska when Trump's not losing Alaska. If the rest of the, like, it's clear who won. Seahawks Brendan Nelson says, was hanging in rap stream most of the night, but wanted to make sure I left something over here for all the great election coverage. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Sharon Lang for 10 says, thanks for everything. Well, we're not done yet. This journey's just beginning. Yeah, no, she lost. If it takes networks 2 hours to call it, so be it. I don't care. She lost. Tim Nelson says, thanks for your insightful coverage. Been pulling an all-nighter here in Denmark to watch, and Trump's victory is a joy to behold. Yes, it truly is. And Sam Brown is neck and neck. I don't know, he's running behind Trump, but if those remaining ballots in Nevada stay where they are, he might win. He might actually pull it off. If that's the early vote, the election day vote was red on net, and the Indies are breaking Republican. Anyone who thought the independents would look at the past 4 years and say, I'm going to flock to Kamala Harris, who's no different, you got to be out of your effing mind. I'm sorry. The only people I see her maybe picking up are like people who may not have voted for Biden, people like Nate Plastic himself, who once again was hedging when he knew damn well she was cooked. But, like, let's be real. Very few people. Nobody cares about 1-6 when you have Kamala Harris bailing out BLM rioters, which caused far more property damage than literally anybody else. Like seriously. It's always been fake. It's always been a psyop to try and intimidate the American public. And they said no today. They said no. They stood up and they said no. Well, you know, every single demographic moved towards Donald Trump. That is not on accident. That does not happen on accident. That happens because people are just objectively fed up because you objectively did a bad job. Look at that county shift map and tell me I'm wrong. It's bluer than 2016's. Like New England, Florida, Texas. I mean, Arizona, it's going to happen there too, probably. You know, I don't see, there's no way Trump's going to lose the state of Nevada or Arizona. I was right. You can't ignore party registration. You can't ignore it. Let's see. You can't ignore party registration. It just does not work out that way. There's a dam that will break eventually. This is not 2020 in Pennsylvania, because a lot of the people switching after 2016 to 2020, yeah, those people were your party switchers. But why would somebody randomly switch in 2023 when the Democrats have left ancestral Dems for so long? Like, some people have, some people will, but I mean, it's close to being a done deal. I mean, look at Illinois within 10. That might stay within 10. New York is a 10-point race. I mean, it's possible the late ballots break against Trump, but Nassau County goes to Trump. Remember, these are the same lunatics that said that a joke told by some comedian, keyword joke by comedian, before a rally would doom Trump. You don't deserve to talk about politics ever again. You just don't. Like, if that's how you view this stuff, that's not how this works. It's not. So you look all around North Carolina. Let's look down ballot. So Stein did win by 15. There was less down ballot poll. Like, that is, yeah, Jackson beat Bishop. That's unfortunate. But, it's what, you got to vet these candidates. Like, I like Mark Robinson at first too, but these candidates got to be vetted. And I think Republicans in the state might have played a hand in the sabotage, because I think they sat on that supposed information and then they gave it to CNN. Indirectly or directly, I don't care. I don't know. but it doesn't matter. Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States. Donald Trump is going directly to the White House. How many days? Days until, I think it's 75 days left. He's going. John Waffle H2P for 100 says, greatest MAGA warrior and proud subscriber since the BS in 2020. It's been a roller coaster, but we got him back to where he belongs. God bless America. There's nothing more American than a comeback story. There really is not. And I appreciate all the donations, guys. I mean, I know it's some I may not get to. We got a lot of big ones. Malarkey for 200 says, thanks for the ride. Appreciate it. But yeah, no, it's over. Alaska's not going blue. If Fox calls PA, it's gone. PA is gone. Pennsylvania's gone. Oh, man. I told people Shapiro wasn't lifting a finger. People were worried about shenanigans. No, Shapiro didn't want her to win. It's evident. He didn't want her. Whitmer, I don't think, wanted her to win. I mean, Michigan's not a done deal yet, but... you know, what's the point? Look, it's also the other thing. If you know she's going to lose, why are you going to pump ballots into Michigan? Anyways, if it's like shenanigans. I think whatever's left is probably legitimate votes. Some might have been shenanigans baked in. But I think like Wisconsin's probably, yeah, Trump has got Wisconsin, in my opinion. Michigan is a little more murky, but I still think Trump is favored. But Wisconsin, I think that Trump has the upper hand. He won by 20 in Waukesha now. Ozarky's up by 14, and the Wow counties move right. They move to the right. Wow is all I can say is wow, indeed. Sam Brown is leading according to Road to Freedom. Matt9501 says January 6, 2024 or 2025 will be glorious when Harris has to preside over the certification. Yeah. J.D. Kriegman says, do you hear the people sing the songs of free men? It's the music of people. Yeah, I know the song reference. Appreciate the super chat. Julius Grover says Fox called Wisconsin for Trump. Hey, it's done. It's over. That's the election, according to them. That's the race. I mean, I don't know. Wisconsin, I'd probably wait a little bit, but I think Trump is the favorite in Wisconsin. Pennsylvania, I think, is more than welcome to be called right now. Easily. It's an insane evening. But that's 270. I mean, Alaska, Pennsylvania, it's over. Trump wins. There's no other way around it. He wins. Fox has called the race. Might be a little early, but it still doesn't matter. It is over. Kamala Harris will go back to San Francisco where she belongs. And I don't know, try to do a Richard Nixon and run for governor or something and lose out on that primary. I've said it for a while. You will never have to hear from her ever again. We'll never hear her laugh ever again. We're going to be in a prime position on that front. When she concedes, she's probably going to go away. She's not going to do this Hillary stuff. I don't know. She was way in over her head, and the people clearly saw it. And like I said, they're going to go for the devil they do know, if they are double haters, over the devil they don't know. And some people don't like Trump's personality, but they've seen his policies in action. Why wouldn't they go for Trump? Why wouldn't they? I mean, this is over. It's done. He's got a 5 million vote lead in the popular vote, by the way. I don't think that that's going to substantially decrease. Like, California will help Kamala Harris, but what is she going to gain, like 2 to 3 million there? Maybe a little bit more in Colorado, a little bit more in Illinois. Like, the math is not there. The popular vote is going Republican. Donald Trump will be the first Republican since 2004 to win the popular vote in a resounding victory. He's going to get a majority of it is the silent majority. They don't get to hold that over people's heads anymore. He won Texas by 15. That's what Romney won it by. He won Georgia decisively. He's going to win Arizona probably by 5, to be honest, when all the votes are in. Nevada, he might even win by, I don't know if he's going to win Clark County, but it's going to be close. He's up in Reno. This does not happen by accident. This is what happens when you got 4 years of this administration And then Donald Trump has, people pre-COVID, whatever, you name it. So let's see. Andrew Mortensen says Fox called Wisconsin. It's true. M says open primaries in RCV, dies in Nevada. Oh, that's good. And hopefully it dies in Alaska too. Walker Barajas for 5 says bacon grease Shank is C. Oh yeah. I mean, I'll see what happens with the meltdowns tomorrow. I've seen rumblings of Lichtman. Lichtman is losing his mind. And what can I say? It's a mandate. It really is. It really is. He got the mandate. Alex says, we did it, boys. We saved. And yet it's true. An emphasis on the boys' part, because they were saying women turnout is so high. It's like, well, first of all, people act like women don't also care about the economy, for one. I mean, they do. And suburban, if you look at the suburbs, it's like, what the hell's going on? All these people. And I was right. I said, you can't say all suburbs are equal. Like Hamilton County, Indiana is going to move left, but not by much. And that's what it did. And we were sitting here about 6 o'clock. The stream was lagging, and now it's working fine. Looking at some of these counties, and we're like, uh-oh, it's done. Like, it's like I didn't think, I was like, okay, we'll see how it goes, but I was worried about the Rust Belt, whatever. No, they come in, they're more Republican, everything's fine. Donald Trump wins big. When he won Florida. It's incredible. It truly is. Is he going to speak? Elon Musk tweets out, you are the media. It is true. And I think Elon Musk is part of the reason why Trump won, not just by the endorsement, but because he made social media open. The RNC was revamped completely with competent people who said, no, you're not getting away with this election law BS. And they didn't get away with it. And Trump is going to win Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and probably Arizona and Nevada as well. Maybe not Minnesota or Maine, but those states are going to be closer. Virginia. What's the margin? 5.2. That's not far off from the Christian Heinz model. It's not. Not at all. That is relatively solid. The third parties, yeah. And you can't even blame Jill Stein when Trump is going to get 50 in Pennsylvania. Like, you can't even blame that. You can't. And honestly, Trump courted a lot of those Arab voters in Detroit last minute. He's at 41% in Wayne. That can't hold. That's got to be like downriver, and maybe some of that is like the Dearborn shift. But this is going to be an election we're going to be studying for a very, very long time. Donald Trump is joining the Grover Cleveland club. That's not a joke. He will be the first president to serve non-contiguous terms in over 120 years. And yeah, Kamala has to serve. Well, will they? Sentencing's coming up. What's going to happen there? We're about to find out. Daffodils for me says voted early in Nevada was basically a Trump party. Yeah, Mr. God says Harry Siston's crying. The Angry Vet says, could this turn into a land? It could be a 312er. I don't think it's getting past it. It was a landslide though. Like I said, he can't, like I was right in the fact and people were pushing back, and that's fine because they might have been a little bit more right about some states than I was, to be fair. But Virginia, I said it'll get closer and it'll help with the popular vote, and that means Trump's going to win, but it's not going to flip. And I said the same thing about New Mexico. I said the same thing about New Jersey. I didn't think it'd be that close. Delaware is surprising to me, actually, that it didn't move closer. That's like the one thing they'll have on my predictions. But Rhode Island was 13 points. The Peter Griffin coalition, the white working class voter in Rhode Island, showed out for Trump. And just like it was 2016, after they resonated with Biden, I guess, I don't know. But COVID's not a thing anymore. We have real elections, and Trump is more popular than ever. What do you think would happen? Jackie Manderson says, thanks for all your hard work. Thank you. Max Flores says, open primaries are about to pass in Montana, but creates a top 4 general without a runoff. Well, I'll look at that when the time comes. James Savick says, Peanut and Fred, we avenged you. Big thanks to Red Eagle Politics. I usually lurk. Well, appreciate the super chat. And yeah, I mean, they're literally taking pets from people and euthanizing them in New York right before an election. That's not a good look. And in terms of other pets, let's talk about... Oh, look, this is big. That is a unique shift in Clark County, Ohio. That is Springfield. Springfield moved right off a cliff. And I think Vance was a great VP pick. Vance helped Trump win. He really helped Trump win. He was articulate. He could relate to that professional class that might have been iffy on Trump. It's not so much about which wing of the GOP he came from. It's about what he brings to the table. And if he wins in 2028, I think is really just going to come down to if Trump has a successful 4 years, which I believe he will, given the fact that it's Donald Trump. So we'll see. We're not there yet. David for 10 says MAGA. Yeah, you can say President Trump again. He's just incredible. He probably would rather have it this way. I won 3 elections. He won another second term. He got it in the non-contiguous order. It's over. He wins. Done. Let the meltdowns commence. Let it happen. It doesn't matter. It's over. And on election night, this is not like 3 days later. It's on election night. Laufey says, guys, no, we're not going to do spams. I think it's against the terms. But you guys are free to do what you want. I don't condone. Thomas Martin says, do you think Brown holds his lead? He could. It's close. He's hitting that target in Clark. If that holds up, he probably could win. He could. Steve Garvey's at 40. So obviously Schiff is going to win, which sucks. But Garvey being at 41, good sign. Wonder if the Dodgers' victory had any role in his performance. Let's check the House. Is Joe Kent doing well? Oh, there's a lot of votes left, so we don't know. Chavez DeRemer's losing now, but it's not like she's getting her ass kicked, though. So I don't know. The House, I still think that Republicans are going to... Pennsylvania, yeah, I said it. The down-ballot races will go by enough. I see Trump having more net flips than net losses on this map right now. So, like Democrats have flipped a couple seats in New York. I think Republicans are going to hold in Cali. Valadeo's up big. Garcia's up by narrow margin. I think he's going to hold, though. Young Kim is winning. That's not a surprise. Scott Baugh is in striking distance. There we go. David says MAGA. We missed a lot of super chats. Dean Cream Between says, love your election coverage. We deserve it. Yeah. I think it became apparent somewhere around 9 p.m. Eastern that Trump was going to have a fight. At least he's going to do well in the Sun Belt, and then it translated over to the Rust Belt. So, yeah. Ragdoll says, I've been in this chat talking about Nevada for months. Yeah. Mike Ferguson says, we're replacing the presidential limo with a garbage. We can have both. Jimmy Production says, Vance 28. Let's look, 2024. I knew this would happen if Trump won. People would be like, 2028 this. We'll get there. Trust me. And I think it will have to be Vance. I don't think anybody has a snowball's chance in hell at beating him in a primary unless something drastically happens over the next 4 years, which could happen because it's 4 years. Chad Krause has been with you since the start. Thanks for the hard work and dedication. Yeah. Mr. God says election time is Trump at Wisconsin. Jacob Harlow says congrats to a Trump win and to you for good coverage of it. I'm ready to see the leftist tears rolling in meltdowns. Yeah. We did it. It's over. This channel's been around for 6 years. Part of it was created to just help Trump win re-election, and, well, so be it. 4 years later, it's been a ride, but, yeah, Wisconsin, I don't know. Wisconsin's going to be called soon. I don't know how people in their right mind thought this wouldn't happen again. I don't get it. I think my margins are pretty accurate in the swing states too, which is another thing. And that's not me trying to showboat, but yeah, I said 2.5, 3, North Carolina, I said 2.5 in Georgia, around there, and that's exactly what happened. Arizona, Nevada. I might have undersold him in Arizona or Nevada. We just have a lot we don't know. Same thing with Michigan. Michigan's going to be close. I think Trump probably does win Michigan at this rate. But I do think it's going to be a lot closer than what the needle has it at. Like, she's going to gain 200,000 votes in Wayne County, but then she's still down. Like, Oakland's done. He's gaining in Macomb. He's gaining in Monroe. Calhoun, he's doing well. Jackson County's doing well. That's a big. Yeah, Huron County, that's where the most signs were that I noticed for Trump. I mean, it wasn't just like a yard sign here and there. It was everywhere. And these places, these counties moved to the right. And the move to the right they did. So Grand Traverse County stays. Some of these counties up here, there's more retirees. So it is moving left by nature. But Kent County moved right in Grand Rapids. Like that, yeah, Michigan's going red. Oakland moved right by 3. Livingston moved, yeah, it's going red. Eaton got revised down a little bit, though, so, you know, I'd be patient. But it'd be surprising if Trump lost Michigan at this point, or Wisconsin, if that's the case. But there's a lot of vote we don't know. We don't know. Obviously, yeah, it is true that she did take the lead in Flint, but she's not leading by a lot. Nothing out of Saginaw. Midland even moved right. Isabella moved right. Ingham, let's see, Ingham. Yeah, Ingham's going to move right. The American people stood up today and took their country back, and I had a feeling. I had a feeling that it was going to happen. Today it was more so confidence and then, you know, iffiness, like what's going on. You don't know what it's going to show in these like early returns or whatever, but no, it happened. It was always going to happen. It was baked into the cake months ago, and it happened. Kamala Harris, very well, you could look back and say she was DOA, and I wouldn't blame you for saying that. I don't know what she could have done, and Donald Trump did what he had to do to win big. And it's true, down ballot races, that's what they were focusing on. YOLO says if you're an establishment Democrat like Casey or Baldwin, you're very frustrated. They're going to be pointing fingers forever. How did you let the guy that tried to overthrow the government back into the White House, which again, he left on January 20th, just fine. Again, it's just fear mongering. That's all they've done. And it all backfired. 9 years of just trying to ruin this guy, and he triumphs in the most epic way possible. He triumphs in the most, like, their brains have to be, I haven't really looked at social media much, but their brains have to be just breaking right now. Yes, the polls were close. It doesn't really matter. They've convinced themselves this guy's the Antichrist. He's Hitler. He's all these people. And they hit him with hoaxes, and it just bounced off. It bounced off. Nobody cares. Nobody cares at all. They know. They know it's fake. They know it's all fake. Hell Forces, I'm honored to be with you on election night. So happy we got the fat W. Hopefully we get the House and popular vote to stick it to them. Yeah, I think we're going to get both. Small Boy 101 says, is it true Donald Trump is now the president? Well, he's not the president. He's the president-elect apparent. At least we've called it so. Fox has called it so. And Seltzer, 17-point difference. Oh, and all the smug morons were saying that, oh, no, this is a problem because of abortion. Yeah, no. That's not how people view things. It turns out that women care about other issues than killing their future offspring. I'm sorry, it's true. Man, Texas, and that's another thing. Like, if Trump was like a, DeSantis type of like politician on the topic where he signs the ban and then runs on another ban, it would be different. But Texas is proof that, like, it did not make a dent. Especially because Texas is a lot of younger voters that move right. You see that in Tarrant County. You see that in Denton, Collin, even Dallas. Like, Houston, Harris County was a 5-point race. I just don't even understand what happened in Texas this year. It's more than just, it has to be more than just the Hispanic vote. But Hidalgo County, it's either going to flip or it's going to be neck and neck. Like, we didn't see this in the midterms, and I said you will see something in the general. You saw it in the primary. But by how much? You know, it's crazy. What about Webb County? Webb's Republican? Oh, man, there's too much to unpack about this election. They haven't called it yet, but, I mean, we already know the result. We know the result. We do. It's over. Donald Trump is going to be the next president. He04 says, I'm honored to be with you this election. Okay, I think we did that one. DS Cuber for $50 says, final chat. My uncle passed on Christmas Eve. Diehard Trump fan. New Jersey Italian. His dying wish was to see us win. My pregnant wife and I hit $500 in bucks. My uncle smiling down on us from heaven. We did it, Uncle Stefan. We did it for you. There you go. He is looking down, and he's excited tonight. I will say that all the people that said Republicans don't have a ground game, the same BS every single time. Every single time. Like, this is not some special election or midterm. This is a presidential race with Donald Trump on the ballot, and you think Republicans are going to sit their asses home. You got to be out of your mind. He's winning. Well, I don't think that's right. Jill Stein, I don't know what's going on there. 40, that might be an error. But Arizona, he's really doing well in the American Indian portion. Coconino County is at 38% in Flagstaff. He's getting dictator margins in Mojave, La Paz, Yuma, running it up there. And that's the early vote. Like, he's going to win Arizona, probably. And look, Maricopa even moved left for some reason in that vote dump, but it still didn't even make a dent. Trump's up by 1. Because he's winning in Yuma by so much. Lake's winning in Yuma, but not by as much. Maricopa, she's down by 10. Trump's down by like 3. I don't know. If that continues, Lake probably does end up falling short, but it is too early to tell. Sam Brown is actually up by 1. Republicans have a legitimate pathway to 56 Senate seats tonight. 56. Maybe it won't happen. But Eric Hovde's up by 70,000 votes. How many votes are even left? I mean, there's a lot of it is Milwaukee, Washington. He gained in He gained in Washington County. That's just incredible. But yeah, Milwaukee, that dump is going to probably sink. Well, we'll see. Maybe not. Hopefully not. Depending on how big it is, it could sink Hovde. But there are some other vote dumps that are outstanding that might be able to help. I don't know. It's going to be close. Recount level, it's going to be super close. But Trump is won, and he's gonna get the popular vote. Michael Bresser says, thank you, brother. You made the right calls the last 4 months. I watch your videos. I'll back you indefinitely. Yeah, it's a moment a lot of people are never going to forget, myself included. Trump's comeback victory. The right time. ABC called it. So are we going to get a victory speech? I'm not sure. It's going to be close in Wisconsin. But this is big. There's no speech that I see. I guess he's preparing for it. But yeah. James Barrett says inauguration day we fight. Yeah, she got fired. She's got to put her 2 months in, sadly. There's no way around it. James Sapp says South Dakota here looks like we went on all ballot questions, including I'm shocked abortion in Florida. That was surprising to me. I thought that amendment was going to pass, and it didn't. Like, I know there's a 60% threshold, but I was shocked. I was really shocked. But yeah, all the people that try to sit this election out for some reason. The Terminally Online caucus from social media, the Forever DeSimps, a lot of these lunatics. Yeah, no, they just, if you were one of those people, many of which I assume are fake paid troll ops that are trying to sow discourse and division, all that money wasted, gone, doesn't matter. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. There's nothing they can do. They lost. They basically said, oh, we're going to get Trump now. We're going to get Trump. You can't do it. Trump's probably only going to get more popular from here unless his administration ends up going south. But he got here. It doesn't matter. He won. That's what it took. Anything else we get is going to be icing on the cake for sure. I'll say that much. Yeah, the keys are down the drain. Selzer's down the drain. Ralston's very much down the drain. Inmate 1 says Trump's teleprompter was removed from the stage. He may be waiting for an overwhelming consensus from the network since Kamala punted. He could be. I think they're going to want to call it now because they want Trump's speech for ratings. You would think they would. Clint8813 says 57 Senate seats incoming. Thoughts on Ohio's 9th and 13th. Maine may send an ex-NASCAR driver to the House in the 2nd. Yeah, if Jared Golden loses, that is icing on the cake. As for the House, I mean, it's tough. But yeah, if Jared Golden, well, it goes back and forth. Golden might hold on. He didn't endorse Kamala. He knows how to play. He knows how to play to the base in the region well. Myra Flores has cut the lead to 2. They called it for Cuellar, but that was a close race. That was super close. Yeah, presidential elections. Republicans just need to find a way to get these people to the polls now on off years. Because if they do, they're gonna just swamp the hell out of the Democrats. It's not gonna be close. People said they would never win an election. They never would win again. They would, be relegated to a regional party, and they were headed for that, even if they were winning midterm years or whatever. But they were being boxed out. Donald Trump flipped the script. He expanded the map, and honestly, it's poetic because there's not a single state that Trump, I believe tonight, won by whatever margin he won it by, like any other former Republican candidate. Like obviously Georgia, Romney won it by more, maybe Arizona, but those states have changed since then too. Trump is playing well. Ironically enough, the demographics, they said, oh well, when Romney lost, they're like, oh well, we need to appeal more to Hispanic voters. Well, Trump got more than Romney when he was literally just saying, build a wall, do all this stuff. And all these other Republican losers that want amnesty get absolutely decimated among Hispanics. Like, yeah, something is happening in Texas. Myra Flores might even win that seat. Gonzalez could lose. I mean, there's so many seats that are going to go Republican that haven't been called yet. I mean, yeah, California's got some Dem seats that are going to come in. Oh, here's another one, Alaska. It's early on, but Bejish might win that seat in Alaska. If that it's possible. Depends on how the remainder of the votes come in, but also ranked choice voting's a thing, and he's at 49%. So maybe Arizona got even redder. Maricopa County's on the verge of flipping, guys. Maricopa. Kelly Patriot says Trump flips Orleans County, Vermont. It's true. Oscar Hernandez says thank you for the coverage. Thank you. Purple Sunset says Trump needs a clean. He does. Janice Lyons sent a $20. The Spy Who Shagged Me says, what's your prediction for the House total? It's going to be really close. I think Republicans are going to win it, though. But, yeah, I mean, we might see 55, 56 Senate seats. I think we're going to at least see McCormick win, which I was iffy. I was like, do I do it? I don't know. Maybe I just chickened out a little bit in my predictions. I get it. Rake me over the coals for it just fine, but I think that Dave McCormick probably, he's up in bucks. 88% of the vote is in bucks. I think Dave McCormick is going to go to the Senate. Trump is going to have an expanded Senate majority once again. Oh, but they always say, oh, we lost the Senate, we lost the White House. Yeah, no, that's not how this works, okay? You don't want to play that game because it's always going to come back to bite you in the ass, and tonight it did. So, yeah, I know it's we're celebrating, it's fun, but I don't know. It is something. The Senate, the presidency, probably the House. I think we're going to have to wait a couple weeks out of California, see how some of those races go because they take years to count. But, you know, it's better the RNC will fight the legislation on those races than in Trump's race because Trump has won. It's over. They literally thought that Scranton Joe would do worse than San Francisco Kamala, not even accounting for the macro environments in Pennsylvania. You thought. I don't think they thought at all, to be fair. I think they did the opposite. See Dauphin County move right? Yeah, Scott Perry won. Scott Perry is one, if that's the case. Rurals got redder. Even the ones that moved left technically got redder. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Livingston, Oakland, Eaton, Lapeer. Michigan showed out tonight. Marquette. Lake County somehow moved left. Is Portage County, Wisconsin in? Oh, man, okay. That's unfortunate. We came so close. I think it moved right again. It did, and it's the white. That's our new white whale. Portage County's the white whale. But we did well. We did well in it. Greene County, same thing. I mean, all these shifts. Waukesha barely moved. Ozaukee might move right, which is strange to me. Well, maybe not, but it's not going to move left by a lot. Washington probably could move right. I think it does move right. So, yeah, he had the convention in Milwaukee. He's at 33% in Milwaukee right now. So there's not that many ballots left. There's not that many left. Trump, yeah. Hold on. Can we make that call? How many ballots are outstanding in Milwaukee? I mean, Fox called it. We can do whatever we want, but 80,000. Not even 80,000 left. Maybe 10,000 in Racine. So 90,000. There's some left in these other places. Yeah, it's going to be close with Hovde. But I think we can call Donald Trump the winner of the state of Wisconsin. It's 10 electoral votes. The blue wall it's been tore down once again. Donald Trump is building it back. He's painting it red. It's 10 feet taller. Wisconsin added to the totals. We'll give her New Hampshire. And now it's 280 to 214. 280 to 214. How big is that tonight? Hawk says RIP to the Des Moines poll. Now, exactly. Ragdoll says Trump is president, but a tax evader is my senator. Where exactly are you? What are you referencing? I don't know what state you're referencing. I don't think it matters who the senator is. How did the transgender Delaware person do? Surprisingly well. They didn't really run any ads on that one. But Arizona's getting redder. I mean, which state moved left? Which state? Maybe Nebraska. Nebraska might not even move left. I don't see a single state that moved left unless I'm really missing something. No, I mean, Washington might, but I don't know at this rate. We'll see how the ballots go. I don't know if I see it, if Oregon's going to be this close. I don't think a single state did. Trump's going to win the Atlas Intel. They nailed it. Cameron Falgett says, can't believe we're here after 20 and 22. The PTSD was real. It was all worth it in the end. It has been a great journey. Steve Dow says, Trump 50, Harris 4. Yes, I believe it. You can get the upper hand on that one. I mean, look, I was like, it's iffy. I mean, I kind of hedged a little bit. Like, it was just because, there's a lot of uns. Maybe I even fell victim to the PTSD, but, you were right. That might actually end up being around the ballpark of what the popular vote is, give or take. Democrats are going to gain a little bit, but, they've got maybe a few million more in California, Oregon, Washington, Colorado on net. Maybe a little bit in New York and Illinois. Dude, he won Florida by 1.4 million. He won Texas by 1.6 million votes. Tennessee, he won it by almost 1 million. This is a blowout. This is not, like, in reality, it's a blowout. People will say it's a close. No, this was a blowout. Ragdoll MMA is referring to Alsobrooks, an actual criminal. I don't know. Janice Lyons says now we can claim our... Yeah, it is back. America's back. He left it all on the field. They did too, but it was like desperation. It was like laughable. I think McCormick's going to hold. Hovde might. 70-some thousand votes. I mean, that's close, man. That is close. See, like, he is doing a hair better in Waukesha. He's actually doing worse in Dane. But yeah, Trump outrunning down ballot Republicans too, almost everywhere. Ted Cruz. Rick Scott actually ran in line with him. What a night, folks. What a night. Klobuchar's only winning by 15 against Royce White, who's kind of become a meme. I was right. Did I not say Moreno +4 for like the past year? Now, Sheehy, I think, is going to do better as more votes come in. He's up by 5. They haven't called it, but I think they're going to. It's going to be like a 7-point win. Video game says, what is going on with Trump's victory? I haven't seen anything about a speech. I haven't seen anything about it. All these celebrities debasing themselves at the last minute. The media going unhinged. The past 9 years just blowing up in their faces in an epic fashion is something that will never be topped. Probably ever. I'm serious. It is over. It's done. I'm telling you. The Angry Vet says the mental health crisis in this country was real. How many souls were saved tonight? Yeah, and let's see what happens with Make America Healthy Again. And that's something that, you know, I don't know if it's one of Trump's like biggest issues. Like he's kind of delegating a lot of that power to RFK Jr., which is smart, but it's true. We need to be freed from a lot of this corruption with Big Pharma and everything. And a lot of these donors to the Harris campaign, they threw their money away. Where the hell did it go? Like you weren't even competitive in Pennsylvania. You got your ass kicked by 200,000 votes. What happened to your ground game? Oh man. What happened to their ground game? Mr. Cardno says, lots next for my channel. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to stick around for a long time. I'm going to make content. We'll do 2026. We'll cover the Trump presidency. We'll talk about a lot of things. This channel's only beginning. This is not the end. This is not even close to the end. Trump is apparently... Is Trump speaking? Let me see. I don't see it anywhere. I could be wrong. I could be... wrong. Where is it? Trump is not live on YouTube. PBS News, Fox. Trump is on stage. I don't see it on social media. I can't stream it, but I'm sure a lot of you guys are going to go watch that. PM says we should be kind and humble about Trump winning and not dunking on the other side. Thanks for the coverage. Yeah, I mean, it's not about that. It's both. I feel like there are some people who were very wrong and they're going to be laughed at and they deserve to be mocked and ridiculed because they've mocked and ridiculed people for just claiming Trump can win. As for the humility aspect of it, yes, there is a big humility aspect of it. And we finally get 4 years of serious people in the White House. which is something you probably would not have said about Donald Trump in 2011 or something. But it's the state of politics. If you showed people this stuff long time ago, that's crazy. Pixels, Pancakes is Virginia. It could be. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it on Fox. So see if I can maybe stream the audio. Okay, we have it here. Okay, we have the audio.
Political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and
it's true. It
is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
It's true.
But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president.
Do you think she conceded?
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Oh, she did concede. Okay.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people.
Shout out to Eduardo for the 10.
That will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 350.
Oh, they called it on New York Times. They called PA. Yeah.
But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
He's going to, yeah. He's not wrong. I don't think it's too early to say it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases,
I think Sam
every
Brown's
one of
going to win
them,
too.
We worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
Yeah, it's not a done deal, but it's probably going to end up that way.
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Gina Jewin says, "Let's stay up." It's not gonna happen. It's over. The media never called any of those states in 2020. It's done. I get the PTSD, but it doesn't matter. It's done.
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing.
Scott Ball's in the lead in
Everybody
California.
thinks
That's
their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, there's Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great.
I don't think that's going to hold in Montana's first.
Tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Yeah, he helped him win. It was the best pick. The best pick you could ask for.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks.
It's true.
A lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Oh, Vance is coming up to speak right now.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
That's right.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
KU says JD's the reason I went out to vote. There you go.
Thank you very much. He's
Apex says, imagine being Mike Pence. So true.
I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little that little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did.
It was a good campaign, well-run campaign, much better than 2020.
Come here.
Not even close.
Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden.
Apex is calmly conceded. Vision Master says AP called Pennsylvania showing Trump with 2-6. Yeah, Alaska is going to go red. It's
Susie
over.
likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background.
In fact, Wisconsin's going to go for Trump too. Michigan might even as well.
I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're
Flint's
great.
within 4 right now, by the way.
Great. Everybody up here is very special.
Macoma's beat down.
But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
It's true. Elon helped him a lot, and I'm not just talking about financially,
We were sitting together
but
tonight. You know, he spent 2
Twitter
weeks in
itself
Philadelphia,
is huge.
different
Just
parts
buying
of
it.
Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying only Elon.
Is he going? I don't even think he's on a teleprompter right
I told
now.
the story. I told it last
I think
night.
he's
I had
just
a man
he's just
on
doing
the
his
phone.
own
The screen
thing.
muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this.
Yeah, they put Wisconsin as likely are. Michigan's lean.
I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it
he's
was
winning
over.
Nevada.
It was going to smash, and then
Sam Brown, I think, is going to win
I saw the
too.
fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great.
Yeah,
And
I think
when we had
McCormick
the tragic hurricane
is going to take this.
Helene, and it hit North Carolina. They were really devastated.
It's going to be close, though.
It was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and
He's got a
and
2-point
the
lead in
danger
AZ
was
almost.
unbelievable. the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it
So
was
Trump is just kind of doing like a rally
all the wires went down. I called Elon Musk.
right
I
now.
said, Elon,
This isn't like a
you
setup
have something called
speech.
Starlink, is that right? Yes, I do.
But
What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that.
all right, so he's kind of just doing his thing. Like, I don't know. I get it. I'm not knocking it. I'm just, it's epic. It's epic. That's all I have to say. I don't know if he's going to go back on script in the speech, but I think we're going to wrap things up soon because, and this will be the last call. I mean, if people want to go watch Trump's speech, that's fine. They're more than welcome to, but I think we're going to wrap things up here. I know it's the weave. I love the weave. I'm just tired. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, guys. We won. I'm just trying to, I don't know. I think we're going to wrap things up. It's been great. We've been live for 9 straight hours. 9 hours of being live. And Donald Trump mounted the biggest comeback in political history, probably the biggest comeback story in American history, capping off just fighting basically the forces of evil in this country for 9 years, and then comes back, boom, wins it. They change out their candidate. He gets shot at twice. He goes through the last election. He gets indicted. He gets convicted. It doesn't faze the guy. He goes out there and he wins. That's it. There's nothing else to say. It's incredible. We'll be back. We'll do a video maybe tomorrow about this. I mean, there's just too much to cover. Texas by 15, Florida by 13, Iowa by 14, Ohio by 11. This was not close. This was a beatdown. Don't let them gaslight you in saying this is a close race, because it is not. It is not even close. The question is, do we have a 55 or 54 or 53 like Senate majority? Like that's our problem right now. Or like, what are the House margins going to be? So Kamala, I don't think, spoke as to John Waffle's point. The video game Hunger says, did you think leftists or woke leftists will try to? I don't know what they're going to try to do, man. I know what you're trying to get. There possibly could be unrest. I haven't seen any of that yet, but I don't know. Like, they were really broken in 2016. I feel like there's a much smaller percentage of the population that has, like, I don't know. The Trump, people talk about Trump fatigue. There is no Trump fatigue tonight. This is Trump hatred fatigue, if anything. But, Kamala, she got a lot of, she's going to get 70 odd million votes, and so is Donald Trump. This is the election without the COVID stuff. You're seeing it in front of your eyes, and he's sweeping the board. It's over. He won. The question is, what's the House or Senate margins? Does he win Arizona? I think he's probably going to win Arizona and Nevada. It's over for so many people. Kamala will probably concede in the morning like Hillary. I'm sure she's also drunk like Hillary. But what can I say, guys? I think we're going to wrap it up. It's been real. It's been epic just doing this for 5-6 years. We covered 2020, 2022, 2024. And let's say we probably had the save the best for last, third time's the charm sort of ordeal. I knew 2020 was going to be close either way, and 2022 was a little bit of a letdown, but 2024, oh man. The election mafia is wrong, the left is wrong, they tried to get Trump, they couldn't get him. We'll see what's next in store, I'm sure. They have to be exhausted. I'm exhausted, but not in a bad way right now. So thank you all the super chatters. I've been weaving for 9 hours, okay? I've been weaving for 9 hours. I can weave. I've been weaving like crazy. But I'll probably will watch the second part of Trump's speech. But either way, he'll probably, I encourage you guys to go watch it. And get some sleep, and we'll regroup tomorrow, but not in a bad way. Not like, oh, we don't have calls on these states. No, we know Trump won. It's over. Trump won. He got the mandate. And yeah, I think he won the popular vote. So, guys, make sure you like the stream. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't yet. Hit that bell for notifications. We're not going anywhere. We got an administration to cover. This is like the next phase in the journey. Maybe a little bit less electoral politics, but we're going to have a lot to talk about. And it's going to be it'll be a fun next, couple months. Holiday, Christmas season it's going to be legendary. We're going to enter next year inauguration. I'll be there. I will be at the inauguration, I'm sure. It's going to be epic, guys. So it just was awesome. Andrew Mortensen says, greatest stream in American history. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. And, Trump waited. He waited until it was called to declare victory. They always said he'd declare before. No, it was just so big that you guys, made a fool out of yourself. You didn't have to do that. So, yeah, it doesn't matter. Trump won. He did. Video game. Well, Hunger says God is smart. Well, yeah, God is great. A lot of people were praying for this, too. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens, guys. 9 hours streaming. Started a little rough with the lag, but it really picked up. And when the stream started to pick up, so did Donald Trump's numbers, and he is going to be the 45th and 47th president of the United States. He's making his mark in history, so keep him safe. Let's keep him safe. Make sure he gets inaugurated, stays there for 4 years. So anyways, guys, like this stream down below. Subscribe, hit the bell. I'll see you guys in the next one. Red Eagle, out.